no weirdly. Right. But you pay extra. Yeah. Are they on sweet?
Yes. They're all on sweet.
What's the sort of price?
36. Yeah, it's more on weekends.
That's walkable, obviously.
Yes. I sometimes get the bus. If a bus comes, they can tell us it's free. It's downhill to that.
And further up Yorkshire Road, away from the centre. So.
Yes, yes.
I stopped at one of those years to get back to the air.
Yes, probably.
How many rooms do they got?
28. Well, we got the highest number was 28. 28, yes.
I'm not trying to give skits coaches. It's not so cheap then. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't say it's margin. It's exploration. It's paid. Alright. Yeah, you?
Yeah, good.
No colour today.
I think it's coming broadly from the west.
Yeah, it's over the top.
Yeah. Anything over there is already gone, so you don't need to worry about it.
I was just saying to Andrew about the Oscar with the cover earlier in this thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, right. So put the back off it again, fiddling with it, but we did get it started.
Yes, still one more. Right. Of course, they're getting older now. This is the first. Flying with a machine.
Yes.
No one, as you say here, goes up the way through. And we learned this sound effects. Alright, like the room stop, like that.
Yes.
It's up on the
Right.
right.
And we haven't said anything discriminating.
Oh, it's Chris,
Well, we do,
frequently.
frequently.
The BBC are refusing to label, but they've got the Times in their papers.
Okay.
Front page and then label again. This caption the guys are guilty of spying on Russia.
Oh, yeah.
So the BBC thinks that way.
Is this an actual anthem? Right, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll let that.
Oh no. So,
I don't know, it's
and Roger
just
told
flying
me
over it.
that
We've got no idea what the government's going to do, so.
Roger, yes.
You're the Prime Minister from one day to the
Oh,
next.
no.
That's Johnson for the entire trust for the pale. Sorry, man.
And have you been running them? How long have you been running them?
I do remember Neil saying last season actually, he was hoping this trust was going to be
From a Labour.
Yes.
from a Labour point of view, because they thought it might all be closer to now.
I remember
Well, I said
when my best friend was in the London, so I remember seeing the cricket on the advertised when you went past to go to the London.
Total and utter disaster. They didn't realise it was all happening within a month.
But anybody who listened to British Trust, she just wasn't right. No. Academics, she just wasn't good enough.
I felt sorry for those teenage daughters. They didn't sit wrong anywhere else but they were real now.
Well, I think they are quite keen, but I think they've got the money to put
My
it
father's quite sour. Well, my mother took it to
Yeah, exactly.
read it properly. She's a liberal when she's in the
Yes, yeah.
and she went to the rain. I can't understand why the thing was so good on her when she goes to the rain in the first place.
I think they thought she was just messing with the match.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry. Do you know what's happened to the man?
Well, I heard they've watched
I'm preparing the Deutsche
For the benefit of those people who may have just arrived here at Sophia Gardens, good morning, Florida. Croeso I Gerddi Sophia. The news from the middle is that the game will be resuming at 11 o'clock and we have a as you can see on the digital scoreboards. We have 96 overs to be bowled. Lunch will be at 1 o'clock. Tea at 3:40 or whenever. 32 overs are remaining, and the close of play is now rescheduled to 6 o'clock.
Very good news for Yorkshire to get underway so quickly.
Yes. Well, it's good for us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it'll be very frustrating tomorrow night. Grammy over 200, another 200 for 9 second time round. This 3 overs today.
Jeff, I don't think there is a chance of it.
Oh, there is. There's definitely a chance.
Well, there's reduced the price.
How long was that in the out to pay £10 today? Because that's what they said in the office.
So that was 15. Weather affected. Weather affected.
It's very generous. You get that 3 inches up the wall.
You get that anywhere else. More detail. Well, yes, it's first off you get a couple of hours. Everyone's driving back once tomorrow, I don't want to know.
Well, I presume maybe
They've gone over the.
They didn't specify.
They were the salary cap.
They didn't specify. So I'm sure people are reading it on their smartphones.
Okay, so I need to.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
And then.
No, I don't.
No, because the membership money would be very small.
I mean, for years, people said that Leicester Park was a prison. People are on the prison.
Yeah.
They don't have access to it.
No. Guy Lavin, you don't know, so I'm not sure, Richard. I think everything's set up to try and shove the little sex out of the board.
Well, they've been trying this for years.
Yeah.
Yeah. They signed Steve Roy for next season.
That's exactly.
That's a big, that'll cost a lot of money.
Yeah, they didn't get on with it.
They signed Higgins back last year.
Yes, they did.
That would have been a big sign.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm still surprised, like Andrew, where they're getting the money from.
Yeah, because you're not getting anything essentially in order to be making creaming up what little
And
is.
the actual awards reduces those.
When you think,
Okay.
like that, to look at 40
We bring along our
Jabbers,
okay.
Carlson and Cambridge,
Yeah.
2 tests.
Yeah.
So, they had Yorkshire versus
I think it's wicket.
so they had
That's what I've been told.
Okay. Well, you're welcome to the dinner because your
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, he's a little sector. Take closer order in a minute.
yes, we have 14 minutes to go.
Gareth or Chris is here, yes, it's you, somebody from QM.
Yeah.
So both from QM. Let's see if Chris can hear it.
The microphone is disappearing. Once they get out there, Yorkshire. That you and Dan?
Yeah.
Well, he did elbow, apparently the elbow guard. That was a noise. Maybe it was two decisions at this. Oh, I'm not saying what's the LPW Carlson, you put two stumps on top of each other and go and the cut ball is an absolute farce.
We're delighted today to welcome staff and pupils from Bishop Charles Primary School. As you can see, the boys and girls are just gathering at the foot of the pavilion steps to get ready to do this morning's garden. Boys and girls, we hope you're enjoying your day here at home in your cricket. We look forward to seeing you here again very, very soon.
Right, and it's the back of
very young, thinking the same real something to do with it. And the trouble is, I was on the open on it down Sunday. Oh, the one that you call the crown.
Is there something more in something more in that was warm.
No, the Salters are playing for the gym. At the moment, Harris is part-time, I'm sure, playing or something.
Oh, really?
He must have Harris has done his own and then wants to do it. So he must have some kind of Wallace job for a while, didn't he? And then he has to come here to the board. And then that's probably the board. And he, for some reason last year, he decided he was just outside of that. So he linked off. So he made the correct time. If it's a Harris, you can have a job full time. It's going to be a full-time job. So you have to back up.
It's good morning, Florida, to our two match umpires, Peter Hartley and Mark Newell.
Put on his Twitter feed, plays for the job. Well, no, Harris has been offered it. So they wouldn't need to apply for it.
And good morning, Florida, as well, to the Yorkshire team led into the field by Captain Sean Masood. Good morning, Florida, as well, to the two not-out batters from Glamorgan, Kieran Carlson and Dan Danforth. Thanks to the pupils from Bishop Charles Primary School before we go. Diolch yn
Very good morning and welcome from BBC Sports to Sophia Gardens for this third day of the match between Glamorgan and Yorkshire. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Jonathan Dodge. Edward Bevan will also be joining us on commentary during the course of the day. We're getting underway half an hour late because of morning rain in Cardiff, which required a good deal of mopping up. But we have got 96 overs ahead of us, and Jonathan, it's the visitors very much in control at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you're volunteering yourself to go out and bat, then very best of luck with those 96 overs. Yeah, Yorkshire clearly very much in control, but that doesn't mean that the job is done. They would love to think there's enough play today and that they're good enough, I suppose, to win it without having to bat again. But yeah, a lot of work to do before they can start to contemplate victory, I think. First job is obviously to try and separate this partnership and then work towards getting the last four Glamorgan first innings wickets.
It is a partnership of 50 runs exactly between Kieran Carlson, 53 not out, and Dan Douthwaite, 17 not out. It's Dom Best to bowl the first ball of the day to Carlson from the River Taff end, and Carlson is back playing this into a gap on the offside and going through for the first run of the day, 151 for 6. So just the 200 needed to avoid the possibility of following on, and only 4 wickets, so they'll need a big contribution from these two if they're to stand a chance. Douthwaite on 17 not out faces out to Bass, who's got a slip and a short leg, and Douthwaite drives through the offside and will pick up runs here. It may go for 4. It does go for 4. I thought the ball might slow up a little more than that because of the morning rain, but it was nicely timed by Douthwaite and placed through a gap, and Glamorgan are 155 for 6.
Yeah, just too much width. Obviously Don Best trying to get loose and find the radar, and threw it too wide of off stump. An open invitation to drive.
Douthwaite appeared to have been dropped at slip off Bess, with the ball deflecting off keeper Tattersall to make Lythe's job more difficult. Appeared to come off the edge. As Bess pauses. Now he's on his way. Bowls, and Douthwaite back on his stumps. Defending, back to the bowler, and there is no run. As usual, our effects microphone gets next to the most talkative members of the crowd. I don't do it on purpose, honestly. As Bess bowls, and Douthwaite plays that one defensively back to the bowler. And as I remarked last night, Douthwaite never looks hugely elegant in defence, but as long as he's doing the job, that's the important thing. Bess bowls, and Douthwaite props forward, more conventionally this time, defends to Hill at cover, and there's no run. Last ball of the first over coming up. Bess is in to bowl, and Douthwaite forward, getting a thick edge down into the point region, fielded by Thompson. 5 off the first over of the day, under cloudy skies. Glamorgan 155 for 6, and we are back to 96 overs today, having as yesterday attempted to add the extra ones on and then lost them again.
And a bit of a scare as well earlier when the hover cover didn't appear to be fully functioning, and we thought we might not see any play at all during the day. Fortunately, that was sorted within a few minutes. I know that you said there was a problem here with a match earlier in the season when it was stuck halfway across, or whatever, 3/4 of the way across the length of one of the pitches.
Yes. It was 4 balls into the season. It was a great start.
So anyway, Blush is spared, cover off. Hopefully not needed to come back on before the end of today's play. Matthew Revis going to start then at this Cathedral Road end of the ground. 5 overs, no maidens, 3 for 20 yesterday. A really good burst as far as Yorkshire are concerned. Bess just been sent out to sweep, square on the offside. Kieran Carlson on strike on 54. Here's Revis then, first ball of the day, get the teeth in. Carlson turns it to mid-wicket. James Wharton has the shin pads on already, because presumably he's going to be in the faces of a few batters that remain. Adam Lythe, who had taken up a position under the helmet, close in at first slip yesterday. Too close in for his own liking when there was an edge straight through his hands and he wasn't able to react in time. He's gone back to a conventional slip position, wearing the cap at first slip as Carlson turns this next Revis delivery once again to James Wharton. Finlay Bean, who had the white floppy on yesterday, has gone for the cap today. He's at gully, and with Bess sweeping square on the offside, there's Jordan Thompson at short extra cover. They've left a big gap through the covers. Code at mid-off, Masood at mid-on. Wharton now in a catching position, crouching 3 strips away to the leg side of straight at mid-wicket. A ball short of length here from Revis. Is dropped, I think, into the offside. It felt like glove, and yeah, Kieran Carlson just removes the right glove to check that the 4 fingers and thumb are still in place.
He gets right battering on the hands during the course of the season, Carlson. In fact, he fields permanently with a couple of fingers taped up.
Otherwise, there's also a deep backward square. George Hill and Ben Cliff is down at long leg. 155 for 6 as Revis comes in with a ball that swings in towards Carlson. Wraps him on the pad and James Wharton cleans up.
Yes, he didn't miss so much despite dislocating a finger at Hove in the T20 earlier in the season. Game which was quite unfortunate for Glamorgan, because Eddie Byram got a whack on the hip that kept him out for a couple of months in the end, with some sort of freak consequences.
Here's Revis again, and that is punched into the offside. Jordan Thompson fields. No run.
Looks like we're only playing in 3 out of the 6 county championship matches at the moment. They're off at Old Trafford, Edgbaston and at Bristol.
Here's Revis again, leaving the sawdust behind. And a ball short of length is diverted to the leg side of straight, and Wharton fielding once again. End of the over. 2 gone today. No further wickets taken by Yorkshire, and Glamorgan have added 5 to that overnight 154.6. You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, at Jonathan Doidge. And I'm still forgetting yours, Nick, at Nick
Webb 2017.
2017. We did have some rain this morning, didn't we? I was back at the hotel a couple of miles away having breakfast, and it was raining at that point, hence the delayed start, but nothing major. Steady away for probably half an hour, 3/4 of an hour, something like that.
Tends to drain quite well the outfield here after the initial problems following the redevelopment, when they realised that putting an extra load of concrete in all around the arena would actually prevent the drainage from happening, and we had one two very soggy days before they decided to resurface the whole playing area over the winter, and that seemed to have worked, and the drainage has been good ever since. 155 for 6 then, as Bess bowls with an array of close-ish fielders to Douthwaite on 21 not out. Douthwaite comes down the pitch, defends when he gets there. There's an ooh and an ah, but you're not going to get an LBW when he's halfway down to the bowler. So there is a slip, there's a short leg, there's a very short catching cover, short extra, as Douthwaite plays this one on the leg side, and there's no run. There's also a close-ish backward square leg for the top edge, and mid-wicket is fairly close as well. So it's a bit of a net around Douthwaite, who steps back and thought he was going to try and crack it through the offside, but played no shot in the end and watched it go through to Tattersall. As Bass bowls, Douthwaite stretches forward, defends. So mid-off is almost halfway back. There's probably a single to Masood on most occasions there. Mid-on is quite a way back more, as Douthwaite chops that one down. It rolls back, but thankfully for him, wide of the stumps and into the gloves of Tattersall. So mid-on is probably more like long on, 2/3 the way back. There's a square leg on the boundary and a backward point to complete the field. Douthwaite charges down the field and wicket and plays it down the field to long on. Takes a single off the last ball of the over. Glamorgan 156 for 6. At Hove, Sussex are piling up their lead against Leicestershire in a game which looks likely to knock the Foxes out of promotion contention. Sussex 258 for 5 in their second innings. That's a lead of 412 over Leicestershire. The only other play is at Canterbury, where Nottinghamshire are struggling at 229 for 8 in reply to Kent's 446 all out, 3 wickets apiece. For new signings, Chahal, and the lone signing, Nijar.
Just a request here for a change of ball by the looks of things, but it's been tossed back by Mark Newell.
Plenty of international cricket as well. Men's game between South Africa and Australia is a 12 o'clock start our time in Potchefstroom. India 44 for 0 in the 9th over against Sri Lanka.
Revis here to Douthwaite, who gets a ball that spits on him a little bit and is over the top of it eventually to play it out to Jordan Thompson at point. No run.
There's also Women's International, which is a 12:30 start at the County Ground, Northampton. England against Sri Lanka. In case you weren't with us yesterday, Durham have bagged one of the 2 promotion spots from the 2nd division. They cannot be caught by more than Worcestershire.
Here's Revis again. Fuller straight, and Douthwaite had to watch that carefully. Pushed it to Ben Code at mid-off, no run. Bent Nielsen, good morning to you. Says so far so good in this match. Hopefully a decent amount of play today. Morning to Andy Walker and Jane Wiles, who've been in touch on Twitter. Plenty of encouragement out there for Matthew Revis. Yorkshire would love to get in and among. Quiet start, which will suit the host. So short ball pulled here aerially. Ben Cliff in the end makes a bit of a meal of trying to reel that one in, and it's gone for 4 down at long leg. Hard to tell precisely how long it was in the air for, because I lost it in the air for a long way, as it turns out, and Ben was trying to get around for the catch. It was one of those that skewed awkwardly as he was making his way around, and a bit of spin took it back behind him, so a bit unlucky. I don't think it's going to change anything in the match. It was interesting to see Douthwaite taking on the shot more than anything. 26 to him now, 160 for 6.
Yeah, I think he'll want to think a bit more carefully about playing that shot. I don't think it carried particularly near Cliff, but it was in the air a long percentage of the way.
Revis readies himself for delivery number 4 of this 54th over. Bangs it in short again, and this time Douthwaite, wise to it, decides not to take it on. Morning to Martin Rowe, so it's absolutely persisting it down in Ilkley.
I'm glad someone else uses that euphemism. It's one I'm fond of as well.
Yeah, I got a message through from back up the road with regard to my reporting duties later on from Paul Ogden, who's presenting tonight's show. He said if it's anything like it is up here, you won't see much cricket down there. Revis is in, and Douthwaite pushes back to him in his follow-through, and there is no run, so pretty grim up in West Yorkshire by the sound of things. Derek Daniels asking what sort of crowd there is at Cardiff today.
Modest.
Would your colleague know what sort of numbers membership-wise Glamorgan have?
It's usually around a couple of thousand, about 2,000, but the crowd very much in the hundreds today, low hundreds probably.
Revis in, Douthwaite, full face of the bat, punches to Dom Bess. There's no run to complete the over.
I'm not much luck weather-wise, have we? Because it's been wet basically every morning so far, and we haven't actually had a prompt start at all.
Yeah, time of year.
Indeed.
Meteorological autumn. We were being told on the BBC weather forecast this morning basically that we'd been really lucky. We should thank our lucky stars that we've had a nice week or so, because it is meteorological autumn.
Yeah, it's what you'd expect around this time of year. 160 for 6 Glamorgan, just 10 added this morning as Carlson comes down the wicket and hits inside out, over, long, off. It has bounced inside the ropes and it has gone for 4 runs. So Carlson willing to use his feet, as he so often is, and that I think was a 1 bounce for cleared Sean Masood by a telegraph pole.
Don Bess has again tossed the ball to Mark Newell to say, not happy with that. Mark Newell says, well, I am. Get on with it.
Yeah. Don't get hit so far and the ball won't go out of shape. Carlson to 58 with his first boundary of the day. As Bess is at his work again, and Carlson defends it back to him. But I think Yorkshire will be heartened by Glamorgan being willing to take on the aerial shots in the last couple of overs. Carlson plonking one over long off for 4. Douthwaite hooking one for 4 off Revis. As Best bowls, Carlson drives through the offside. He should get a couple of runs here. It'll be picked up just inside the deep cover boundary. It's not the best throw from George Hill, but it was heading back to the middle quickly enough to deter them from attempting a third. The trouble for Tattersall was it was heading to the middle of the pitch rather than his end. But never mind, it did a job. 166 for 6. Best to Carlson, who defends that one. Carlson obviously has the task of selecting when he goes for it. And now a deep cover fielder is coming in to save the single. As Bess is into Carlson, who pushes it almost through short leg down to backward square, and there's no run. Are Yorkshire trying to save the single towards the end of the over? You wouldn't have thought so at this stage. Carlson works it away on the leg side. There'll be at least one down towards fine leg. He'll come back for the second. Was there bat involved? No, there was not. So Carlson remains on 60, Douthwaite on 26, but Glamorgan move up to 168 for 6, having added 18 runs this morning.
Don Best not happy with the ball, clearly. He's thrown it to the umpire a couple of times, and if that starts to niggle away, you're maybe not concentrating fully on what you're actually delivering out there. Sweepers, not knocking them, you know, in a general sense. They obviously are there to do a job. But at this moment, with the sheer weight of runs on the board, you'd think you'd still want to take the attacking option to whoever you're bowling out there. If you can get Kieran Carlson out, obviously that is route one to getting into the lower reaches of the middle order and the tail. But it's Douthwaite on strike and Revis to bowl here. Another ball that is short of length, dropped out into the offside. Dan Douthwaite took on the short ball from Revis in the previous over. Didn't drop a million miles away from Ben Cliff. It's a tactic he might employ a fair bit more here. They've ringed the field to Douthwaite, very much so. It's quite a tight ring as well, with just the two men behind square on the leg side. Revis with 3 wickets to his name. This is up there and more of a feel of a drivable delivery. Douthwaite happy to play it from the crease.
Yeah, it's a big test for Dan Douthwaite, back in the championship side through the injury to Ben Callaway after not appearing in first team Red Bull cricket since April. It's a big challenge for him to play a serious innings.
26 to his name. Revis going in to bowl to him now. Short pulled again. Ooh, this is aerial for quite a long time once more. Hands on head from the Yorkshire fielders, because that was closer to being a catch. George Hill, he was in line with it. He just couldn't get in quickly enough. And I suppose if you're looking on the positive side from a Glamorgan perspective, it was flat enough to get it down before the fielder, but you'd also would have drawn breath, I think, there, as that was in the air for a while. Single was the result, 27 to Douthwaite, 169 for 6. 3 to come in the over. The Yorkshire over rate, by the way, which was -1 at the start of the final session yesterday. Best bowled plenty of it. Went up to +4, so no danger of points deductions on that front right at this moment in time, as Carlson flicks a full-length delivery off his legs. George Hill coming in off the boundary to field. Bent Nielsen says, I've thought about this rules situation. The bat misses the ball, which hits the leg in front of the wicket. The ball continues to hit a stump, but doesn't dislodge the bails. I would think this is still an LBW, is it? Well, if everything applies as far as the LBW law is concerned, then yes, of course it could still be given leg before wicket, even if it hits the stumps and doesn't dislodge the bail. Shamasu just coming round to speak to Matthew Revis. Ben Code also getting involved. Overcast morning here at Sophia Gardens. It feels like a bowling day. Yorkshire need 4 wickets in this Glamorgan innings, and then if they're good enough to ask them to follow on, another 10. Revis in again, and Douthwaite just turns slightly towards leg, but the ball drops out to the offside of his body. Couldn't, I don't think, get much in the way of bat on that. If you're joining us more recently, then after some rain around breakfast, start was delayed until 11. So instead of making up overs, a bit like yesterday, we're set to play the 96, 1 o'clock lunch, 3:40 tea or 32 overs remaining, and 6 o'clock close of play or 96 overs. Full length delivery from Revis, turn to Wharton in the leg side to complete over number 56 at 170 for 6.
In other words, with the timing, pretend it's not September, as you were back in July or whenever we last played championship cricket. The light is not great, but it's don't think borderline as yet. The scoreboard information shining out fairly brightly. It is 100% cloud cover at the moment. Just depends if anything nasty arrives during the course of the day. In terms of light levels, you wouldn't have thought they'd be going on much beyond 6 o'clock. If this sort of situation continues, is Bess still fretting? He has a word with Long On.
And he's just had a chat with George Hill and Shah Massoud.
And he's coming round the wicket. And he's sending mid-wicket back.
These are the things out there that cause delays when you think about how many overs they get through in a day. So what's the, if you'd stopped the clock at the end of the last over and started it, or whatever, started the clock I should say at the end of the last over and stopped it round about now, I wonder what that time has been between that last ball and this one about to be bowled now.
As Bess bowls and Carlson defends it back down the pitch. So it didn't matter where the fielders were because it's played gently back to the bowler. So short leg has now gone into a short mid-wicket on the drive. As Carlson steps away and tries to force through the offside, but hits the cover fielder, and there's no run.
I mean, the field is set here, and the fact that he's gone over the wicket gives you the impression that he's going to be trying to bowl it straight. He's loaded the leg side now, which wasn't the case before.
As Carlson pushes forward, defends too short mid-wicket, Wharton, and there's no run.
And as you mentioned, when Carlson hit him for the boundary, he went into out, didn't he? He got leg side of it.
Yeah, he tends to hit over long off rather than long on. As Carlson pushes that one on the leg side, it was in the air for a little while. It was short and wide of Wharton in that close catching position, but it was enough to cause a squawk of excitement as they went through for a single. Douthwaite, slightly different field. He's staying. He's going over the wicket to Douthwaite, and Douthwaite is forward, defending back to the bowler. So that short mid-wicket for Carlson has gone back to short leg for Douthwaite. As Bass bowls, Douthwaite pushes forward to end the over, 171 for 6.
I thought the short leg was in for both of them. Revis came up from cow corner to a straight mid-wicket for that last couple of deliveries. Unless my eyesight...
No, I think Wharton had moved out and round slightly for Carlson.
Oh, well, Rev came up from cow corner up to straight mid-wicket. Observation tests here for the pair of us.
Yeah. Replay the tape if anyone's watching on YouTube who's right. Frankly, don't bother. We'll sort it out for the next over anyway.
Not that important. Balls have gone. So 171 for 6. Carlson 62. Douthwaite 27. It's the former who is on strike, the Glamorgan captain. And the Yorkshire captain is having a word with his bowler here, Revis. And again, as a result of that, the clock is ticking away. Pencode also having another chat. And we're going to move the field again.
Yeah, you'd think they could think about this between overs and get it done rather more quickly rather than having to have the committee meeting at the start of the over. But there we are, they've got 4 in hand, so maybe they shouldn't worry too much anyway.
So as a result of all that, James Wharton's been sent out deeper at mid-wicket. Dom Bess is at a squarer sort of mid-wicket. In fact, that's prompted Mark Newell to move from square leg across to point. So they have 3 now out deep on the leg side, with Revis to bowl here to Carlson. None of them on, well, 2 of them in off the boundary, I should say, and Ben Cliff on it. Here's one of them coming into play, George Hill. Ball flicked around the corner by Carlson, so just the way he played that suggested that Matthew Revis wasn't bowling the length to bring him into play for a catch. He was able to get over the top of it, probably a bit too full. Are they going to stay and put for down Douthwaite? You would think so. George Hill just creeping in a little closer still. He's probably the better part of 15 yards in from the boundary rope. James Wharton a little bit deeper, more like 10. He's the squarer of the 2. Now Ben Coe's going to ask James Wharton to move 3-4 paces to his left. So he's a bit more central at mid-wicket. Dom Bess is on the 1 really, just in front of square. And Revis bounces Douthwaite and he ducks comfortably underneath it.
That's quite a long square boundary here at Sophia Gardens, so Douthwaite with 3 back in the deep, plus a square leg, plus a mid-on, would be ill-advised to do more than just tap it around for singles on that quadrant of the ground.
There's Revis again. The sky is brightening now, and Douthwaite solidly behind it, pushing back to the bowler. Got a little bit of shadowing from above on the pitch as the players are walking around. Not from any floodlights, of course, because they're not permitted here.
Don't get me started.
Revis then back at his mark. Comes into bowl to Douthwaite. Ball just short of length and Douthwaite across and easing it back up the pitch to Matthew Revis. Mentioned his 3 for yesterday. 5 wickets in last week's match in the win against Derbyshire and Scarborough. Here he is again from this Cathedral Road end. Bangs it in short. And Douthwaite comfortably underneath it. Just got to keep persisting here. Yorkshire trying to find a way. It's just that one ball, isn't it? Sometimes it looks like nothing's happening. One ball can change it all. Change of field again.
It's a bit of a hokey-cokey field, isn't it? In, out at the moment.
So Wharton comes in under the helmet at short leg. Bess would be just over his left shoulder, more or less, about another 20 yards behind. In fact, that's not Bess, it's Finley Bean, I should say. Here is Revis, banging another one in. Douthwaite, once again, comfortably underneath it. 58 overs complete, 88 remain on day 3. Glamorgan 172 for 6 have added 22 to their overnight score without further loss.
Carlson and Douthwaite meet for a mid-wicket consultation. Hopefully Carlson is saying, keep ducking. Don't get tempted. Second 11 activities. Glamorgan seconds bowlers are getting a bit of a hammering. Sussex are now 345 for 3 in reply to Glamorgan's 210 all out. Wickets for Tom Bevan, Roderick Lewis and Ben Morris. It's down at the Hove Academy ground. Yorkshire seconds are at Guildford, where Surrey are 425 for 8. As Carlson drives the first ball of the Bass over down to deep long on. There might have been a single there had Douthwaite not been obliged to stay at home in case Bass fielded it. As Bass bowls, Carlson down the wicket and then defends when he gets there. Now there's no actual short leg. I'd describe that more as a short catching mid-wicket. Carlson drives into the covers. There is a single this time as Masood has to make ground to his left at deep mid-off to do the fielding. So Surrey 425 for 8 against Yorkshire 2s. 2 wickets apiece for Milnes, Leach and Shutt in that innings. Bass to Douthwaite, who comes down the wicket and defends to cover. 173 for 6. Glamorgan trying desperately to keep patient, but they are still only halfway to the follow-on target of 351, or just under halfway, as Douthwaite defends another one back to Bass. A little bit of gentle sunshine as Douthwaite defends. Blue sky opens up overhead for the first time today. A little patch of blue. 173 for 6, just the single off the Bass over. He's bowled 22 overs now, 1 for 54. Matthew Revis is Yorkshire's most successful bowler with 3 for 27 off 9, so he's just conceded the 7 runs in 4 overs this morning, and therefore he'll keep going for a couple more, trying to bang them in and tempt Mr. Douthwaite into an indiscretion. Do you want to have your break now or in half an hour's time, Jonathan?
Oh, crack on if you like. You go for a wander. We'll bring in the Bevan boy. Revis to continue. Matthew Revis hasn't taken that many wickets this season. If you examine his record more closely, as Carlson ducks underneath this ball short of length. He's often been used as this kind of battering ram, banging in short of a length type bowler. Took 2 for in the first innings of the season that he bowled in against Leicestershire at Headingley, and then no wickets in the second. 1 against Durham up at Chestler Street from 9 overs, and then none off at 5 overs in the second, and then was wicketless for 3 further spells that he bowled, but used sporadically. He's in again, and that's dropped into the offside by Carlson, and there is no run. And then he's met with more success, well, just in the last week or so, with 2 and 3 against Derbyshire last week, and the 3 he's got here. So 11 wickets at 33.63 so far this season. That's from a total of 537 deliveries. Just another word from Shan Masood before Matthew sets off in, and Carlson over the top of that drops it into the offside, and there's no run. Of course, you'd expect that he'd be used less, Matthew Revis, when maybe a Matthew Fisher is available, as he has been a little more often this season, taking up a greater part percentages of the overs bowled. Dom Leach has had a bit of a go. Ben Code, of course, has been a mainstay. Jordan Thompson as well. And he's getting opportunity here. Matthew Revis, and he's taking it with 3 foot. He's round the wicket now to Carlson, who has both feet off the ground, angling one down to Finley Bean at gully, and there's no run. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Jonathan. Yes, it's interesting cricket. Anybody who succumbs to try and hook Matthew Revis's bouncer and will get caught on one of 4, 5 men on the leg side, rather deep, would probably be one of the most naive batsmen ever put pads on.
Yeah, there might be a steward's inquiry back in the dressing room.
It's rather odd, but...
Revis round the wicket from wide on the crease, but it's too short. Carlson able to comfortably get underneath it.
How often you see this, you even see it, Jonathan, in test match cricket, and very rarely do you see anybody getting out, quite rightly. And I think they'd be better employed to bowl somebody like Hill, who I thought bowled a very good spell last night, bowling straight at the stumps and trying to get people out, properly, as it were, rather than, okay, he might just get away with it and one of the batsmen might hike it up into the air, but they'd be very foolish if they try and do it.
Here's Revis again. Chance had gone. There you go. Kieran Carlson has just, lobbed one straight to James Wharton at short leg, and the short ball pays off in the end for Matthew Revis. A 4th wicket for him. Very much his best figures of the campaign. 4 for 27 now from 9 overs and 5 deliveries, and that is a big wicket in the context of this match, because Kieran Carlson has gone for 64 and Glamorgan are 173 for 7.
That was not a half tracker, it was well pitched up and bounced. It was a very good delivery, and really he couldn't do anything else about it, and it was a good innings by him, but Carlson will be disappointed because he weathered the storm and put on, what do they put on, 73 for that 8th wicket, and you would think now James Harris, of course, is no mean performer with the bat, but you'll be thinking that Glamorgan will surely be asked to follow on. What time is lunch? 1 o'clock today?
Yes.
Well, before lunch at 1 o'clock.
You getting hungry already?
No, I'm all right at the moment. I'm just having my coffee.
Look, margins are tight, aren't they, with when you're trying to bowl that. Kieran Carlson obviously significantly shorter than Douthwaite, and if you keep banging it in, sooner or later you'd hope to find some joy, and it just takes that one delivery, and on that occasion he banged it in, and it was angled right up into the sort of rib cage area, that dangerous area that nobody's comfortable at playing. Some play it better than others, and the trap was set with Wharton there at short leg, and it couldn't have been better presented to him, really. Just a simple lob that he could have probably caught with his eyes closed. So Carlson gone for 64 from 89 deliveries, and he hit 7 4s and a 6 within that. That was the end of the over.
Tom Best to continue, and he will be starting yet another over from the river end, his 23rd, and he'll be bowling to Douthwaite. Andy Gorvin is the new batsman, coming in front of James Harris, which is a little bit of a surprise. As Betts now prepares to bowl to Douthwaite, and he comes, bowls to him. Douthwaite goes right forward, and had Douthwaite been down at the other end for the ball that Carlson received, then I suspect he'd have just pushed it away, because he's a much bigger, broader man than Carlson. Yeah, he comes down the pitch there and drives the short mid-off, or hurls it back, and Douthwaite has to scamper back into his crease. Just the 1 wicket so far for Bess. A little bit of turn, but it's slow turn as he comes in and bowls again, and this time he tosses that one up, and Douthwaite watches it right on to the bat. In comes the off spinner from the river end and bowls and brings Douthwaite forward, pushes it away. Nice bright day here now, lots of cloud, but lots of blue sky as well, as this again an identical forward prod from the batsman. both long off and long on, deep now. Interesting to see how Douthwaite will play. Will he be selective, or will he think, well, we've got to try and get some runs? Interesting. 5 balls bowled, and they want to get Douthwaite down again against Revis because mid-wicket, no, he's just gone out to get a helmet. I thought he'd gone out. I thought, you're not going to give him one, surely. But no, we've got a very attacking field, a slip. There's a leg slip coming in and a short leg for Bess, who is not turning it and is not all that threatening, but he gets it into the mind of the batsman possibly that he is threatening. This figures a 1 for 56 in his 28th over. As he comes in to complete the over, down the leg side, and it's just pushed away, and that is a maiden over. 173 for 7, Douthwaite on 27, and Garvin has just arrived at the crease, and he will face Mr. Revis, who's got 4 wickets to his name and has bowled pretty well. He's been threatening. He's had plenty of lift from this pitch because he is, what shall we say, 6'5", would you say? 6'4", yeah, he's a big lad. Does he play rugby, I wonder?
Looking for a signing.
Now then,
what are you talking about? You've won your first game in the World Cup. What? Surely everything in the garden's rosy.
Lots of criticism of the referee in most papers this morning, which I have to agree with. Now then, this attacking field, and it'll be the bouncer barrage because there's a leg slip brought in now.
Yeah.
And Corbyn will have to weather the storm.
Trying to take the pitch out of the equation as Revis then comes in looking for a first 5-fer it would be for him in Championship cricket. That is way over the head of Garvin, and there you go. That's the difficulty in bowling it. If you just drag it a little bit too short, it looks like an easy leave and like you're wasting energy. And sometimes that can be the case where it goes on over after over and there's not one delivery. But when you've managed to get one right, as they did in the previous over with Kieran Carlson, then I suppose you've had a bit of success, and your skipper wants you to give it another crack. Rain is now falling here, which is not good news. That's a full-length delivery flicked through mid-wicket. Shan Masood will chase and slide after it, and they're going to get back for 2. 1 short, I think, is a... Did I see a 1 short signal there from Peter Hartley?
Well, they're giving him 2 on the scoreboard, and
he's
looking at...
Yeah,
no,
he's just looking over at the scorers.
Or is it looking at the other umpire, or is it just a passing shower? It hits 2 runs as yet. I think they're talking about going off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
quite a heavy shower.
2 deliveries into the 62nd. Off they go. We'll see if Garvin gets a run removed. At the moment he's on 2, but it looked to me as though he was signalling 1 short.
It was either that, as I mentioned, Jonathan, or looking to his mate, umpire Newell, and saying, I don't want to get soaked here, let's go in.
So there we go. 43 minutes of play.
I don't think it's serious, this.
And we've seen, what have we seen? 11.2 overs. But that's the first break of the day. Chris Waters, well, shame on the Yorkshire Post rider, because he assured me out the back earlier today that was it. Once they were going to be on, there was no further rain forecast. I thought I'd seen
I drove up from
3 to 4 o'clock this afternoon it might rain again. I
drove up from the west, and I didn't see a drop of rain in it. As I was driving, behind me came this fresh, nice blue skies. So I would agree with Chris. I thought it would be a good day, but the sun is shining on Caerphilly Mountain the way to our left, which is rather strange. But I suppose, so the experts tell me, because a city like this has got so many tall buildings, don't ask me to explain, please. It draws the rain. Can you work that one out?
No. No, but here comes the hover cover. If you're after some signings, I mean, Welsh rugby must be in a parlour state if you can't find the great players of yesteryear. I remember growing up watching the JPRs and Phil Bennett's of this world.
Going back some years now where the system has changed. Don't start me on that, because I got enough to look at when I'm looking at these playing this season rather than talk rugby. But no, it was a good win, obviously, but they were a little bit fortunate. But what you've got to credit them is they defended 275 with their tackling. 240 tackles. And the referee was a bit lenient with them, but there you are, you just play. I didn't agree with Mr. Bigger's comments, especially to George North, man who's played over 100 internationals. If I was George North, I would have replied in some manner to him. You play your game and just mind your own business. Let me play mine. You're not the captain of the side. But it seemed to work, and he was man of the match.
Who do they play next?
Yeah, they've got a rather easy game, Portugal.
I hope they don't lose that then, having said that.
I wouldn't have thought so. Australia will be a bit difficult. I don't think Georgia will be. But Australia is the big one now. Could they meet England then in the... Oh, that'll be fun again. England-Wales.
Shades of, what was it, the quarter-final in 2003? Sydney, or has that been erased from memory?
2015.
I did a World Cup.
What happened in 2015?
Out in France, and I remember Wales played Spain. It's either Spain or Portugal, which is a 70-point romp. Absolutely scorching weather. I can't quite remember the year. Would that be early 91? I can't remember really.
So what was your first international? When did you first come and watch down here? An international, Ed?
What, commentate?
Yeah, what? No, just watch. Yeah, maybe you...
Oh, I came as a kid to the Old Man for, I was about 10, 11.
Who would have been playing then on your debut as a spectator?
My debut as a spectator, probably the end of the early 60s. Cliff Morgan had finished then, and the great side were just getting together. But my first international was Wales against, lovely words to describe, Japan.
All right.
So even at that early stage in my broadcasting career, I decided that it would go. Japan have it goes across the field to the inside centre to the wing, John Makamata or whatever, and you try and pronounce all of it. By the time you get one word out, the ball is the other side of the field.
Yeah, I've got to say, my first international commentating on rugby league was at the old Hull ground, the Boulevard, and I was with a guy called Terry Crook, who had played and coached rugby league himself, but was a regular commentator at the time, and when Lee Crooks, who of course had played for Great Britain and was a former Hull FC player. The drill was that Lee was going to summarise for the whole 80 minutes, and Terry and I were going to do 20 minutes commentary in each half. And I remember the team sheets coming out, and I mentioned a couple of names. There was a guy called Laurent Freycinet who played for France, and Terry looked at me and he said, "You're doing all right with that. I can't see France getting ball much when I'm commentating."
Yes, you have a lot of prep work to do, but I started off like you did with 20 minutes each, which, and Nick's first rugby international he did with me. I remember him starting, and of course when I went cricket correspondent then and finished doing the rugby, I left it to Nick. But yes, we had some good games. I can remember. I did about 90 of them in all.
Do you have a preference,
rugby.
This or that?
Yes, this, because it's more leisurely, it's all day, and as you well know, it's a blur, isn't it, Rugby International?
It is, but I think, for me, just a good game of anything is great to commentate on. A rugby league game, I've done union internationals as well, but league games, when there's a real atmosphere there that you draw upon in the crowd and all of that, and the ball's flying around and the ball's in play a lot, and there's some big tackles and all of that. That's a great buzz to do. But then again, this is with all, we just talked about the stoppages in play because of the field changes and all that, and it's kind of the intrigue sometimes. We had a great game against Northamptonshire that Yorkshire won by 1 run a couple of seasons ago at Headingley. To get a game that goes 4 days and all the twists and turns, and then to come up with something like that and to try and find the right words at the end of it. And also, you know, great to do.
Well, you obviously know that this is my preference in any sort of, you know, the competitions. I did like the system some years ago when you had the Benson and Hedges at the start of the season, which got everybody involved, and then halfway through had the Gillette. That was a 50-over competition. Now I'm afraid that I'm not, probably Gage, I'm not a huge supporter of the one-day stuff. I enjoy the T20, but I'm afraid that it's getting far too much. And news of Yorkshire possibly getting taken over with the Indian Royal Rajasthans. I just can't believe what I'm reading half the time, and they're going to get involved in our cricket. You can call me a bit of a prude, but I like to look back and think, you know, goodness me, what's the game coming to? But I suppose that's the way of the world, and money is involved.
Yeah, the commercial dollar is more or less everything, isn't it? There's 2 tractors are dragging, the noise you can hear affects
in no time.
Yeah, they're dragging the rope around. Peter Hartley and Mark Newell are asking the players to come back out, and in fact nobody seems to be that keen on doing so. Nobody's emerged yet.
What's the point of going off?
From the dressing rooms. So they've been off for what, 8 minutes? Sharp little shower. But the umpires want them back out pronto to crack on.
Yeah, we should be up and going, I think, in about 5 or 6 minutes. So we'll talk with you about what's going on. Middlesex Cricket Club have had problems. I'm reading this morning that their financial problems, and they've been dealt with as Durham were dealt with, of course, some years ago, and a huge fine. They have to pay 15,000, and then the rest of the money will be held and suspended for 2 years. So when you think, Jonathan, that Middlesex at the home of cricket is in this position, but of course, as they always say, it's the MCC that owns Lords, so Middlesex have their hands tied behind their back. But it's a sad indication of that famous club going into such problems, as of course Yorkshire have experienced. I'm not going to start into that, of course, but that does show the problem in cricket.
So here come the Yorkshire fielders and the Glamorgan batters back out. Delay, well, by the time they get going again, it's going to be probably 11 or 12 minutes, which will be 3 or 4 overs. Okay, 11:55 a.m. resumption, and 3 overs lost, as you may have heard from Dr. Hignell on the PA. So did half of Cardiff, says Nick, who's sitting behind.
That's absolutely true, because I've stayed once or twice in the hotel across the road, and I'm walking down. I've just got through the gate, and I know exactly what's happening because you can hear it.
I was saying to Nick earlier, his announcements are very clear by comparison to some around some of the grounds, even with the echo, given that there's not that many people here, and it sort of almost sounds like he's standing, you know, in front of the church on a Sunday morning, and you can almost imagine him saying, you know, welcome to Mr. and Mrs. Jones over there and their daughter, whoever, and lovely to see that you're with child, you know, sort of, you know.
With child.
And as Nick said, and now let's turn to hymn number 88, Dan Douthwaite.
Yes. Very good.
So Matthew Revis, Psalm 77 perhaps, is going to bowl from this Cathedral Road end
reading
again.
the lesson is Jonathan Doyle. The first lesson.
Yeah. And Bishop Ed Bevan alongside.
Quite call me, I haven't been elevated to that yet.
So 175 for 7, 4 to come in this 62nd over. Here is Revis bangs it in short, and Gorvin is well underneath that one. So the field, for those who can't see this, we've got George Hill at leg slip. We've got Finlay Bean at fourth slip come gully, Jordan Thompson at point, Ben Code on the wicket ends at shortish extra cover, Sham Masood is at more regulation mid-on. Adam Lythe was in the leg side and has now been moved as I'm speaking back to slip. George Hill has now been taken out of leg slip and comes into a catching position at short mid-wicket, 3 strips away from the straight. James Wharton remains under the lid at short leg. Don Best backward of square leg in the deep, and Ben Cliff at long leg, and Revis's latest delivery is just patted back by Gorvin, who didn't have a run removed, so it must have been other signals with regard to the rain, as Ed was suggesting. That to the struck through the onside counted.
I wouldn't bowl at the moment. Best, I think a bigger threat is Ben Code or George Hill from the other end, because he hasn't really threatened, has he?
Apart from the wicket he got of Kieran Carlson, of course.
No, I'm talking
short
about
ball here
Best.
from Revis. That's dropped into the offside. No run.
Best,
Yeah, sorry, the other end. Yeah, he's not, has he? So far this morning.
Because Code is a very useful bowler, hasn't conceded many runs. Well, neither any. And you've got Thompson as well, Cliff, and Hill. You've got plenty of options there, because if you've been there as long as Douthwaite has, you basically know what Don Best is bowling and his variations. And it's such a slow pitch that it's not going to turn square at you.
Revis to Gorvin, who flicks off the legs. It's in the air for a moment, but past the right hand of James Wharton. Don Best feels they get 1 to complete that 62nd over. Gorvin on 3, 176 for 7. I'll just say one word to you, Ed. Bearing in mind all that you've just been saying about how long you've been watching sport and all of that, this is probably like a foreign language to you, but workloads.
Workloads. There was one FS Truman who used to bowl 1,300 overs a season. Of course, they weren't one-day internationals and one-day cricket then, but
they were marvellous, magnificent overs. Wonderful.
I was the quickest.
Bess is going to continue. So
all unchanged, isn't he?
Yeah, he's workload-wise, he's got 20 through 23, but Ben Code has bowled 8 so far in the innings, Jordan Thompson 9, Ben Cliff 8, Matthew Revis now 11, so you'd think he's going to be coming towards the end of his spell this morning anyway, reasonably soon. George Hill just 3 overs in the Glamorgan first innings so far, and again we've got another interesting field set here as Bess is preparing to bowl to Gorvin.
A silly point and a short leg. Here's Bess coming up and bowls to Gorvin, who goes back and cuts backward of a square, which is rather a dangerous shot. That's how Northeast got into a bit of a muddle and was bowled. Whether he had an inside edge, you don't know. But it hit the off stump. The off spin of Bess comes up again, and Gorvin just watches that pass outside the off stump, taken by Johnny Tattersall. Bess bowls. Oh, be careful, Mr. Gorvin, because he left that, and you've got the off spin that comes into the right hander. You've got to be very careful. That it, I wouldn't be surprised if he might just try one and turn it, and this time it beats him outside the off stump with the arm ball. So Bess having misjusted there, perhaps he might have a rest, is causing problems already for Gorvin. And he comes again, no runs off this over so far, and bowls. Well, 4 byes, but Gorvin again didn't know much about that as it went through. Tattersall didn't know a lot about it. 4 to the total, and the score moves on to 180 for 7.
A daisy cutter, I think it was.
Oh, was it once? Yeah, 180. Yeah. I think the answer here is to get forward, young man.
Come on, Andy, listen to your Uncle Ed.
Yeah. That's when Illingworth used to bowl for Yorkshire, and Fred was at sort of short leg. He said, "Get them playing forward, Raymond." As you can imagine, I'm a great follower of Yorkshire cricket and read a lot of books. And terrific book by our pal who's here today, Chris Waters, on Fred. Did you read it?
Yep.
It was a fabulous book. And he was a terrific bowler and a terrific character, FS.
Yeah. Into that 180 for 7, Douthwaite 27, Gorvin 3, Revis at the end of his run. Overrate got to be in serious danger of coming right back down the way that the length of time they've taken to get through these overs so far today. 12 minutes lost, so 48 minutes played, and
it's taken a long time to place the field, haven't they, as well?
yeah, 48 minutes played. They've bowled 13 overs, including 7 of those from Don Bess. Now Finlay Bean's just strapped on some shin pads. He's not gone in front of the wicket though. He's
doesn't need them there unless he's just putting them on there and he's moving.
Yeah, staying at gully, but presumably going to come in front of the bat at some point.
Yes,
I would imagine. Revis then round the wicket, bangs one in short at Douthwaite, who's back and across and playing that with a respectful straight blade.
Well, he must be thinking, you know, that is his favourite shot, to have a belt on over mid-wicket cow corner, but he must be thinking, well, do I die in the hole here, or do I try and play a few shots? And if I get out, I will look rather foolish. He's been on 27 for some time. It's a good battle.
Revis then in again, past umpire Hartley, another ball short of length and just dropped into the offside, where Ben Code does a few flexes at the knee, a few stretches really, as he's on his way around to field it. I wouldn't think it'd be too long before they look to him to try and move things on in this Glamorgan first innings. Still 320 behind, and they'd love to wrap it up pretty quickly in that sense. Give themselves plenty of runs to play with second time around, if they enforce the follow on. You can't see why they wouldn't at this moment in time. Revis in again. Ooh, now then, that's a good short ball. Douthwaite not sure what he's doing in playing it. Revis not so far from getting down there, turning and running him out at the non-striking end.
He could have
had
through
for one.
A man on, you know, silly point, and that would have been straight and plopped into his hands.
But the difference there is just a little shorter, maybe just a little quicker as well. It's an effort ball, isn't it? And it really does climb. He's got it right off the Gray Nichols red sticker on the splice of his bat, dropped into the offside. There's a yes-no
interlude.
Wait and let's go. And Gorvin called him through, and they got there in the end.
Might as well have, sorry.
3 to come in the over. Revis into Gorvin then. Short. Gorvin being the shorter of the two. He's finding it easier to duck under these Revis short deliveries and gets down very low.
You're not expecting Gorvin to drive past mid-off. You've got a mid-off there. You might as well send him up and put him at silly point.
Yeah, leg slip back in place. Gully point.
And then
short extra cover. Masood's closing in a little at mid-on towards the wicket ends. Short leg. And then over short leg shoulder, Adam Lythe is not so far away from the bat. Oh, chance here down the leg side. George Hill's got his hand to it.
Pad,
it's hit the deck. Is it pad? It is pad. So it wasn't a dropped catch.
Did you watch, as we're talking about different sports, the Wales-Latvia match last night?
I didn't watch it, no.
I saw the most horrendous tackle I've seen in years. Nick is saying he agrees. I've never seen anything like it. And the referee just gave a yellow card. He was referred to the television at the halfway line to think what he thought again, and he said, no. He was absolutely chopped and kicked hard on the knee. Well, beggared belief.
Revis in. Oh, short ball hits Douthwaite and balloons up to Tattersall, who feigns the glory of a catch, but that's the end of the over. 182 for 7. So you mean it really? It was like a 70s tackle where nobody ever got yellow carded.
Absolutely. He came across and just chopped this lad down. I thought he could easily have broken his knee. Oh. Anyway, Wales got the win they wanted. They weren't hugely impressive, but there we are. What's on tonight then? Oh, it's England-Scotland tonight. Isn't it? Plenty of sport this week. Friendly. The two friendly, yeah, can you imagine that? The two batsmen conversed. Bess is going to continue, and he'll be bowling to Gorvin, who is on 3, and the score is 182 for 7. If you've just joined us, welcome. We started here at 11 o'clock, so we've been going for an hour and 5 as in comes Bess and bowls. He doesn't quite get forward, he just dabs it away, this Gorvin. And during that time, Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan captain, top scorer, was out for 64. Douthwaite is on 28, and Andy Gorvin is facing Dom Bess, and he comes down. Well, he has cleared. He's a little bit fortunate. Long on had been brought up to mid-on, and Gorvin noticed that and probably got a little bit fed up at pushing and prodding, and tried to hit him over the top. Well, he did hit him over the top, but had the man at long on, if he was standing where he is now, he'd have been in business. And Bess has told him, you stay there now. But horse bolted and all that. He gets 2 runs, and the next ball he does push forward as the score moves on to 184 for 7. Douthwaite is on 28, and Gorvin now is on 5.
I mentioned some of those old England-Scotland internationals. Remember the home internationals back in the day?
Let's do this. Oh. Pulled the crossbar down and everything went. Dom Bess in and bowls to Gorvin. Gorvin goes forward and pushes it to the man at City Point. 1 for 56 as we approach the end of his 25th over. And a good long bowl, that's what spinners like. Here he is, bowl to Gorvin again. Gorvin goes on the back foot and pushes it out to cover. That is end of the over. 184 for 7.
My old boss reckoned he was one of those on the crossbar at Wembley in 1977 after Scotland had beaten England. Was it 2-1, 3-1, something like that?
Yeah. Was he?
And well, you can see the footage, but you can't tell who's who, can you? All you can see is a load of people wearing tartan tartan headwear with orange hair.
Where's this game tonight? I forgot. Is it home or away for England, or is it? I'm not sure. It might be in Scotland. Yeah, I think it is.
Probably. Got to give him some advantage. As Revis is in, it's round the wicket. Douthwaite ducks underneath. Another short delivery. Same field as Revis had to him in his previous over, so they're continuing with Matthew Revis.
Do you think that Revis is good enough? I do. To bowl normally. You know what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, he is, and he's shown us that.
You know, and why?
But this is clearly the tactic that they want to go with, and he's the bowler to do this because he's got the height and he can bang it in at 80. And he's shown already today with that one delivery that was absolutely spot on that he can take wickets with it. It's a lot of effort and energy to keep doing it. As Douthwaite then gets a ball that probably didn't feel like as much of an effort ball, and he's easily pushed it up to Shan Masood for a single.
Well, Douthwaite's going to take advantage of this come in as a concussion substitute because he's trying to prove a point, and he wasn't, you know, I can't make out a man who scores 100 in the second team match last week, and Glamorgan so short of talented players, they sort of left him out and played Andy Gorvin. And he's going to say, well, yeah, just have a look at me and do my best.
Revis in again. Gorvin turns that in front of square. James Wharton out of short leg to field. But, I mean, you know, looking at Matthew Revis's spell overall, he's taken 4 wickets. His dismissal of Eddie Byram wasn't a particularly short ball. It was just short of length, wasn't it? And he drove at one on the up. Yeah, it was a short. Yeah, it was a short ball. That was a short ball. And then obviously Chris Cooks wasn't LBW. So 2 from short balls and 2 from not obvious short deliveries. As Garvin has a flick at one down the leg side here through to Tattersall, but misses it fortunately for him. And there's no run. So 4 for 32 so far for Matthew Revis, but barring the 12-minute rain interruption, he's bowled, well, for an hour of actual play this morning, thereabouts. Don't see it lasting too much longer, probably. 2 to come in his 13th. Here he is again, and Garvin over the top of that. Finley Bean, who's gone in with those shin pads on and now a helmet at silly mid off, does the fielding.
Well, at 100 for 6 yesterday, there were thoughts that it could have been 130 all out, but they battled away thanks to Carlson and Douthwaite, who put on that partnership of 73. And there's some obdurate batting now from Garvin, who's in there with Douthwaite.
Revis in, and Garvin solidly behind it. He's unmoved at the end of the over. At which point Glamorgan are 185 for 7, still 315 runs behind. A reminder they need to get to 351 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on should Yorkshire wish to do that.
Which surely they would do.
You would think so, but
tomorrow is a lovely day.
You never like to make assumptions in cricket, Ed.
No, you don't. It's the worst thing that can happen, especially if you're a cricket commentator.
Come in, Jonathan.
Nick has ordered Jonathan to remove himself from his desk, and he will come in to join me as Best starts a new over and bowls, and Douthwaite just pushes it gently back down the pitch.
Well, if I finish my cough, it probably means I've been off long enough.
This is pitched a little bit short, and Douthwaite makes room and pushes it away to the offside, and there's no run. Morning, no, it's like yesterday, just past
Just
noon.
about morning, yeah, afternoon, yeah, just.
This is clipped, turns his wrists from Douthwaite down to long on for a single. The man blocking the big hit. They probably didn't expect Garvin to loft that in the last over. That's why he was up in the orthodox position, and he's about, what is he, quarter of the way back now. Over, that's an edge, and that's going to go down. I don't think it'll go for 4 because we had some rain during the night. It slows up now. They're back 4-2, and they'll be happy with that. And that was runs for Mr. Garvin. Moves on to 7.
Yeah, his innings this season: 0, 12, 2 not out, and 20.
Bess again from the river end bowls, and Garvin plays it square, just backward of a square. He'll think possibly of a second. Yes, he's coming back, and the fielder there slips and goes flying on the damp turf.
Andy Garvin, born in Hampshire, but Welsh heritage through his father's side.
He waits, and this time pushes forward to end another over from Dom Bess, who has now bowled 26 overs, 1 for 41. He's certainly tying an end, not taking wickets. 190 for 7. And Glamorgan a long way of gaining their first batting point, and they didn't get a batting point in the last game either.
No, bundled out twice for under 200 at Worcester, which was a more variable batting surface, and this isn't as easy at the moment as Yorkshire made it look, or as Shan Masood made it look in particular. Brave decision to bat first, and it paid off for Masood and Yorkshire. Revis then, from this Cathedral Road end, we're looking right over his run-up as he's in to bowl to Douthwaite. Shorter delivery, defended on the onside by Douthwaite, who thinks about a single but sees the bowler quickly across to his right to field.
And he has brought this man in now, Nick, at a silly point, or silly mid off in front of the bat, where he popped one up in the last over. There's no one there.
Well, Yorkshire have got a lot of runs to play with. It's raining again.
This shower.
As Revis is in to Douthwaite. Ooh, that one popped a little bit as well, but it was wide of short leg. And they're asking for more fielders in close, maybe. Another helmet needed. That one lobbed up rather off Douthwaite's bat, but he
be off in a minute, Nick.
Managed to play it dead bat enough so that it didn't carry to any of the close fielders, and Douthwaite and Gorvin are marching off with the first indication from the umpires. Gorvin tucks his bat underneath his arm and says that's quite enough. So Glamorgan only lost 1 wicket between the showers this morning. We had a late start at 11 o'clock. They've lost the wicket of Kieran Carlson, who was caught by Wharton off Revis, fending to short leg. There's a good dismissal from the Yorkshire bowler, who has 4 for 32 to his credit. But we are now going to get another interruption, as it is a medium strength shower, I'd say, but we're going to get the hover cover on.
Oh, then 12:15. Would they perhaps think of
early luncheon?
12:30, as it should
back to 12:30 again. Well, in these circumstances, I think it depends slightly on the catering to see if the players' lunch is actually ready.
Ours won't be.
We'll be starving. I don't think there's any danger of me starving. So, yeah, let's have a look at scores elsewhere while we're waiting to see how serious or otherwise this interruption is. England women won the first ODI against Sri Lanka. The second one is about to start at Northampton, although they've had rain around there. In the men's game, India against Sri Lanka in the Asia Cup. India 122 for 3 in the 24th over. Rohit Sharma, the skipper, made 53. All 3 wickets to Dunath Welalange for Sri Lanka.
Well done.
South Africa against Australia at Potchefstroom. South Africa batting first, 8 without loss after 3 overs. Glamorgan's Marnus Labuschagne is involved in that game after his recent fine form. Division 1 of the County Championship, Kent against Notts. Notts bowled out for 265 with 4 wickets on loan debut for Aaron Nijar. Notts made to follow on 11 for naught, 170 runs behind. They're at lunch at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are 132 for 3, looking to take control of that match against struggling Middlesex, 194 all out. Middlesex with financial problems and problems on the field as well this season. It'll be either they or Kent who will come down, and if Kent win that match against Notts, it seems likely, it could well be trips back to North London for Glamorgan and Yorkshire supporters. Indeed, they're both well, it depends where Middlesex are hosting. Really. We had a game at Lord's last season where Glamorgan were playing Middlesex, and Glamorgan played very poorly in it, unfortunately, but it's always good to visit there. Not quite so thrilled with the prospect of 4 days at Radlett or Northwoods, to be honest. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 142 for 4 in reply to Northants 250 all out. Northants look fairly doomed, and they're off at the moment at Edgbaston. They're at lunch at Bristol, where Derbyshire reached 261 for 6 in reply to Gloucestershire's 377, so fairly even match there. Zafar Goaz claimed 3 wickets for glorious Gloucesters. Derbyshire are the final visitors here to Sophia Gardens, and Sussex continue to pile on the runs. No huge scores in their second innings, but they're so far ahead now. 477 ahead of Leicestershire with 2 wickets remaining, 323 for 8.
Yeah.
Well, they've got so much time, Sussex, to win that game, and of course Leicestershire host Yorkshire next week, so they may well be in a fairly depressed state after that particular performance. It looks as though the rain has stopped for the time being. We're having an display of synchronised tractor driving. In other words, they're running the rope around the outfield.
I know Durham have got to come to New Road in the next match, or whatever it is. I think if somebody said, who do you think's going to go up, you would say Worcester?
Yeah, as things stand, Leicestershire look to be blowing their match in hand, so...
Sussex are basically out of it.
Yep.
Glamorgan are completely out of it.
After the last 2 days, yes.
And Worcester. It's a great effort, you know, when you think that they're losing 2 of their...
They're losing
best,
5 players.
5, as you say, in all.
Yeah.
They have recruited well, though.
Yes.
Signing of weight has been good for them.
Yes, they've got Rob Jones from Lancashire,
solid player,
Ethan Brooks, the young Warwickshire all-rounder, and Tom Taylor from Northants. So 5 out, 3 in at Worcester. They don't seem to be able to
do you think
retain
Glamorgan
players.
Will mention who's leaving, who's not, any new signings, what's the overseas position?
It would be nice to know, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because we've got a few minutes here. Let's look now. Do you think Byron and Ul Hassan will be striding out next April to open the batting? That's
seems the most likely thing at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Byram is on contract. Ul Hassan, you would presume, would be given his an extension on his rookie deal. Although he's had 3 low scores in a row now, he did battle away for long periods in the middle block of the season and has probably done enough. Ingram, North East, Carlson, Root, Cook, Douthwaite, all still with Glamorgan next season. Harris is signed up as well. Gorvin, here a new contract is in the offing, and McElroy, no doubt, is one of the most improved players of this season. We're about to get a resumption, by the way, in a couple of moments once they've got the hover cover off.
Callaway's bound to be retained.
Callaway,
offered, yeah,
another rookie deal presumably, or maybe a bit better than a rookie deal.
But having said that, this needs to be strengthened. This side has to be strengthened. Let's make no bones about it. Otherwise, you're just going to be their mid or lower tail next year, the year after, and doing nothing in one-day cricket.
Yes, with the departure of David Lloyd and Andrew Salter, you would have thought that would free up a bit of money from 2 experienced players, so that there ought to be the budget for, if available, experienced signings. But another domestic fast bowler would be good if they can find someone of decent quality. And Nisa, well, you have to look, I suppose, at the Australian schedule before committing yourself to Nisa, but he's been so good when he has been playing. The problem has been that it was only basically for the first block of the season and for one in the middle.
And the most important, if you are competing, is September. Very, very important time. And you see the other counties, loads of them have signed players who have made an impression. When Glamorgan signed Shupman Gill last year, he's quickly showed that he was a class player. But sadly, there has been no talk of anybody this year.
Well, efforts were made, weren't they? It was said at the forum they were close to signing a South African bowler, but that didn't come about.
Now, who was that, I wonder?
Never got a name on that one.
So we will just have to wait and see and hope that you know, you can look back over the years, you see some signings that Glamorgan have made. I'm going back, Alan Butcher was a wonderful signing.
Absolutely.
And then you had Colin Metson, probably one of the West, not the greatest batsman in the world, but one of the best, certainly one of the best wicket keepers in the country. But that's the sort of signing you'd like. Another 2 overs lost there.
Yeah, these they don't seem to be ticking many overs off on the duration of the breaks, do they? We've only lost 5.
5 this morning, yeah.
Probably been off the field for more than 20 minutes, you would have thought. Anyhow, we are heading for lunch at 1300 hours, so Glamorgan have 35 minutes to try and survive and take further time out of this game, because it is a long time to survive in the second innings when you're 310 runs still behind. But we might get to a stage where time is part of the equation.
Well, the forecast today, this afternoon, is pretty good. It's very good for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And all things being equal, you would say you get very good odds on Yorkshire winning this game, gaining maximum points. Sadly, Glamorgan, from Welsh perspective, will pick up just 2 points, because they've got to get another 60 here just to get the first batting point.
And the vultures are gathering around Dan Douthwaite. The ball before the break, he popped it to a straightish silly mid-on position, and so there are 2 in close on the leg side and a silly point and a gully rather than a slip, as Revis steams in and bowls on leg stump, and Douthwaite defends it between the 2 short legs, and there is no run.
Notice Douthwaite is a very big pusher. He plays with hard hands, and that can be just a little bit fatal. You've got to wait the last minute, the rising ball, and just try and drop your wrists on it. And we saw that with Carlson, who pushed quite hard at it, and that happened. I think he might be thinking in this vacant area of Cow Corner before long.
As Revis bowls, short delivery, Douthwaite ducks underneath it. Well, he'll have to hit fairly straight, because there's a man at a deepish, squarish mid-wicket. There's all sorts of personnel on the leg side. In fact, it's a 6-3 leg side field. So you can tell where Revis is bowling. Around the wicket, 2 short legs, a fine leg, a backward square leg close to the ropes, a square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on.
It's a 7-2 field, isn't it?
Oh, it's 7-2, yeah. I thought it was, yeah, sorry. 7-2 as another bowl goes through with no...
You're not going to get much outside the off-stump here. Very unusual to see 7.
Well, yeah, I can't remember seeing 7 on the leg side.
You can't have a leg slip now, because it'll be 3 behind square.
They've got the maximum 2 in the deep. Might be better employed having a leg slip than the man at fine leg, to be honest. As Revis comes over the wicket now to bowl to Douthwaite, and bowls down leg side. Douthwaite plays no shot. There's nothing to do with it. And Douthwaite needs to keep on concentrating and just divide this time up into little blocks, get through the next quarter of an hour, get through till lunchtime, and keep your bat out of the way of anything short down leg side.
Masood knows that he's got bags of time. He's obviously looked at the weather forecast, bags of time. If this was the final day, I suspect he would have changed the bowling and tried other tactics, because I mentioned about 20 minutes ago that, and I'll probably put the kiss of death on the batsman, that he hasn't been at all threatening the man who's about to bowl now, Dom Bess, as he bowls his first ball to Govin and pushes forward. He's doing a containing job, but he has the bowlers, some good pace bowlers to try and ruffle the batsman, but he's relying on Bess, who bowls that next ball and is just pushed to the captain, who's feeling in... I think that's him, isn't it? Bat pad.
No, Masood's up at mid-off still.
Yes, I very like those two. That's short and cut away. There'll be runs here for Govin. He's been waiting for that. They cross for 1, for 2. Is he going to for 4? They'll get a third.
No, they won't.
Poor running. They walked a third, really, but I suppose they're thinking, well, minimum risk here. 192 for 7, and Douthwaite moves on. He is 30. 2 more runs to go. He moves on to 11.
Maybe they're happy with the way round these batters are. Gorvin playing Bess.
Next ball is blocked by Gorvin.
And he bats top order in Premier Club cricket, doesn't he, for St Fagans? So he should have the technique. Obviously, this is a much higher standard.
Leg slip has come in to say good morning to him. Gives that a tweak to his best, but no appreciable turn is just pushed away. Leg slip, short leg, slip.
Yeah, might as well complete the square and have 4 round the bat.
And this time it's a 6-3 field at the onside, and he's coming round the wicket to the right-hander, which is a little bit odd when you haven't got appreciable turn, but he might just be varying his flight and trying to bowl the arm ball. But this is outside the leg stump and is played away to mid-wicket. End of over. 192 for 7-11 to go in, and Douthwaite, who's been patient and making the most of his opportunity to play championship cricket, is the 3rd top scorer after 64 from Carlson, and Byram's 40. He is on 30 not out, and you're listening to us here in BBC Wales, Radio Wales, and various outlets in Yorkshire, BBC Leeds, and the side.
Yeah, Jonathan's represented a lot. He will be back in due course as Yorkshire make their first bowling change of the morning, which is not as extreme as it sounds, because we've had a couple of rain breaks taking around about 25 minutes out of the schedule. And George Hill will come in from the Cathedral Road end. He bowled 3 overs, 0 for 10. He takes over from Matthew Revis.
And he's gone from 7-2 on the leg side to 5-4 on the offside.
All rather more conventional as Douthwaite settles and prepares to receive the first ball from Hill, which keeps a bit low, and Douthwaite does well to play forward and get everything in line and defend it back to the bowler. So signs that the pitch is providing a bit of variation in bounce with the bowling from the Cathedral Road end, the batter at the far end from us, because 1 or 2 spat a little bit earlier on, and that one didn't get up much as Douthwaite plays another firm defensive shot, this time to mid-off, and there is no run. So there are 2 slips. This is all rather more orthodox point cover. Mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket on the drive, deep square leg on the boundary away to our right next to the empty grandstand, and a fine leg. Hill is in. Bowls to Douthwaite, who defends again on the offside, this time to cover. And
there would have been some pessimists, I would have thought, and the way the Glamorgan were batting yesterday, would have thought, well, this is going to be another 2.5-day match. But there has been some resistance from Carlson and Douthwaite. I think we will go some way or another, although you never know with Glamorgan's batting into the 4th day. Still 71 overs left today.
As Hill is into Douthwaite, who drives firmly down the ground. Bowler gets a finger to it, but not enough to stop it going to the ropes. Just a little bit fuller from George Hill, and Douthwaite forward, nicely driving all along the ground. No risk. And it went for 4. Douthwaite has 34. It's 196 for 7. Dan Douthwaite has been used primarily as a limited overs player by Glamorgan. So having to discipline himself as Hill bowls, and this is nicely deflected away between gully and point, and they'll be back for a couple of runs. Douthwaite to 36, 198 for 7. Just looking to see how many first-class games Douthwaite has played for Glamorgan. It's rather more than I thought. It's 28th game in red ball cricket for Glamorgan.
No, I thought he'd played more.
Well, that's over 4 seasons. Yeah. As he's forward defending up to mid-off. 6 runs off George Hill's first over of the spell. Glamorgan 198 for 7. The 1 wicket for Yorkshire this morning. Carlson caught Wharton, bowled Ravis for 64, and to be fair to both parties, Carlson was got out by Ravis, wasn't he? It was a nicely directed, just back of a length ball that Carlson couldn't control off his hip.
And as a small man, it was a bit more difficult for him to play. Douthwaite being there. Going back to Douthwaite, when he is going, he is a furious hitter. He hits it a very long way. I'm sure, and you probably know when he got that 100, when he made his debut at this ground for the universities years ago. It will be, again, best to bowl to Gorvin, and this time is pushed away on the offside.
Highest Glamorgan score 96.
Gorvin just defending at this end against Dom Bess, who fields to his own bowling. As Gorvin drives. There's a man lurking there at halfway back mid-on where that ball landed a couple of overs ago. Surely Gorvin won't attempt that again. Round the wicket he's coming, Bess, and again it's blocked.
Yeah, Gorvin will be just trying to get into a pattern here, routine. Bess trying to disrupt it by moving leg slip now to silly mid-on.
Up he comes, the off-spinner bowls, just nudged away. Lithe says, you field to the man coming from backward point. I'm an experienced pro, you know, I'm the senior pro. You do it. Bess goes a little bit wide of the crease there, and he started running down the pitch there, but just got his back down it. Stay at home, young man. You don't want to go doing those things. Gorvin in bowls. Bess in bowls, and Gorvin just dabs it away. And another minute and a half over. 198 for 7.
Plays defensively with quite soft hands, doesn't he, Gorvin? Yes. So that may assist his chances of not spooning the ball up to any of those close fielders. He's got 11 of 39 deliveries. Douthwaite 36 off 121, which must be one of his slowest efforts in Glamorgan's shirt. But very welcome nonetheless if he can hang around, chip away, and even if Glamorgan don't stand much chance of avoiding the follow-on, any time he can take out the game, any runs, maybe a bonus point, all welcome for Glamorgan. Hill is bowling to Douthwaite, and the first ball is over the keeper's head, and that'll run away for 4 byes or no balls. No ball for height, so that becomes 6, doesn't it?
Yeah. Should do.
Yes, that was a little harsh on
next year, Nick, I'll have to catch up on all the rules.
Little harsh on height, wasn't it? That wasn't too far over. It was fairly close to Douthwaite's helmet. Yeah. Keeper got a hand to it, but no more. 6 onto the score. Hill bowls. Oh, that one's taken off. And that is well taken by Tattersall, who had one that bounced from short of a length the ball before. And that one took off from a much fuller length and has been taken head high by Tattersall. It jagged back a little bit, so Douthwaite did really well to not get a glove on that one. Oh dear. Hill seems to be finding a few spots now as that one is angled in full of length. Douthwaite defending it.
I was impressed by Hill yesterday, and I was telling Jonathan I thought he might have just come on a little bit earlier because he's bowled straight, he's got pace, and good, very good bowler is George Hill.
Yeah, just
hasn't taken a huge amount of
13 wickets at 39 coming into this game.
Good battle going on here.
It is. Hill is belying his stats. He's looking threatening, and Douthwaite is defending that one up on his toes to make sure he gets on top of it, and a bit of sunshine illuminates Sophia Gardens, much to the pleasure, no doubt, of the several dozen yellow-shirted school kids who will be dashing on to the outfield to play a bit of quick cricket, I expect, having formed the guard of honour for the teams. As Hill into bowl, glanced by Douthwaite, slightly uncertainly down to fine leg for a single. Was playing slightly across the line there, and relieved to get a bat on it.
Dean Kosker, the former Glamorgan spinner, is the match referee, and I was asking him because I just thought that if you bowl more than 2 bounces in an over, you can't bowl any more. But it's all change, he said, and it's so much. I lost him, to be honest. If you bowl this, then it's so much away from his head. And
Hill in bowls full length, tucked off his legs by Gorvin nicely, and will pick up a couple of runs down towards backward square. 207 for 7.
Well, these are put on 34 useful runs, and showing the upper order batsman just how it's done.
Yeah, I just wonder if there was a bit of a mental element. They tend to say no, but when you go out to bat and there's 500 on the board for the opposition.
He'd been out there for a day and a half.
That's down leg side, and Gorvin looked to turn it away. Keeper got a glove to it, Tattersall. They've gone through for a single, but there was no contact with the glove on the way through. And they take a bye, 208 for 7 at the end of the over. The Women's International England-Sri Lanka has been delayed, but they have had a toss at Northampton. England have put Sri Lanka into bat. England 1-0 up in that ODI series after, very surprisingly, losing the T20 series.
Yeah, watch that last game at Derby. That was a big surprise. Well, I'm rather surprised that Mr. Bess is still bowling, but there we are. I'll probably be proved wrong as usual. First ball is played firmly, but it's intercepted at cover. There's no run. Bess has bowled unchanged since yesterday. Well, not throughout the night, of course, but you know what I mean. He comes round the wicket and bowls, and Gorvin is playing quite comfortably now. Said
Don't say things like that.
Said he. There he is again from the river end for the umpteenth time and bowls, and Gorvin is forward for the umpteenth time and pushes away in front of him.
Lunch at Hove, Sussex 336 for 8, leading Leicestershire by 490 runs.
In you come. Here's the next ball. It's short, done it. So, old coach once said to me, don't ever try and cut the off spinners until you've got 150. Gorvin has got 13. He tried to do that and was perilously close to nicking it to the keeper. That's better. He just guides this backward of square for 1, and they'll come back surely. Yes, they will. For 2 runs. So Gorvin playing his part here, just supporting the senior batsman, Douthwaite, as they try and get up to a score of some respectability. Dare we say that they're only 40 runs away, Nick, from a batting point?
Still a long way, though James Harris will be optimistic next in.
This is defended down to backward point. They go for a very quick single, and Douthwaite. That's a good call because he's a tall man. Doesn't take as long as the likes of Garvin or myself would, but he raced down there, and Garvin moves on to 16. Retains strike, 211 for 7.
Yeah, this gives Andy Garvin a new bowler to face, because it's been Douthwaite that's faced the majority of deliveries in recent overs from this Cathedral Road end. And the field for Garvin and for Hill includes one slip on a gully and a shortish mid-wicket as the catching players, as Garvin drives but with no real force. Up to Code at mid-off.
2.89 is 2.88 is the scoring rate, but St. Glamorgan are really concerned. They want to try and battle and just add and take time out of the game. But they've done pretty well.
A rearguard action so far. Can they get the remaining quarter of an hour till lunch? Hill probing for wickets. Garvin plays that one down into the backward point area. There's no run.
Dare we say that the pitch seems to be playing quite straightforward?
I don't know.
It's very nothing.
There's a bit of up and down, isn't there, from this end?
Minimal. Nothing there for the off spinner.
Not a lot of turn. It's their gentle turn, but it's one or two. The bounce has been variable outside off stump from the Cathedral Road end as Hill tries to find a spot, and Garvin gets solidly in behind it and defends it. There are not too many boundaries for those kids to get stuck into.
Listen, they'd rather be here, wouldn't they?
They'd rather be here than in the classroom, I'm sure, and I'm sure they'll enjoy running around on the outfield in the lunch break and trying to bash that plastic ball everywhere. Hill in bowls, short delivery down leg side. Garvin manages to get bat and gloves out of the way. Through it goes
now,
to Tassel.
Glamorgan have batted 74 overs already, and if they keep on batting obdurately as they're doing, take the steam out of the attack, and also the bowlers might be just maybe a little weary by the end of the first innings. Would they employ the follow-on? That's another thought.
Yeah, I think they would.
Oh, and I do.
Hill bowls, and he's beaten Garvin outside off stump. That one, I think, kept a bit low. Garvin played just inside it anyway. And Hill is asking questions now in this new spell. And that one, well, Garvin just didn't get quite to the pitch of it, and it missed off stump by a couple of inches. But we've only seen 3 bowlers, haven't we, so far this morning?
Yeah.
Is that right? We haven't seen Code, Thompson or Cliff.
This is the point I was making when you were outside this morning. That, I'm very surprised that they haven't got Code at bowling.
As Garvin plays one to backward point, and there's no run. He's out there. He's fielding at mid-off. Ben Code wearing 10. Everyone is present and correct in the Yorkshire 11, but Shan Masood, and he was able to give the bowlers a longer bowl because we didn't start until 11, and then we had a couple of rain delays of 10 to 15 minutes apiece.
You see, Bess hasn't troubled any of the batsmen to any degree. Okay, you've had a couple of rash shots coming from Garvin, where he's been trying to cut him or try and hit him over the top, but Douthwaite has played him extremely well. He hasn't taken the bait. As I say, that mid-on goes back another 10 yards and mid-off another 5 yards, and he'll want to stay there and carry on if he can after lunch. His best ball, the first ball of the over to Douthwaite, who uses that long reach of his to nullify any chance of turn. Here he comes again and goes to Douthwaite. Douthwaite plays an identical shot. To try and vary it, I'm sure Bess, bowl the one that drifts on with the arm, the quicker ball or whatever, as he comes and bowls, and this time it's shorter. bounces up a little bit at Douthwaite, who dabs it down. Looks as if we get another minute and a half over here from Bess. 29 points. This is his 30th over. On the trot, as they say. As he bowls, it brings Douthwaite forward. Initially thinks, since Corvin is backing up, it sends him back. Got a stopwatch on him, put the watch on him next over.
Okay.
In he comes and bowls. And this is not a rather ugly shot there from Douthwaite, who got a little bit of a tangle and yell from the bowler as he prepares the ball. His last ball for a maiden. And will he get a maiden? Yes, he will. This is pushed to mid on. Score remains at 211 for 7. Corvin is on 16. Douthwaite is on 41. And what's this partnership? 38?
Came together at 173. Yes, 38. Correct.
Useful after a partnership of 73 for the 7th wicket. So they put on over 100, these two wickets, 6th and 7th, which will please Glamorgan's culture. Showing fighting qualities, I think that's the way to describe it.
Hill to start a new over, bowling to Corvin, who's forward defending up to mid-off. And there's no run. Billy Root, the unluckiest of the top order, was given out, caught behind when the ball on the replays palpably came off the arm somewhere around the elbow rather than the glove. And since he was wearing a short sleeve shirt, maybe umpire Hartley might have done better with that one.
Thing to do is then rub your arm as you're going off and show it to the umpire. Look at that bruise on my arm.
Hill is in to bowl to Corvin, back of a length. Corvin does well, getting up on his toes and dead batting it down into the ground.
Attritional cricket, Nick, and this is what a lot of people like, including myself. Good old-fashioned county game with bowlers striving to get on top of the batsmen. Just scoring at 2.8 runs and over, denying them or doing their best to deny it. Some would not like it, some would like the hurly-burly, but there we are, everyone to his choice.
It's not Bazball, that's for sure. As Corvin turns one off his legs, Hill just straying towards leg stump and flicked comfortably down to fine leg for the single. 212 for 7. Corvin has 17. Douthwaite has 41, his highest score of the season, albeit it's only his 3rd game.
Yes.
As Hill is in to bowl, good length, Douthwaite forward defending, and there is no run. It would make balancing the Glamorgan Championship side a bit easier if Dan Douthwaite could win a regular place.
Yeah.
He's batting at 8, but could quite easily bat at 7 and potentially maybe at 6 if he were to step up. As that's down leg side from Hill, Corvin ignoring it.
You would not want either Chris Cook or Billy Root to go on at 8, would you?
No.
Down.
I'm just thinking in terms of people moving up the order to have Cook batting it.
And then if you drop Tawal Hassan and ask somebody else to open, perhaps northeast, then strange as it may seem, it could weaken the bowling the way things are at the moment.
Indeed. As that is driven by Douthwaite, but stopped by Hill in his follow-through. He had Lythe virtually next to him in his follow-through at a very short, very straight short mid-off. Lythe in that over. He was almost in danger of being barged over by the bowler in his follow-through. So 212 for 7.
You got that stopwatch ready, Nick?
Oh, yeah, well remembered.
We shall leave it to you as soon as he starts his run-up.
Okay.
Probably a couple of boundaries. Dom Bess yet again to bowl his 31st over, 1 for 66, and he's bowling to Andy Gorvin from the River End. First ball is defended and pushed back to Bess, who is already getting prepared to bowl his second ball. Just a quick turn. Up he comes and bowls, and this is driven up to mid. I thought going to mid-off. It's intercepted by Bess himself. Time is 5 to 1. We'll have a couple of overs at this rate. As Bess comes in, bowls to the right-handed Gorvin. Gorvin goes, drives again to short extra cover, and there's no run. 212 for 7, halfway through the over. Dom Bess is in and bowls to Gorvin. Gorvin watches that, and it must have been rather wide because it's rather dangerous to not play a shot to an off spinner.
He turned one to bowl northeast quite sharply.
Yeah. Bowls again, and Gorvin drives, and they will take one and think, and that's all they will do. And that'll take just a few seconds more than normal, but it's still a pretty good effort. Down comes Douthwaite, and he comes for the last ball of this over, 213 for 7. And bowls, and Douthwaite is forward, and the time is up, Mr. Webb.
1 minute 28 seconds.
You can't get it much quicker than that, can you?
And there was a single in there.
Yeah, too wide. If you'd pushed it back, it'd have been under a minute and 10. Here we are. Don't you dare take your lunch out to the middle and eat it. That's the thing they're telling us.
Hello, hello, hello. Adam Lyth.
Bit of off spin.
Well,
interesting.
That's a bit of a curveball from Hashan Masood in terms of bowling. Lyth will bowl his occasional spin.
Yeah, he's not the worst. I've seen him bowl quite a few times, Adam Lyth. Lunchtime over for him, but there will be another one.
As Lyth floats it up, and it's driven by Gorvin to cover, and there is no run. Well, presumably he'll try and hassle through and get another over after this, and Glamorgan might have to waste a bit of time as Gorvin plays the next ball to point.
Funny,
there's no run.
Bit of a square arm.
12:57 on the board, so unless there's a boundary, Yorkshire might sneak an extra one in. Gorvin drives at a wideish delivery. His nose are lighting up a bit, maybe. Gorvin thinking there's something a bit more hittable on offer after Bess's accuracy. Lyth bowls. That one is jabbed onto the boot by Gorvin. Rolls back down the wicket. 4 balls gone. Lyth's overs threatening to be even more rapidly delivered than Bess's, as that is a bit of turn from Lyth outside off stump. Gorvin watches it onto the bat carefully.
They want another over because he's sprinting back to his mark.
They're going to get one at this rate. Glamorgan haven't wasted time. Last ball of the Lyth over. Gorvin is forward defending. Yorkshire will hustle round, and they will get another over to be delivered by Dom Bess. I think Glamorgan might have made. I mean, it may sound
bootlace or something.
It may sound cynical, but yeah, if I were one of those batters that have felt the urgent need for a chat mid-wicket, and as you say, my bootlace is looking a bit loose, I'd better check that and
move the sides. Oh, I can't move the sides.
So last over before lunch, definitely.
Another minute and a half to go. 2-1-3 for 7 then. Credit to Douthwaite, he's played extremely well this morning. One has to admit he's reined in his attacking instincts and defended stoutly. As in comes Dom Bess for this last over before the interval. I don't think you'll see Douthwaite playing a few shots here. Survival is in his mind. The next ball, 150 it was overnight, 63 runs added, but we've had 2 breaks for precipitation. Best just tries to undo the batsman's concentration by swapping the fielders. Any bowls, and that's tapped back. I predict there won't be any runs in the next 3 balls. How about that? I'm going to close my book.
It is now 1 o'clock.
As Dom Best comes in and bowls again, and it's pushed back.
We've had 29 overs bowled this morning, which is a decent effort considering it's been probably about an hour and 40 minutes of play.
Thanks to this gentleman, Mr. Bess, who is bowling now the 5th ball of the over, and it's pushed back. 1 ball to go, and then we can all have a spot of dinner. Last ball of the over before Nick has his report ready, and bowls. And that's defended. End of the morning's play. It's 213 for 7. Gorvin is on 18. And Dan Dunthwaite is 41, Nick.
Thank you, Edward. Only wicket of the morning then for Yorkshire between the showers. Kieran Carlson caught it short leg off the bowling of Matt Revis for 64. That was with the score on 173. But these two have added 40 and resisted grittily everything the Yorkshire have thrown at them, but they have only used, apart from the 1 over from Lythe, Bess, Revis and Hill in the session. So we'll be back at 1:40 with commentary. An update for BBC Radio Wales follows fairly shortly.
We welcome onto the outfield the girls and boys from Bishop Charles Primary School, together with the Glamorgan community cricket coaches, who are going to be overseeing a display by the pupils of their quick cricketing skills during the lunch interval. I've got some latest scores where play has some of it possible elsewhere around the country. We started Edgbaston, where there's been...
At lunch on day 3, Glamorgan are 213 for 7 in reply to Yorkshire's 500 all-out. Glamorgan still in a heap of trouble, but they have resisted rather more grittily this morning, losing just 1 wicket. Kieran Carlson in the session caught it short leg off the bowling of Matt Revis for 64. That was his 4th wicket. But Dan Douthwaite is 41 not out. Andy Gorvin is 18 not out. And Glamorgans, though, still need a further 138 to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. At lunch, they're 213 for 7.
Very soon, with Derbyshire, 261 for 6, trailing Gloucestershire by 116 runs. There's been a fair bit of rain at Old Trafford, where lunch has been taken. Further inspection will be taking place at 1:15. The game between Middlesex and Lancashire sees Lancashire 132 for 3, trailing Middlesex by 62 runs. It's lunch at the Spitfire St Lawrence ground in Canterbury, where Nottinghamshire are following on against Kent. Notts in their 2nd innings are 20-1, still trailing Kent by 161 runs. A reminder that score sheets for this game are available free of charge from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase A copy of the 2023 Glamorgan yearbook, you can also purchase one, plus much, much more from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until just the turn of 5 o'clock this evening. And as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment, as well as replica Glamorgan kit, and a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk, situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. There's also a mobile unit underneath the Castex Howell stand where you can purchase food and drink. And snacks can also be obtained from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school, which is on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The CC Boys in Wash Cricket is open. It's on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Many fascinating displays there, including one celebrating the long-standing friendship between Don Bradman, the Australian batting maestro, and Doug Davis, a club cricketer here in South Wales. The pair were pen pals for over 40 years, and we're very grateful to Doug's family for allowing these letters to be shared with us. There's also a special display celebrating the 75th anniversary of Glamorgan winning the county championship for the very first time back in August 1948. There's also a display celebrating the achievements of Welsh schoolgirl Sophia Gardens, who, besides playing for Western Storm and the Oval Invincibles, has played recently for the England under-19 team. There's also a range of second-hand cricket books which are available for purchase, as well as a selection of old Glamorgan yearbooks which you can also buy. The museum will be closing shortly after tea today. Don't forget it will be at 3:40. All 32 overs are remaining. And finally, Glamorgan Cricket would like to welcome everyone here today to Sophia Gardens. We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game, and here at Glamorgan Cricket you can report any issue or concern in strictest confidence by alerting your nearest steward. And thank you for helping us to raise the game and to call out any form of discrimination.
both up there. My friends are up. What's the matter?
He's one of these today, I'm a millionaire from Chernobyl. He's very, very close today.
Who's the girl with the bubble wrap? Is that his sister?
He's got it. But he's loving. Well, his other brother was my own sport. And his older brother's message.
He was very fragile, he told me, and he was really a big shot. He was looking after him. And he was talking about his sister. And he was just referring to her, he said.
One of his brothers. Just be brave about him. I was good batted by that lad, he pulled the back round, he knocked the wicket for you. All three in one. He missed the ball by a mile and he was whacked it back into the wicket. Red shirt and blue blazing on the bottom. He's here now, on the bottom. It's so funny. That's what it's got. Hey. The Morgan hat on. Red shirt and blue jacket. That's what
Who's the bloke with the long hair? That was his brother.
No, that's Andy.
That's his mate, is it?
That's his brother. That's Rosie, you didn't. That's the tree. What is that? That's South Henderson, no?
No, it's all that bloke with the long hair.
He said to me, what's the reference? He said, because I'm 10 years older than Gary and your brother probably lives longer than me, he said. He took me out with me. Yeah, Nick was talking about the other day, Nick said, you know where his brother is, don't you? He said, everybody thinks it's that one there guy, doesn't he? No, no, it's not. That's brother, isn't it? No, you're related.
He's got him last end, didn't he?
The stupid thing is, you're putting 3 men on the boundary to goal, and you can't have the ball off the square. You don't really get ball down there, you can never reach.
There's been a lot wrong about that, is it?
We haven't ball properly to him, that's why. It's been ideal to draw, isn't it? Because we've not been bowling on the wickets. Right up there, and that's in the body.
Yeah, assuming there's not
Yeah, assuming it's a normal
thunderous
finish.
shower or something.
Assuming you know that it's during the timing. Yeah, obviously if we have to leave the ground at 4 because it's pouring in the other way, it's going to stop, then yeah. I thought we might be batting still, but only because they've forced the ball on.
Or because there's been a lot of rain. Yeah. Yes, very good result this morning for the Glamorgan.
Channel down there, we've been delegating and he's just well.
Yeah, he's been useful this time. Yeah, he's eaten up a lot of time.
Swindles, I mean, they dominated situations and then...
Yeah, they took the foot off the gas by not bowling the best bowlers. I can't understand that. And to go on for so long with some bowlers is well wonderful.
It's a bit like us, wasn't it, against the Sussex guys or something. I think, you know, that one we only had about 20 overs and we only had 1 wicket.
Yeah.
And we just seem to keep, and we're thinking, well, it's not working. We should give the batsman something different, or the batsman something different. You've been into the Yorkshire Blossoms, so please explain your decision. Bowlers saying that we want the bowlers saving the best bowlers for the follow-on.
Well, I mean, yes, if we get wickets with the second liners, it's fine.
I think it's a bit of that because Toad's not fully fit well. Except that we need to have Thompson and Cliff for Surrey Toads that started the game. If that hadn't worked from that time.
Yeah.
Which one was it? I think something similar that Worcester got Worcestershire 9 pitch down, thought job done, took off Toby Fisher from the and the second line of attack didn't get them out, and last wicket put on 50 or 2. Wicket game? Yeah. Remember times we've been frustrated by like 8, 9, 10, yeah, we've got the main body. A little bit like it was still. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we just persisted with the same bowling, didn't we? We had a spinner at one, I think. Swepson at one.
Yeah, bowled a hell of a lot.
Yeah, and they did rotate a little bit, but they didn't bring on like Van de Goosen or Timber, but there was somebody else they didn't bring on. No, we didn't play. We didn't bowl before, we didn't bowl for and we just thought, well, you know, that isn't working, so would it not be better just to bring somebody on even if it's only for a couple of overs or something? But I suppose we don't know, do we? I mean, it could be that even if we've done like it would make no difference. We could always play it so much better than they can. Young.
Who's this chap?
No, checking this. Oh, sorry. Yes. So the cancelled games at the start of the season got injured. My friend says he's not quite good enough for this level.
Are you looking for a contract at Yorkshire, Rob?
No, I wasn't down in Yorkshire.
This fall,
Yeah, this fall.
Many thanks to Mr. Williams, his fellow colleagues and the pupils of Bishop's Child Primary School performing today's Guards of Honour. We hope to see you all again back here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club very soon.
So here we go for the afternoon session on day 3 of this county championship match between Glamorgan and Yorkshire, with Glamorgan having stiffened their sinews somewhat after being thoroughly outplayed earlier in the game. They're 213 for 7, still fairly deep in the mire, but Yorkshire at least forced to work hard for their rewards this morning, or reward in the singular, as Kieran Carlson is the only man out today. Court Wharton bowled Revis for 64. Dan Douthwaite is on 37, which has been corrected from its earlier 41. Gorvin is on 18 not out, and it is Andy Gorvin who's facing Adam Lyth, who drives the first ball of the afternoon. Does Gorvin through points. This just about will reach the boundary. So Gorvin moves up to 22 not out, and Glamorgan's 217 for 7. Thoughts on Lyth, Jonathan?
I think it's just there's only one over before the new ball can be called for if they want to take it, which I assume they will, and therefore just see if you can maybe buy a wicket before they get there.
He decides he needs to wipe his hand in the dirt to get a bit more purchase on the ball. Lyth bowling a couple of overs as they rattled through these so quickly. I didn't quite realise in the morning session how close the new ball was. It is very close as Gorvin defends another one.
+7 now, the over 8, presumably because Dom Bess has bowled unbroken for 32 overs from the River Taff end.
As forward comes Gorvin to defend the next ball. That might require an awful lot of bootlace tying from Glamorgan if they're to slow down things towards the closer play. As Gorvin back on his stumps, watching it onto the bat and defending. His highest first-class score is 23. This is his highest of the season. As he watches another one on the back foot, defends it, trickling no more to short leg. 217 for 7, further 134 needed to avoid the possibility of following on. And Yorkshire will be hoping the new ball does the trick and blasts away these last few wickets as Gorvin defends again. So just the one scoring shot, the boundary off the first ball of the over. That is 80 overs on the board. And we will see, presumably, the brand new shining cherry.
Well, Ben Cody's taking his cap off and making his way across, to Mark Newell. So, applause for the taking of the second new ball.
I don't think that was the hardest decision that Shan Masood has ever had to make.
No. It's been hard work this that morning session. And so there we go, confirmation that Ben Code is going to have a go.
Figures of 8-3-8-1. 1 for 8 in 8 overs, so wasn't exactly overused with the first ball.
Yeah, interesting that he's only bowled 8 of the 80 overs. But they're presumably preparing for the long haul here if they are going to try and do it by forcing a follow-on. Still a way off that Glamorgan with 3 wickets still in hand. 134, I reckon, before they get to safety in that respect, and there'll still be 149 behind at that point. Code to Douthwaite, first up with a new ball, got him, there you go, immediate strike for Ben Code and for Yorkshire. Dan Douthwaite trapped in front. He takes a lingering look at umpire Newell as he walks off, but he's gone for 37 and Glamorgan 217 for 8.
Douthwaite just got into a rhythm in the morning session, but something new there. That was hit fairly low by the look of it. Douthwaite may have been just hoping that it was sliding down leg side. We'll see on the video stream the view from behind the bowler as Code celebrates his second success.
It's hit him in front of sort of middle and leg, hasn't it? I think the query...
Clipping top of leg, I suppose the umpire's thinking.
I'm going to say more than direction for me would be possibly height, but I don't think it was obviously veering away down the leg side. He bowled it from midway, didn't he, between the stumps. There we go. Probably closer to the white line marking, actually. And he has got his man. There you go. He's happy. Douthwaite not. It's one of those, I guess, when you're the batter, you're always going to say, well, you know, it's kind of on its way down towards leg
Not
stump.
sure if that was definitely out, but there we are. It is in the book, and so that's what counts. as James Harris comes in, averaging 15.9 this season and a highest score of 47. Formerly, of course, middle lower order in his first spell with Glamorgan, and certainly in his Middlesex days batted as high as 6 on occasions, but has rather slid down on his return to the county.
Big job for him to do here then. 2 slips and a gully in place. Code in. Oh, it bowled him! First ball. Ben Code is on a hat-trick. The off stump has been knocked back, and James Harris gone for a golden duck. The second one we've seen in this match across the 2 innings, and Glamorgan 217 for 9.
Well, that's maximum bonus points secured for Yorkshire. But now far greater hopes of the bigger prize. As, to be fair, there's a bit of movement there off the pitch from Ben Code. Harris played down a reasonable line, only to find the ball wasn't following that line, and it hit the top of off, so well bowled to Ben Code. Certainly they have got Glamorgan players out today rather than being handed wickets.
Yeah, it's a beauty, isn't it, really? It's angled in. It's probably angled in towards middle stump. He might have even got, you know, an outside tickle on it, but it held its line. He plays inside it. He may have just got a feather of an edge onto his stumps, but it was going to hit the stumps either way. Takes his bat from both hands, holds it in his right, and I'm guessing he's just thinking, well, from a batter's point of view, how unlucky do you get to receive something like that first up when you're not used to the pace of the pitch, the light out there, all of those things that you want on your side as a batter. And as you can see the stream and see it again. No, I think it's just genuinely beating him. I don't think he did get a tickle on it. It's just a classic right arm seam bowler's delivery, isn't it, towards the top of off stump.
Yeah, Jamie McIlroy in at 10. At 11, his average this season 9.8, and if this were the second innings, with all due respect to Mr. McIlroy, I think we'd be in start the cars territory.
Well, so maybe in hat-trick territory if it's that precarious. Then 3 for 8, Ben Code, from 8 overs and 2 balls. And after all that sweat and toil this morning, and that rearguard action from, well, Dan Douthwaite, from Andy Gorvin, earlier on from Kieran Carlson. Still 283 behind. And now just this 1 wicket remaining. Will they pack the cordon? Ben Code's telling Shamsid exactly what he wants, because he knows where he's going to bowl it. And Jordan Thompson has been asked to come out from mid-on, or come up from mid-on to just off the cut strip. That's the one significant change. 2 slips and a gully, and McIlroy faces up to Ben Code on a hat-trick then. Ooh, he's forward and playing that into the leg side, and Jordan Thompson does the fielding.
Well, he got it straight, didn't he? Forced the batter to play. And I think they're all going to stay in now. They've come in, so might as well stay there.
Dan Douthwaite, by the way, 143 deliveries, so you can't say he didn't put in full effort in the Glamorgan cause. 6 fours. Here's Code to McIlroy, who's feeling for one outside off stump. Not dissimilar in terms of the fact that it nipped off the pitch to that Harris wicket, but it was just shorter in length, and then a little flick at it by McIlroy. Just what you want, isn't it? Opening bowler with a new ball, and you've got a genuine number 11 in front of you. You've already got 3 wickets to your name. You just don't want to get too carried away. 2 deliveries left in the over. Can Ben Code finish Glamorgan off first time? Not with this delivery, which gets a thick inside edge down to long leg, where incoming is Matthew Revis. Already, of course, with wickets to his name in this innings, 4 of them for 32. So McIlroy off the mark with that single, 1 to come in the 81st. Garvin back on strike, but having got McIlroy down the other end. Bencode obviously well capable of getting either of them out, but see how they're going to play it. Yeah, they're going to keep a tight ring. Pretty much the same field as Garvin comes out of his crease, walks down to defend this code delivery. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 9 runs and 3 wickets. Ben Code's figures at the moment, and Glamorgan 218 for 9 after 81.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Jordan Thompson.
So Jordan Thompson, who took the first new ball, is also taking the second one with a chance to polish Glamorgan off. 282 runs in arrears. A bonus point is on the distant horizon. May not even be a mirage in the desert, the possibility of the bonus point. McIlroy will face up. Glamorgan's openers may well be strapping their pads on in anticipation of the follow on. As here comes Thompson to bowl, hits McIlroy on the pad, and Callens to short leg, no run. Garvin 22, McIlroy 1, the men out this morning, or today. Kieran Carlson for 64, Dan Douthwaite for 37. It was 41 on the board at lunchtime, but somehow the no ball runs had got credited to him, as that's turned away through the leg side by McIlroy, and he will pick up 4 runs to deep square, which is a fairly vacant area of the field. Fine leg has to trot round and field, and Glamorgan onto double Nelson, foot off the ground, 2-2-2. Sadly not for 2, but for 9. So well played to McIlroy.
More gesticulating going on. James Wharton's going to come out of short leg, and the lid comes off. Johnny Tattersall carefully places it behind himself.
Why are you taking out a short leg? Got the number 11 on strike and 200 odd runs to play with. McIlroy plays it into the offside. Garvin wanted a single, it wasn't really there, fielded it mid off.
Interesting.
Why do you take out a catching player? 9 down, 278 runs ahead. Number 11 with a batting average in single figures. Hey ho. Thompson in, bowls. McIlroy drives down the ground, and will get a couple of runs up towards long off. 224 for 9.
Interesting.
Yes. Wasn't classical. Now, where's Wharton off to now?
Going back in. And he'd love to get an explanation as to what's gone on. What's the thinking of those last couple of deliveries?
Thompson in, bowls. McIlroy takes on the pull the shot and has hit it fairly firmly down to fine leg for a single. Maybe I'm maligning Jamie McIlroy's batting abilities, and he's spent hours in the nets since last week.
Well, he's got all 8 in this partnership so far.
When he managed a glorious total of 2 runs in the 2 innings, for averaging 1 at Worcester, twice out. Billy Root was the not out man on both occasions in that last game. Garvin faces up to Thompson and is forward defending to finish the Thompson over. 1 for 37 off 10. to Jordan Thompson's credit. 225 for 9, Glamorgan 275 runs behind, so they're going to have to bat a whole lot better in their second innings if they're to have any hope of saving this game.
And you'd think in the modern world of clip-ups of every batter involved in the game that the professionals among them will have had a good look at how Jamie McIlroy tends to get dismissed and serve him up something similar.
Full and straight, I'd offer.
He's on 8, 225 for 9, over number 83 incoming, and it's Ben Code running towards us from the River Taff end to bowl here to McIlroy, who's comfortably turning this one from around about waist height, backward of square leg for Revis to field. So after that couple of wickets in successive deliveries, Douthwaite LBW for 37 and Harris bowled by Ben Code with a beauty first ball. Further frustration for the fielding side. We've had 11 deliveries since then, 9 runs added. Gorvin on strike, and Code in again, and once again Gorvin working it backward of square. They race through the first to try and get back for 2, but settle for the 1, so pretty obvious given those 2 deliveries and where they've been played. Ben Code just bowling at the stumps at both of these 2 with the second new ball. Both managed to create sufficient space to get across and just flick it backward of square. Here he comes again. White wrist, sweatband on his left wrist. Flicked into the leg side, this one by McIlroy. No run. George Hill at first slip, Adam Lyth at second, Finley Bean out in the gully. Wharton at point, Bess in the covers, Masood mid-off I should say, Thompson mid-on. Ben Cliff is occupying mid-wicket on the 1, and Revis down at long leg. Code delivers again, it's full, it's driven down the ground by McIlroy. It's going to be 4 more. He's on to 13 in very quick time here, and Glamorgan continue to rub off the deficit, now down to 269 at 231 for 9. They might have half an eye on that mirage as Nick described it, of a batting point here. 19 shy of that. Masood and Code have a word. Bess now being moved from cover to the onside, and he's in fact going to take a catching position about 20 yards from the bat, just a couple of feet to the onside of straight, which means mid-on moved wider. Jordan Thompson offering in the gap through the covers here. McIlroy, but he gets another straight ball, and once again he's comfortably up to the task of flicking that one back at a square leg by Revis. Does the fielding. McIlroy on to 14.
He's into uncharted territory.
Highest first class score.
Correct.
$232 for 9. You've got your interview then at the end of
I did him at the end of day 1.
Of course you did, didn't you?
Yeah.
So Gorvin back on strike. Code last ball of the over, and Gorvin coming down the pitch will push 1. Jordan Thompson doing the fielding, can't prevent them getting through for the single, which takes them to 233 for 9 at the end of that over, the 83rd of the innings. Deficit of 267. Gorvin 24 and McIlroy 14, and Ben Code 10 overs 3 maidens 3 for 17. That's rather put a dampener on his figures, the 4 in particular driven down the ground.
So Glamorgan just providing a last little bit of resistance, and it all lessens the task that will face the top order batters. You would have thought straight away. Yorkshire have had to bowl 83 overs, so it's not the quickest of dismissals in terms of overs bowled, but you'd have thought they'd stay at it, as Thompson is in to bowl on the legs of Gorvin, who clips it away for just the single as the throw comes in. It's a wild one, but the batters had made their choice not to go for the second. It was then backed up, and McIlroy, thinking of an overthrow, had to turn and make his ground again as the second throw came in.
Bit of comedy field in that. Runs coming quite easily, aren't they, with the second new ball after those 2 wickets?
Well, the fielding does the job in that the ball is heading in somewhere vaguely in the right direction quickly, so it puts the batters off. Taking a second, even if it whistles past the keeper.
Going at 1 a ball since that 9th wicket fell.
Oof, exciting stuff. Thompson into McIlroy, who defends into the offside. Fielded a cover, no run. 2, 3, 4 for 9. So, Wallaces have had enough. Time to poke around vaguely until something happens.
Mine's blinking.
That indicates life. As a hit on the pads, not given out. LBW as McIlroy had a rush of blood to the head and tried to launch one over mid-wicket.
He's a batter now, isn't he? He's got his highest first-class score.
Absolutely. Calm down.
I just had a word with Andy Gorvin. Just leave this to me. It's okay.
Yep.
We'll be in front by tea.
Only 117 needed to avoid the follow-on. Next delivery from Thompson is well played, slightly uppishly driven by McIlroy, but straight to mid-off, no run.
That's more the length. Just get him coming forward. He's already lofted one down the ground, and he clearly fancies getting under that, so that might bring a bit of joy.
Wickets of Douthwaite and Harris falling in successive balls to Ben Code. Jordan Thompson trying to complete the job for Yorkshire. Not with a line like that, he won't. As it's again on leg stump, and again McIlroy with very little risk can play it down to fine leg for a single. 2:35 for 9. McIlroy to 15, not out. Born in Hereford, brought up though in Powys. Educated in Bilthwells. Played a lot of national counties cricket in the first half of his 20s. As Thompson bowls to Gorvin, who punches that one off the back foot. Hasn't hit it hard enough to reach the boundary, but there should be at least a couple of runs. Oh, almost did reach the boundary. In fact, there are 3 runs as it's tapped back just inside the ropes by the sliding Ben Code in front of the indoor cricket school. Away to our left. 238 for 9. Gorvin 28. McIlroy 15.
There's going to be a change of bowling already at the River Taff end with this second new ball. Ben Code's done for now, having bowled just 2 in that spell. George Hill is coming on to see if he can finish the job.
Again, I'm slightly baffled. I mean, a couple of overs and 9 runs is neither here nor there in the context of the match, isn't it? If Code's the best guy with the new ball, then he remains so 10 minutes later.
George Hill to bowl.
Unless there's a niggle.
Yeah.
So George Hill going in to bowl here to Gorvin. First ball short of length, punched back down the pitch to George. Ben Cliff receives the ball back off him to give it a shine. He's been brought in just off the cut strip about 20 yards away on the leg side of straight. Otherwise you've got mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, 1 slip now, gully, and then a ring field in the offside. So continuing to try and bowl it straight here. And that is another straight delivery from Hill, but Garvin successfully negotiating it.
Yeah. I talked about bowling straight. You wouldn't have thought you'd need to for much of the game, would you? Bowl straight at the stumps. Yes, that's the general sort of aim of the game.
Here's Hill again. Garvin solidly behind it. He's looking pretty unruffled, isn't he, Andy? Garvin out there. Ben Nielsen, Yorkshire supporter, says a full house of bonus points. Lesser spotted and all. Yeah, not very often. Recent times from Yorkshire's point of view. 238 for 9. Glamorgan here in their first innings as Hill is in and Garvin gives him the bugle. Wow. And he's smashed that one over the top, and 6 runs comes bouncing back off the hover cover, I think it was. Garvin into the 30s, 34 now. Glamorgan 244 for 9 and 6 short of a of what at one stage looked a highly unlikely batting bonus point.
I would be pleasantly amazed.
Still 256 behind, but they're almost at the halfway stage of rubbing off that 500 of Yorkshire's. This one, though, he's clothed it really. Straight ball. He was just replayed a flick backward of square where Ben Code has been dropped out to sweep, and he ended up getting it to mid-on where Jordan Thompson fielded. Bit of chat going on between McIlroy and Ben Cliff. McIlroy at the non-striking end. Meanwhile, Hill to Garvin, who gets an edge on this one, but he's going to get 4 runs for it. Down through the vacant third man area. It's gone between Adam Lyth at first slip and Finlay Bean at gully. So Garvin on 38, Glamorgan tantalisingly close on 248 for 9 to a batting point. And Yorkshire going around the park with this second new ball, 217.
The first 2 balls,
7 when
right?
they took it, yeah. But what was that? 31 runs added in 5 overs, so more than 1 a ball. Matthew Revis now is having a try.
Well, these two both have career bests, and after intensive research, I can reveal that that was Andy Garvin's first 6 for the first team in any form of cricket. So well batted to him. And, well, more change. Revis obviously has done fine things in this innings overall, 4 for 32. But changing the new ball bowlers after
2 and 3.
2 and 3, yeah. Does
no, 2 and 2 in fact, isn't it?
Yes, 2 overs apiece. Revis into last man McIlroy, and he jabbed, and for a moment I thought he was bowled. It just dribbles back to the keeper, and what did that make contact with? So we watch the replay on the video stream. Inside edge pad and over the top of the bails, I think. So the change nearly worked. Revis scenting a 5 for is in. Oh, that's a good ball. It's driven nicely by McIlroy, and it's missed by Code at mid-off, and it will run towards the boundary and over the ropes, and there we are. I take it all back. Glamorgan have a batting bonus point thanks to a last wicket stand of 35 runs. McIlroy has 19 of them. There we are. That's another point in the table. Some minor consolation. 3 for the match to 8 for Yorkshire. Yorkshire have already done the bonus point job, of course, with the ball, because you get it maximum for 9 wickets. Next delivery is down leg side. McIlroy swings. I think it's off the pad and it's gone down to fine leg. And they've taken a single.
Yeah, as one of Ed's favourite players might have said, "Oh, he's going off out there." They've got a second new ball that they look to be waiting for forever this morning. They get 2 wickets with it, and then 36 runs for the final wicket partnership so far, coming very easily with not that many challenging deliveries.
So Glamorgan are halfway there, and they are indeed living on a prayer with 9 down. Bon Jovi. Revis to Gorvin on 38. Gorvin steps away. Revis follows him, and Gorvin defends from somewhere halfway to short leg.
I mean, I don't know. You can only think that they think we'll just get this 10th wicket with anybody, and we'll keep Ben Coad and Jordan Thompson fresh for the second innings, perhaps. That's all you can think, really. But why would you not have kept them going otherwise?
Well, the quicker they get the job done now, the more time they have to work with. Revis bowls. Gorvis steps back and drives off the back foot down the ground for 4 runs. A handsome shot from Andy Gorvin as he moves into the 40s. He has 42. And Glamorgan 257 for 9.
So, currently we've got 3 men set back, 1 in front of square on the leg side, right on the more or less right on the boundary edge, 1 at long leg and 1 at fine leg, and another man square just in front of on the 1, Adam Lythe. No slip in place, a gully, a point. Now a debate between Ben Coad, Shan Masood and Matthew Revis. A short leg in place.
Gorvin's better shots have come down the ground, though, haven't they? In contrast to most players in this match,
yeah.
He's hit straight. This strikes me as unnecessary overreaction by the visitors, to be honest.
They've put on 40 in 34 deliveries.
Now the field is changing completely again.
Surely. Surely with your second new ball, you're just bowling at top of off stump.
Yeah.
You tried to bang it in earlier when the old ball was like a pair of socks.
Next delivery from Revis is angled down into the gully. And there is no run. Revis has finished his 15th over. He has 4 for 40. Glamorgan 257 for 9. That's 243 runs in arrears.
Baffled, I've got to say. The ball, try and let the ball swing. It's a new ball. There's been a little bit of evidence of that. Yep, nothing prodigious. Ben Coad rips out 2 of them, and then that's an open invitation somehow for Glamorgan to go mad. Anyway, George Hill, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32. We shall continue to scratch our heads, and George Hill will continue to bowl from the River Taff end. And he's bowling here to the man who, to all intents and purposes, and without using the word my colleague said was a bunny when he walked out. He's got 19, his highest first-class score to his name, and here is George Hill bowling to him. That's more like it, because that would have hit the stumps, round about off stump. I mean, the only criticism you'd have of Ben Coad and Jordan Thompson in those the balls that followed the 9th wicket were that, if anything, they were just a little bit too leg side of straight, but they probably would have hit leg stump had the batters missed a few. So that's not a major adjustment, but suddenly to pull them out of the attack, just a head scratch. Yep. Hill in, he's gone the leg side of straight as well. Johnny Tattersall taking that one passing leg stump.
Steve West asks if Douthwaite's done enough to play himself into the team for next game, presumably he means. Possibly, yeah. He's shown more application than some in the top order, but depends on various fitness issues, I guess, for the last game.
Here's Hill again. Ball short of length and punched up to Masood at mid-off by McIlroy. Sun shining brightly now here to Sophia Gardens. Still plenty of cloud around though overhead.
And shining briefly on Glamorgan's efforts.
This final wicket partnership so far worth 40 then. Hill to McIlroy, who drives back down the ground. George gets a hand on it in his follow-through to stop him scoring.
There'll still be 96 overs tomorrow available when the weather seems to be set fair, plus, well, it's 52 if they take the wicket now today, provided the light stays enough, so there's a lot of time for Yorkshire to win this game still.
A change in the field. Adam Lyth suggesting something to Shan Masood, and as a result of that, Matthew Revis has been dispatched out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Hill in. It's up there to drive. Ben Cliff feels it just the onside of straight.
He's virtually standing on the wicket there, Ben Cliff, isn't he?
Yeah.
When he took that, he was actually on the white line at the non-striker's end. Glamorgan have produced a couple of rearguard actions to draw games away to Durham and Sussex this season, so they won't be entirely downhearted, but it is still very much Yorkshire big favourites for the win.
Hill to McIlroy, short. Swatted away as much as anything, back at a square leg. Code comes in to field that, and they are through for a single, so McIlroy now on to 20, will keep the strike, and it's going to be Revis, you would think, yep, to continue at 258 for 9. The partnership now worth 41.
McIlroy so high he'll be getting vertigo. 20 not out. Gorvin likewise, career best 42 not out. Would be lovely to see him get a maiden first class half century. Player coming into the first class game in his mid-20s. McIlroy even later, really, in the second half of his 20s. So they're still pretty inexperienced. McIlroy, a reasonably regular fixture in the first team this season for the first time, after injury prevented his breakthrough in the second half of last season. 258 for 9. Revis to bowl, and that one has been lofted away by McIlroy for half a dozen. There were shouts of catch. McIlroy swinging, pivoting, something of a top edge, but it flew away with the pace of the ball and cleared the fine leg fielder for half a dozen. 264 for 9.
Played it nicely enough. Tactics equal query.
Yeah. It's a new ball, which Matthew Revis does not like the look of. That was the most perfunctory examination I've ever seen by umpire Hartley. It lasted about half a second before he tossed it to the nearest fielder. Revis into ball to McIlroy. That's better from the bowler. Just back of a length and forcing McIlroy to work to defend it. Up on his toes.
Well, if we're going to see this for another day and a half, it's going to be a tough watch.
Yes. Well, Yorkshire did the job with the new ball. 2 wickets were the first 2 deliveries of the new ball, and they panicked very quickly after that, but there we are. Revis bowls, and again just back of a length, and McIlroy, who's just sort of getting himself in now, is able to defend it.
I don't know, was it panic? What, I just don't know what it was. I would love love to find out what the thinking was there.
change the bowlers, change the field, and look for a catch on the boundary. All very strange. There are now 3 absolutely square on the onside. So Revis is coming around the wicket to try and dig it in against the number 11. Short leg is waiting, and McIlroy tries to pull and is struck somewhere not too painful. But as well as the fine leg and deep backward square, stroke square fine leg, there are 3 who are as square as they can be legally, because you're only allowed 2 behind square on the onside. So there are 3 almost on line. I'm amazed they can actually see the ball from square leg and deep square leg. Revis around the wicket. McIlroy swings, and the ball loops back up the wicket and falls just short of Revis. Well, McIlroy doesn't really mind now. He's having a bit of fun. I want to think hit him on the gloves, but didn't carry back to the bowler. Yeah. So he's happy to try and hit it for 6. Maybe you ought to be thinking about the Douthwaite example and now getting out of the way of these short pitch deliveries if you can. Revis bowls, McIlroy swishes, swipes, swats. None of them make any contact through to Tattersall. 264 for 9. Another over ticks by. Are these overs that could be vital to Glamorgan saving this game? Well, they've got a long, long way to go. Yorkshire still pretty much in charge. 236 is the deficit.
Interesting.
But this is all taking energy out of the Yorkshire bowlers, isn't it?
It is. Just can't understand why you wouldn't back yourselves with a second new ball, having taken 2 of those wickets, your 2 openers for a bit longer. Yes, I get that they've got workloads to manage and they've got a second innings, another 10 wickets to take and all those sorts of things, but a couple more deliveries at sensible measure might have just been enough. But here we go, 47-run partnership for the final wicket, and it feels like they've just been given a load of those, I've got to say.
Dom Bess is on, and everyone's on the leg side.
Russ Walker messaged in presumably before Ben Code got his 2 wickets, saying let's get Code and Thompson on and wrap this up. Best too pedestrian, unfortunately, raised the bowling tempo, and then follows up, you say, absolutely, what kind of captaincy is going off out there? He says, we should be all done and wrapped up by now. Driving me bonkers, says Russ Walker. So the second new ball has already seen it go through the hands of Code, Thompson, Hill, Revis, and now the 5th bowler, and this is the 9th over of use with it, and Bess, who is in and bowling. Gorvin runs it down through 3rd man. Easy single to start the over. Wants the field moving round after that first delivery. There are not that many times when I sit here in the comm box in 5 seasons now wondering what I'm watching, but this is the last 25 minutes or whatever, 40 minutes in fact, have been that. Best to McIlroy. Will this be the ball? No, but he's had a fish at one wide of off stump.
Don't get clever, McIlroy.
Slip in place, Adam Lyth, Ben Code at point. Cover mid-off, mid-on's been moved deep. Jordan Thompson. Finlay Beans at a straight mid-wicket, catching. James Wharton under the lid at short leg. Misfield by George Hill in the covers, and that's going to go for 4.
50 partnership.
Goodness gracious me.
I'm well batted, but on paper that's one of the more unlikely 50 partnerships for Glamorgan this season.
And if it weren't for radio commentary needing a voice, I think I'd be speechless. Nick, here's Bess in and bowling to McIlroy, who drops that one down at the feet of James Wharton at short leg. No run.
Flabbergasted.
Bess in again. McIlroy pushes forward. Quite a long way away from his pads, but kept his eye on it well enough. Don Bess 1 for 68. 1 for 72, I should say, so far. McIlroy has another little fish at one wide of off stump. That looks like the line Bess is going to persist with. It's the end of the over. An 89 complete. 9 overs with this second new ball. 2 wickets taken with the first 2 deliveries with it. And then. 269 for 9, 52 partnership. Gorvin 43, McIlroy 30. Come and save me, Ed, will you? Because I've got to go and do a 2:30 update.
Jonathan can retire temporarily and probably be back towards the start of the Glamorgan second innings in all probability. But we've seen some odd stuff in the last half hour or so. Sri Lanka have been reduced to 80 for 6 by England women in the second ODI at Northampton. 2 wickets apiece for Charlie Dean and for Alice Davidson Richards for England women, as Revis will try and finish off this unexpected frolic for the Glamorgan last wicket. Revis is in to bowl to Gorvin, who hits him down the ground for 4-4. Gorvin opening his shoulders, blasting it down the ground, and Gorvin, having registered his first 6 in the first team, is enjoying himself out there. 47, and I'm sure few Yorkshire supporters would begrudge him a first half century, having got so close. Revis will think otherwise. He's not giving anything away. Bowls to Gorvin, steps away and is bowled. One big shot too far from Andy Gorvin, and Yorkshire have done the job. Revis has got a 5 for celebrations from the bowler and for his teammates. Gorvin backing away, looking to hit over the top, and Revis arrowed it in unerring fashion at middle and off. So well bowled to Matthew Revis, 5 for 50. Well batted to Andy Gorvin, 47. Tantalisingly close to a maiden 50. And well batted to Jamie McIlroy, 30 not out. Ben Code had 3 wickets. Matthew Revis has with 5. 1 apiece to Jordan Thompson and Dom Bass. Glamorgan 273 all out, and we presume the follow-on will be enforced. 227 runs behind. Brief thoughts from Edward Bevan on the post-lunch session.
I've never seen such strange captaincy for a very long time. They took the new ball, Code struck 2 in 2, and then he's taken off an over later. Well, if he'd been kept on, I'm sure he would have ended the innings, and then he kept changing the bowlers for the sake of it. And, well, the batsman said thank you very much, and they managed to get to 273, which after 100 for 6 was a very good effort by the basically the tail enders. And Glamorgan will have to bat a little bit better in the second innings, not a little bit, much better. But I didn't see any real threat in that pitch throughout. A little bit of variable bounce, no turn, appreciable, unless you hit the rough and get a bit of turn. No reason if Glamorgan shouldn't get some runs in their second innings. But there we are. It'll be confidence more than anything.
Yeah, Yorkshire just had a bit more pace in their attack, didn't they? A bit more
and more
venom,
accuracy, yeah.
And more accuracy as well. So there we are. We will be back with what we presume will be the Glamorgan second innings in just about 7 or 8 minutes' time.
So Glamorgan dismissed for 273 in 89.2 overs. Jamie McElroy unbeaten on 30. There were 18 extras in that total, comprising 9 byes, 5 leg byes, 4 no balls. Here are the Yorkshire bowling figures. Ben Code, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 17. Jordan Thompson, 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. Ben Cliff, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 41. Dom Bess, 33 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 72. Matt Revis, 16.2 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 50. George Hill, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 33. And Adam Wright, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 4. Yorkshire have invited Glamorgan to bat again.
It's going north east, it's going central. We got 212. If we won that match, we got 20 division, yeah. It goes on percentages. We've been 5-1 and 2 from it. Website for the second division. Well, you're more than website. No, play cricket. We play? Yeah, we play cricket. No, it doesn't work like that. It goes on percentages first. Because some teams play 12 games, some teams play 8 games. None of us play 9, 10 years. You've got to play minimum 8 games. And this is our 9th of the season. At the moment, we're 5-1 and 2. So on percentages, if we won this, we have a chance of winning the top. I don't think we're going to win it. That Rogers is out, whoever he was, for 140. Levin's 91 now. That tears it now. Raw, that young 15-year-old, they took me for 49. We were 16.4 or 86. So we 20 or
Richard, you've seen the Sussex score, I take it?
Sorry?
You've seen the Sussex score?
No, I know.
550 to win.
Yeah.
50 to 2. And your seconds,
Yeah.
you're leading by 378 runs with 7 wickets left.
Inshallah.
You've also set out for 100.
Yeah.
For some reason, they're in the red, but they're in the red. We've been in this position. This is the fourth time we've been in this position this season. And the other three, Durham.
To open the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, Hassan and 85. And to open the bowling for Yorkshire at the River End, penultimate.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where to absolutely no one's surprise, Glamorgan have been invited stroke instructed to follow on. 227 runs in arrears on first innings, with 49 overs remaining in the day if the light holds. And Ben Code to bowl the first ball of the second innings to Hassan, who defends it on the offside, and there's no run. Well, Yorkshire got the job done eventually, Edward Bevan.
Yes, they did, by some very, very strange bowling changes by the captain, Masood. I couldn't quite make out why Ben Code, who took 2 wickets in 2 balls, is taken off. Number 11 strides to the crease, and we see a partnership of, what was it, 50 plus 56 for the last wicket.
Here's Code then, right arm round the left-handed Ul Hassan, who defends that one back down the wicket. Both Gorvin and McIlroy had the pleasure of striking their first 6s in the first team and the pleasure of first-class bests. Just a shame that Gorvin went for the heave and was eventually cleaned up for Matthew Revis's 5-for.
It was a good recovery by the tail enders, really, because the top order, I hope, would sat down there and see how they applied themselves and how to play.
Code then charging in, bowling to Al Hassan, edges, caught it slip. Simple, straightforward dismissal. George Hill it was who held on to it, and Glamorgan a 0-for-1 Yorkshire strike straight away, and Zain Ul Hassan is on his way back to the pavilion.
Well, the same sort of dismissal for Ul Hassan as in the first innings. It, you know, he just played down the wrong line of the ball, really. And he's once the ball came into him, he nudged his bat to the left, and it just nicked it straight to the first slip. Fielder didn't really have to move. And when you lose a wicket like that, Nick, you set the tone, don't you, for the innings, 0-for-1, and all of a sudden the batsman will think, well, yes, we're struggling from the start, and well, there's such a lack of confidence, it appears, in the Glamorgan lineup, the batting lineup at the moment, that it's worrying. It would have been more worrying, of course, if this has been the first, second game of the season. Well, something will have to be done about it for next season, one feels. You've got to strengthen the side somehow.
Well, Ul Hassan has had a disappointing couple of games after battling so hard, really, for that spell in the middle of the season.
It'll be Colin Ingram, who again was bowled basically a straight ball in the first innings, and he's coming in, and Ingram can do with a few runs. They all could do with a few runs at the moment.
Well, he's had one big century at Derby where he made 136, and apart from that, 30 is his highest score this season in the championship, that is, where he has been in and out. To be fair, missed a couple through injury and wasn't selected when Labuschagne was around. But Ingram then faces up to Code, who's steaming in, bowling, and Ingram getting behind it and blocking it.
And don't forget that 100 he got at Derby was on a pitch which is the flattest pitch I think we've seen for years, and where in their second innings Derbyshire replied with 360 for no wicket.
True.
So, bit of application, please. Glamorgan's top order batsman. Be selective.
Looked in good nick in the limited over stuff by and large, Colin Ingram, but can he convert that into the championship again, as he's played inside the line there? I'm pretty sure deliberately the Yorkshire supporters sounded enthused beneath us.
Yeah, it's totally different, isn't it? You've got a white ball that loses any sort of assistance. It loses its shine. It goes in about 6 or 7 overs, and then you can make hay. Not that I'm saying that Ingram, he is a very fine player. 37 now.
Another year on the Glamorgan books, as that comes back a bit, but Ingram leaves it safely, so it's a wicket maiden for Ben Code to start off with, and Glamorgan still 227 runs in arrears. Yorkshire need 9 wickets to win the game.
Excuse me, a very good over there from Code, and it'll be Jordan Thompson to continue. They formed an effective opening attack in the first innings, and this apart from best, predominantly seam attack with Yorkshire, and they'll be their spirits will be high as they look up above, and the clouds are disappearing. Lots of blue sky and a good day tomorrow, and they will be very, very confident of perhaps an innings victory, but Glamorgan will try and swallow some pride and try and get some runs on the board. So it'll be Thompson to bowl, and he'll be bowling at Eddie Byram. First ball to him. Byron defends on the line of Midland leg and plays it out on to the onside.
Yeah, you can tell Yorkshire on a high from the amount of verbal response to a perfectly straightforward defensive shot from Byram there.
In comes Thompson and bowls down the leg side again on that leg stump, swinging into the left hand, and it's played away up to mid-on. Working out if Yorkshire and Sussex win, as they probably will do, then Sussex will go above Glamorgan, and then if they pick up the full 24 points from this game, all of a sudden they'll be crawling up from the bottom, Yorkshire. And let's not forget they've been fined 40 or docked 48 points. We could well pass Derbyshire if Derbyshire don't do anything at the road at Bristol. Thompson is in and bowls, and this is played gently up towards mid-off. There's no run. Glamorgan yet to score a run. They lost a wicket.
Yeah, take up Yorkshire up to 92 if they got a maximum here. Gloucestershire and Derbyshire in contest.
Thompson bowls, clipped away for 4. Nice shot. Again, that ball just ducking in, leg stump, and the batsman, Eddie Byram, just helping it. Firm shot away to mid-wicket up towards the pavilion. Steps away to our left, the boundary to start his innings and Glamorgan's innings.
Looks like pretty much a stalemate in Bristol at the moment. Derbyshire 339 for 7 in reply to Gloucestershire's 377 all out. A long spell from Dom Bess here. We've got a long spell from Zafar Gohat over there. He's got 4 wickets in 35 overs.
Thompson round the wicket to the left-handed Byron, and he stands up tall and pushes it away backward of square on the offside.
Sussex eventually declared at Hove on 344 for 9. Leicestershire needing 499 to win, 70 for 2.
Yeah. Thompson then. Last ball of the over. In again and bowls. This is played firmly back up to mid-on this time. All hit in the middle of the bat with Eddie Byram in that over. End of it, and it's 4 for 1. Ingram yet to score. Byram 4. And I'm afraid, well, San's last few innings have been
single figures.
8 and 0-8-5. So he did come in at number 3 because a night watchman went in at Worcester, but knock his confidence, and he'll probably play the last game. There's not much point in him changing now. He's done fairly well, and I've applauded him because he's thrust into that position.
Stuck around
against Ollie Robinson, wasn't it, his first game, and he scored more runs than the others did up the top of the order.
Code to start a new over, bowling to Ingram, who drives, squirts it past point. There'll be a couple of runs here as Ingram gets off the mark and Glamorgan move to 6 for 1. In the Women's One Day International at Northampton, Sri Lanka women are 99 for 7 after 26 overs. So England on top in that series, having surprisingly lost the T20 series against an understrength England team. Men's One Day Internationals, I'll give you after this from Code, defended by Ingram to mid-on. In the Asia Cup, India are 201 for 9 in the 48th over against Sri Lanka. Laga 5 for 40, Asalanka 4 for 18 for Sri Lanka. Will be favourites for that one, you would have thought. Meanwhile, in the Southern Hemisphere, Potchefstroom, South Africa. There's Code bowls, and Ingram is forward watchfully, defending into the offside. South Africa are 236 for 4, with 11 overs remaining against Australia. Marnus Labuschagne playing in that one, and has been credited with a run out.
That is a very, very hot place.
Yeah.
Not just from up north. I've been there. My word.
As Code runs towards us from the River Taff end and beats Ingram.
Beauty.
That was a bit of pace and bounce there. And Code gives it the double teapot, wondering how it has not.
Where do you play that from?
Either the bat or the bails en route through to Jonathan Tattersall behind the stumps. So that one really
between bat and pad, didn't it?
Yeah, between bat and pads, and got up a bit off pretty much a full length.
I have to commend the boys next door in the studio who play it back and then slow it down to see exactly what happens. Don't get that everywhere.
As Code bowls, and Ingram somehow has worked that one through mid-on. It looked as though he was trying to play it straight, but he's got a couple of runs, and will come back fairly easily for a third. 9 for 1. Yes, it is nice to have the screens in real time here in Sophia Gardens, whereas
it's spot on.
A lot of grounds around the circuit, we're just watching the same as people at home are watching, which is about 40 seconds behind the action, so we have no chance of talking to the pictures, and indeed using the pictures to help the radio listening audience, or the online audio listening audience, as we should say. It's not strictly radio. Right, what's Tattersall doing?
Doing a Nick Webb. He's coming up to stand up.
Oh, I never do that. Byram will be have a Tattersall's breath down his neck as Code bowls. Byram cracks it away through the offside. Will get at least a couple of runs. Wharton off in pursuit. Stops it just inside the pavilion boundary. Easy 2. Glamorgan on to 11 for 1. I'm amazed that Tattersall can stand up to a bowler of Code's pace.
You were out yesterday, we were having a break when I was discussing it, because Jonathan plays club cricket up in Yorkshire, and he said, and I said, if I was a bowler of Code's pace, I'd be a little affronted that the keeper would come up to stand, but not, of course, if he brought off a beautiful catch. Or obviously what he's trying to do is to get Ingram back into his crease. But at that pace, and if you miss one, then if you miss a nick, because that would come at some pace, then the bowler wouldn't be very happy. So it's a twin-edge thing. Thompson to start his second over, and bowled now. Oh, and that's a good ball that lifts and beats Ingram. Well, I'll give him benefit of the doubt. He did take his head out of the way in the bat, but that's the best ball that he has bowled.
Yeah.
Obviously hit the new ball seam here.
I think Ingram took his bat out the way too late there. He was already past the edge. He did shape to play at it, certainly. Torrid time.
Yeah, get over this new ball, gentlemen. As in comes Thompson and bowls. Ingram drives nicely, straight to mid-off. There's no run. Fielded by Dom Bess.
You have to wonder about the psychology of it all, though, when you are following on. You've got 200 odds to knock off still. 216 as the things stand in a.
If it's there, Nick, yes, you've got to play those shots. Ingram is not one for hanging about either. He's an attacking player by nature. As you say, there's no point in just, dying in the hole and contributed 8 to 40 balls. Just delaying the inevitable. Next ball is worked to a sort of a straightish mid-wicket. No run. I don't know what you think, but I didn't think there was any terror in that first innings, and it showed because Best hardly had any. One wicket he took in 30 odd overs. Of course, Code did get 2 in 2, but they were tail enders. I think if you apply yourself, get over the new ball, as if opening batsman in county cricket, you should try and do at your best, and then you can get well entrenched. Thompson bowls, forward comes Ingram, plays it away up towards mid-off again. Ingram bowled for 5 by this very bowler, Thompson, in the first innings. He seemed to just play inside it and rocked the off stump, hit it a couple of yards. 11 for 1 is the Glamorgan score. And a lovely early autumn day, or late summer, take your pick. I suppose it's early autumn because a few of the trees in the far distance are beginning to change their colours slowly. Thompson bowls, Ingram defends, and again there's no run. I'm sure, like me, Nick, I used to enjoy going at this time of the year to do rugby matches at Pontypool Park.
Yes.
A magnificent sight when you look from our place in the stand, our broadcasting point, right across and behind. It's colours everywhere.
Yeah, Pontypool, Abertillery as well.
Oh, by the river. Yeah, lovely. And Cross Keys. Yeah, the odd game up there. It was a great sight. Last ball of the over, and Ingram gets right behind that. Pitched on off stump, and a pretty good over by Thompson, at the end of which Glamorgan are 11 for 1. Just to add that Pontypool Park, first week in January, you didn't really, the pitch or the surroundings don't look like that. The pitch is muddy and the surroundings are quite bare, the trees are bare.
I was doing one game at Pontypool Park where I think I was the reporter and we were producing some television highlights, and it was so cold that the camera froze basically, and we didn't have much of the match, but thankfully I think there were only 2 tries in it, and we just about had those on tape as it was then. But we couldn't show extensive highlights because the camera simply couldn't cope with the sub-zero temperatures. 11 for 1, Glamorgan's second time round. Yorkshire need 9 to wrap up the points. As Code bowls, and playing off the back foot, Byram sends it gently trickling.
Our Yorkshire listeners, forgive us talking about Welsh rugby, they probably might be interested in these Welsh rugby names. The coldest I've ever been was Maesteg on a Boxing Day when they were playing Bridgend, a local derby. Down, you've done Maesteg, haven't you? Down to the left.
Not very often, but once or twice.
The windows. It was such a cold day, blowing, the windows blew in. I absolutely froze. I'm not freezing now because it's a pleasant day as Code bowls, and batsman goes right across his stumps and defends.
Though having said that, I mean, one of my coldest days in recent years has been at the Liberty Stadium, which you'll know well from Swansea City football.
Coldest?
And of course the Ospreys. Well, I was presenting on a January day, and when you're presenting, basically you have to sit there for 5 hours. You're always in the same seat.
Surprised me there.
Code is in to bowl, and Byram plays inside that one as it goes through to Tattersall. Yeah, you would have thought it wouldn't be necessarily being on the coast rather than elevated in the valleys, but I think it was just the lack of movement for 5 hours really, which is going to do you in. And I had to go and sit in the press room downstairs once I came off air at 5:30, I think.
Frostbitten.
Just to allow myself to thaw out because I couldn't have driven. I couldn't feel my feet.
Yeah. We talk about our jobs and we love our jobs, but you get your moments.
You have to be hardy sometimes, don't you?
Yeah. Up he comes again, keeper.
Tattersall standing up to the wicket for Ed Byram to limit his footwork as Byram tries to square drive, doesn't time it, hits the ground straight away, bobbles up to Bean in the gully. You'd have thought of the 2 he'd be more likely to come up for Ingram, but maybe he's spotted something. Tattersall?
Well, you keepers do say a little bit mad.
It's a thankless task. 11 for 1. as Code into bowl to Byram, tail up. Byram defending on the leg side, and there's no run. Mentioned Abertillery, of course. There's a cricket ground just
Beautiful
down
ground.
from the rugby ground. I'd love to play there one day,
I
but
played there once. Benefit match, Peter Walker, many years ago.
all right.
I dropped a catch of cover, I don't remember it. Bowling was Roger Davis was in the Glamorgan champion side of 69. His brother John, left arm spin, up went the ball. Mine was not. Yeah.
Code into bowl, edged by Byram through the slips all along the ground, and run away to third man for 4. 15 for 1, and Byram has 10 of them.
Also played at Newbridge, where they play rugby.
All right.
Nice little ground. You wouldn't think so, you know, in midwinter when you go up to Newbridge and see the state of the ground, but yeah.
Yes, there's clubs throughout South Wales and no doubt throughout Yorkshire. Wait to see who exactly they're playing next season. I mean, in the top flights and the proper club echelons, you'll know obviously, but there tend to be so many movements around the lower divisions. You might find half your opponents changed, or you're promoted finishing 5th, or relegated finishing 6th, or whatever.
It's all changed. Here's Thompson, starts another over and bowls, and this time Ingram just pushes it into the covers. There's no run. Yeah. Everybody waits now. At the end of the season, they can't wait for the fixtures. Gerard Mortimer, who was a doyen of the press box in Derby for many years, wrote a book on football. He was also Derby County's chief soccer writer. And it was "When Are the Fixtures Out" was the title. Thompson bowls, and this time he gets right across and pushes it away on the offside.
In terms of the cricket, it's usually late November for first-class cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we can, those of us who work our schedules around it, can
prepare and think about it.
Think when we can fit in holidays and so on. With a bit of luck and a following wind.
Thompson and has a word with Dom Bess as he prepares to come in round the wicket to bowl to Ingram. And bowls to him, and Ingram defends again as he's done with the last 3 or 4 balls. Jonathan Dodge comes back, and
we'll swap at the end of the over, shall we? Save
catastrophes with tripping over everything.
Miss anything vital out in the middle. Thompson is taking his time trudging back to his mark here at the Cathedral Road end.
Here he is, about to come in. Past umpire Newell on his way, and bowls to Ingram. Oh, and he plays that well. It climbed a little bit on him, but he just nudged it down into the gully, and there's no run. Or third slip, or whatever they try and feel, or 4th slip, or 5th slip.
Yeah, Yorkshire, just with that extra bit of pace
and
in the proceedings. Yeah, they've been faster and more accurate, to be honest, than the Glamorgan medium-paced attack. There's been a good deal more hostility generated, and that's why they're 227 ahead on first innings.
In comes Jordan Thompson, bowls down the leg side and clipped away down toward fine leg for a boundary. So another boundary for Ingram. He moves on to 9, and the score to 19 for 1, and the deficit now is 208. It's coming down.
Trying to make out, is that a white rose flag? Yes, it is, says Jonathan, where the ball has just been struck at a fine leg. It's not an advertising hoarding, it's a Yorkshire flag draped over the railings down there.
Yeah, you see that away when we travel away and watch Glamorgan. The various supporters, clubs have their flag. Thompson in bowls, and this is played defensively. That's the end of another over. It's 19 for 1. Ingram is on 9. Byram is on 10. Steady start against some accurate bowling. We're going to change around here, so listen out for calamity and everybody falling over themselves.
There we are. Jonathan Deutsch will be joined for the next half hour or so. Radio commitments permitting for Jonathan, as he is with us, and Edward will shift over.
Yeah, back with an immediate appeal that if the cakes appear while I'm still on air, a nice jam and cream scone today, chaps. That'd be good for a change. Not managed one so far.
32 overs, 11 overs time.
And the cakes are there.
No. I'm just saying if they are, because I usually miss things like that. You came in with a tray full the other day.
Well, I make sure that our
for me
visiting
when I got there.
commentator also gets first choice. Otherwise, those ravenous journalists will have eaten it by then.
Well, they'd all gone yesterday when I went to have a look. You see, so yeah.
Really?
Well, all that I would have cared to have eaten. So I thought, better just get an appeal in now.
We shall see to it.
Don Bess is going to bowl from the River Taff end. You were talking about supporters there and the flag, the Yorkshire flag. One thing I keep seeing on the way up the staircase on a morning, note I use the stairs, not the lift, is on the first floor level it says Glamorgan followers. It doesn't say Glamorgan members, Glamorgan supporters, Glamorgan followers.
You've got the Glamorgan followers, a little batch. You've got the Glamorgan St Helens Balconeers who've been going 50 odd years. And I think there's another one somewhere. They've all got their little posse of supporters. Apart from having two left-handers, Jonathan, I'd like your view on bowling Don Bess so early and just the one wicket in the first innings. I would have thought a bit of pace from George Hill or something with a new ball. Anyway. He's got two slips as he pushes forward.
I would say surprisingly early, given it's a new ball again, but maybe they just think that they're not getting anything out of the new ball.
The other one is tossed up and defended. Two slips might be a little bit ambitious. I know you're bowling to get the outside edge to a left-hander, but you want a roaring turner to get that, I would have thought. As he nudges it to second slip. And he comes again, Bess, and this is pushed away in the offside. About 30 odd overs in the first innings. Byram made 40 in the first innings. He is into double figures and waits for Bess, who bowls to him. And it's pushed back. No threat as yet.
No, it feels like it's going to be a grind taking these 9 wickets second time around.
Should be here tomorrow anyhow.
You would think so.
Up he comes again, and that's left well outside the off stump and taken by Johnny Tattersall.
It felt like it might be a grind in the first innings, though, didn't it? And it was 100 for 6 at one stage, so things can change quickly, but it sort of has that feel about it, and especially if you're effectively giving up the new ball to your opening pair so quickly.
Here comes Bess and the bowls. That's a maiden. First over for Bess as a maiden. 19 for 1 score remains. Will we have a change at this end, he says to himself.
Yeah, interesting. And Ben Cliff, of course, brought in for his debut here, bowled just the 8 overs yesterday, the only bowler in the first innings for Yorkshire without wicket-taking success out of the sort of prime few. George Hill and Adam Lyth also, who were numbers 6 and 7, if you like, in the bowling order first time round, didn't take wickets either. But of those who were in primarily for that, Ben Cliff 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 41, and then wasn't entrusted with the ball this morning, nor has he been yet in this second innings. Only 7 overs old at the moment. Jordan Thompson is going to continue from this Cathedral Road end, and he has Colin Ingram just playing from the crease to a delivery roundabout off stump that's dropped into the offside. Who knows? Ben Cliff might be a second innings hero. Might, the sort of length that he bowls, might be able to find a bit
Or Revis again.
Pitch, uneven bounce possibly, yep. Matthew Revis. First five for him. In first class cricket. As in comes Thompson again, and that is round about fourth stump and dropped out into the offside and no run. So yeah, they're just going to have to stick to it here, Yorkshire, and keep the belief, energy levels up. Try and find 9 more deliveries, and Glamorgan, well, it's a long way to go, isn't it?
It is.
Still 208 before you get in front. As Thompson is in, and Ingram just leaning forward and dropping that into the offside for Revis to field. But who knows, those whatever it was for the final wicket.
56.
56 for that final wicket partnership, in terms of taking the game along a little bit more. And
just
rubbing out the deficit and
get a bat,
getting Yorkshire to bat again and all those sort of things. That knows how vital that might be come the end of tomorrow, or the end of the match, whenever that is. Thompson in, and that's slipping in towards Ingram. Bit of swing, went on with that off the pitch. Dot ball.
He's moderate medium pace, isn't he?
He's
not particularly
He's
rapid.
top end of the 70s, yeah.
Yeah. Just putting it there. Very useful pace.
There he goes again, Jordan Thompson. Wide on the crease, wide of off stump and left by Ingram. Plenty of encouragement ringing around the ground from the Yorkshire players out there.
As you would expect.
Overrate dropped slightly to +6. But still well in front on that front, and given that Dom Bess is already on in the second innings, should not be a problem. Thompson in again, straighter delivery, which is asking Ingram to play, and he drops it into the pitch to complete Jordan Thompson's 4th second innings over, with 2 maidens and none for 8 against his name. Dom Bess 1 over, 1 maiden, none for none. 19 for 1 Glamorgan, still 208 behind in their second innings.
And we have got 41 remaining, and that tells us there's 9 overs for the tea interval, which will be around 3:45, especially with Bess bowling. Bess having a word with the umpire. This is surely not to change the ball, is it? We had an early change yesterday. What day are we on here? On Sunday. But we carried on. Seems all is well.
Tom Bess just asking for James Warren to come from mid-wicket to the left-handed Byram into the offside.
On the drive.
Yeah, I think you'd describe it as fairly short extra cover.
He's coming around the wicket, as you would expect, to Byron, who is on 10. Here he comes, pulls the first ball. And Byron meets it with the middle of the bat, but Bess throws his arms up high. For whatever reason, he only knows. We timed him when you were just before lunch today. Bowled 1 minute 24 seconds. It took, and that included a single to extra cover.
Okay.
So maiden would be Sander.
The overs at the other end were taking, I don't know what they were timed at, but must have been well over 5 minutes, 1 or 2 of them.
Batman is left by the batsman, Byron.
I timed a couple of Shannon Gabriels last year when he was on his short loan spell. 6 and 7 minute overs.
Were they? Here's the next ball. Outside the off stump again. He's got that man on the drive. He's got a 6-3 field, 6 on the offside now, obviously angling that ball into Byron's off stump or minimum marginally outside. Here he is and bowls, and this is pushed away on that onside. Tattersall trots away to his right and retrieves. And here is the last ball, and we're going to have another minute plus something. And Glamorgan have gone purely on the defensive here, as if to say, look, we didn't bat well at all in the first innings. We have to rectify that and try and make Yorkshire work doubly hard for their wickets.
Have a look at some scores from elsewhere. Division 1 at Canterbury. Nottinghamshire following on 76 for 3 and still trail Kent by 105 runs, so not going well. Well, the boys from Trent Bridge. Match start delayed because of rain in the game between Northants and Warwickshire. The latter being 142 for 4, trailing by 108 in the first innings. That's probably looking likely ultimately to be a draw. We have a change of bowling again here. Jordan Thompson has now been replaced at this Cathedral Road end by Ben Code. Good to see him back in the attack. 3 overs, 1 for 11. Right arm over, right arm round the wicket, I should say. First up there to Ingram, who dropped it out into the offside. There was no run. In Division 1 as well at Old Trafford, Middlesex 194 are out. Lancashire have gone in front there. They're 29 ahead at 2-2-3 for 3.
They've started up at Dogtree, have they?
Yeah, so Middlesex could be in a bit of bother here, couldn't they?
Yeah,
relegation-wise.
Kent win.
Very much so. If Kent win, they'd go second bottom.
See our old friend Michael Hogan got Habib out early for the second time in the match. Another 2 have dropped since then. As you say, 70 for 3. It's a struggle. Following on.
Yeah, Don Bess has just given some opinion to Ben Code before he delivers this ball, which is straight. Ingram flicks it to Jordan Thompson at mid-wicket. No run. At Hove in this division, Leicestershire need 404 more runs to win. That is in its final innings, that match, so we're going to get a conclusion either way over the course of the next day and a bit. 95 for 2 they are, second time around. And Bristol, Gloucestershire 377, Derbyshire are nearly level. They're 4 runs behind with 2 first innings wickets standing. Code in again, Ingram once more solid with his defensive effort there, pushing back to the bowler. You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. At Jonathan Deutsch. Code back at his mark. Further words from Bess. Ben sets off in then. And at this latest delivery, the 4th of the over, again straight. Ingram turns it into the leg side. And that's what they've got to keep doing, haven't they? Just asking the batters to play.
Run rate has gone down to under 2 now. It's 1.97. And you can see the reason why they're defending for their lives.
Proper rearguard action stuff. Code in again. Ingram plays this one late and drops it down square on the leg side. Tattersall up to pick it up, and again no run. Well, there was earlier on the forecast that there might be some rain between 3 and 4, but it doesn't look like there's going to be the case. It's drifting across from left to right as we look at it from the com box. That's
no problem.
North to south. Code pushing off, and in he comes once again from wide on the crease. It's a roundabout leg stump when it reaches Ingram, who's flicked it on its way in front of square on the leg side. Jordan Thompson makes a sliding miss at first before he picks it up second time. And they're back for 2. So all a bit pedestrian out there at this moment in time. Glamorgan quite laborious about their defensive work, but that's what they've got to do, I guess. try and wear down this new ball, make it increasingly difficult for Yorkshire to take the 9 wickets that they have in hand. Ingram 11, Byram 10, 39 overs left in the day, 21 for 1.
They've had a look at the ball again. Carry on, says the umpires. Bess has bowled 2 overs, yet to concede a run, and he will be bowling as he bowled. First 2 overs to Eddie Byram, who's been stationary there on 10 for some time. Still the attacking field as he prepares to bowl from the River Taff end, and bowls the first ball, and it's clipped firmly but up to mid-on where there's no run. Gives it a polish to keep the ball shine for code at the other end, and here is Bess again and bowls. Taking no chances is Ed Byram, pushes it away on the offside. Nick returns, minus kicks. But, just arriving. We got a man at bat pad, which is crowding the batsman, but you can see the sense in it as he bowls again. And this is pushed away back to the man who's just arrived there. So there's a little posse of fielders having if they want to have a little quick word and pass the time away with the batsman. Here comes Bess, wide of the crease, and this is clipped away to mid-on. Again, there's no run. This looks as it could be a third successive maiden. Bess versus Byram. 2 balls to go. At least it gets through the overs quickly for us. Bess in bowl, tosses this one up, and it's driven straight to cover. No extra cover, there's no run. 1 ball to go. Last ball. Oh, well, that beats him. It's the rough. Perhaps we shall have a look. I'm sure at that replay there is a fair bit of rough there. You can see it on the screen, can't you? Might have just hit it.
Yeah, Adam Lyne's just inspecting the area round about where it pitched, which was just outside off stump, about 4th stump line for the left-hander.
Yeah, we won't see it, but one of the boys has gone, nipped out for a moment, but we will see again. Code bowling to Colin Ingram. He's on 11.
Here he comes then. Code in, and Ingram is asked to play once again, round about off stump, possibly just outside, dropped into the offside. Revis, hero of the first innings with 5 for, does the fielding.
You'll be on before long.
Oh, I don't know, workloads, Ed, workloads. He got through a lot this morning. Got through a lot this morning. Well, barring the rain breaks, for over an hour, unbroken from this Cathedral Road end, where Cody's bowling from now, and Revis will again field the ball that's patted out into the offside by Ingram.
I was saying to Nick earlier on, there's no threat. There's no really threat. The odd ball never misbehaved, but there's been no threat as we've seen in this innings. Nothing sort of beaten the bat 3 times in an over.
No.
We had that very good ball that deceived and got Ul Hassan out, but really it's plain sailing. You just wait for the bad ball, but there's not many of them around in this innings so far.
Yeah, very placid out there. Cody again, ball that shapes in towards the left-handed Ingram, who drops it square on the leg side to where short leg would have been. They've scampered through for 1. The run rate's not going to bring the crowds back. Haven't really turned up in the first place here.
No.
So 2 slips and a gully. Is that a slow hand clap? Or is it Don Best giving a slow hand clap to Ben Code? Byram on strike. And Code in, and Byram across outside off stump to drop that one down for Finley Bean to come round and field.
Remember some years ago, Colin Ingram and Chris Cook went in just after tea against Nottinghamshire, Stuart Broad and all, and batted until the end of the day and all of the 4th day. And that was a placid pitch.
You're cheering us up now, Ed. With the prospect of 130 overs or so of that. Code to Byram, who watches that carefully and turns it into the leg side, where Big Mick runs past it. Mickey Edwards out there as a substitute fielder for one.
Is the captain there?
The Yorkshire players. Yeah, he's at mid-on. He was the man who fielded it, in actual fact. Is it Jordan Thompson who's not out there? I think it is. Looks like he's left the field. Big Mick, I went for a wander around the pitch at lunchtime and he was having a jog around. He put through his paces. Code in. And nicely played this by Eddie Byram. He's probably going to get 4. James Wharton's giving chase, but he's just laid his bat on a lovely late cut. And it is indeed 4 runs. Code 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Glamorgan 26 for 1, trailing by 201 in their second innings. Yeah, as he was jogging round, I gave him a shout. Made a witty comment, and he said, "Yeah, I need that one, Doidgy. Thanks, mate." He was struggling, shall we say? He wasn't quite sort of co or ovette pace for those of a certain age.
Exactly. You got a stopwatch there?
Don't think he would have appreciated that.
And this makes a change. It'll be Ingram to face Best, who he hasn't faced in this innings. And the off-spinner is bowling to him now and bowls the first ball, and he plays into the line and pushes it away onto the offside. 26 for 1, a very patient 26. We've had 12 overs in this second innings. Byram has got 14. Ingram has got 12. This in comes Bess and bowls. Back he goes and cuts it away, and it's a chase down to the backward point boundary. The ball might just win, not might just win, it wins by a canter. And in Dodgy's other sport, it won by about 10 lengths.
Yep.
Yeah.
It looked odds-on favourite from the moment that he struck it. But even one of those was beaten at 25 to 1 on last week, wasn't it? Did you see that?
No, I didn't. No, my wife is a great watcher because her brother's got a little pony stud up in the hills of Carmarthenshire, and she's very, very keen. I mean, brought up.
I think I'm right in saying it was the shortest priced winner beaten.
Was it?
In British racing. I think it equalled the record, yeah.
Yes, the next ball. Oh, and that's caught it slip. Drifted across him, and the plan has worked, and Lythe takes the quite comfortable catch, and Ingram goes for 16, having just struck a boundary. 2 balls later, he edged it into Lythe's hands, and that is the second wicket. And the patience of the bowlers has worked, and I don't know whether that I don't think it turned. It more or less guided there, didn't it?
Yeah, going to see it again. It might have just turned slightly, sort of held its line, if you like, really. Bowled it as wide as he possibly could on the crease, Don Bess. Just helped nicely into the hands of Adam Lythe.
There's 30 for 2. And Ingram out just 3.5 overs or so before the tea interval. So it's just patience now for just trundle away. And I don't think that turned at all. It was more or less, as you say, guided into the hands of slip. So Ingram has had a lean couple of weeks with the bat. And it'll be Sam North East to come out, and he also has not really shone as he did last season with that monumental score of 400 odd at Leicester. Seems a different world. When Glamorgan, of course, in that game had that quadruple 100, and they also had Nisa and Hogan bowling just before and after tea in the last day, and they took 10 wickets. One of the most memorable victories in Glamorgan's history. Sadly, there's nothing been like that this year. So the right-hander comes in, and he will coming in to join Byram. 30 for 2. Glamorgan still trail by 197 runs.
Not much when you say it quick, is it? But when you say it slowly like that, it sounds quite a long.
Especially when you're up against the wall and you can't score freely. I'm afraid you get out, and
you can't imagine Kieran Carlson's going to come in and just try and sort of dog it out like this. He won't play his shots.
He'll be selective, but he will play his shots because he doesn't really respect off spinners. Changing the field all round because it's the right-hander, and here comes Bess and bowls, and it's driven up to mid-off by Sam North East,
who got stuck on the crease trying to cut one, didn't he, to Don Bess in the first innings, and ended up nicking it onto his stumps. Chose the wrong one to play at.
Here's Bess in bowls, and that had very close to short leg. He just pushed it around, and it landed on the half volley just in front of him. We'll have another look at that. No, it is well short, but it
was probably a yard short, wasn't it? Yeah.
That's better played. He brought his wrists, dropped it, played to soft hands then. End of the over, 30 for 2. Glamorgan North East just come in yet to score. Byram is on 14.
Yeah, a lot of work for Glamorgan to do. 4 overs to go before the tea break on day 3. Of course, if they do manage to chip away at the wickets column, Yorkshire, there's a possibility of an extra half hour, but at 2 down, just 4 overs to go before tea, probably unlikely going to get quite as close as that.
Best thing for you would be finish around midday tomorrow, have lunch, and up the various motorways up to the north.
Yeah,
that would suit you, wouldn't it?
Well, tonight would suit better.
You'd go, would you, if you finished at 7?
Yeah, I think so. Here's Code round the wicket, and Byram solidly behind that, pushing to Shan Masood mid-on. Masood gives the ball a quick inspection, a token shine.
Looking from behind, he reminds me of Darren Sammy.
Shan Masood?
Yeah, former West, thin, 6'3", 6'4". He's former West Indies captain.
Ben Coates just asked Ben Cliff to go about probably 2'4" to his right, down at long leg. There's a slipper gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket. Adam Lyth on the catch, close in, but not coming into play to this delivery, which was about 4th stump and just laid into the offside there by the bat of Eddie Byram. Matthew Revis fielding with his sunglasses on the back of his head. One of my old school teachers. I've got eyes in the back of my head, you know.
Yeah. I wouldn't have thought the extra half hour would come into because of the light factor around 6 o'clock.
Yeah, there is that as well. So Code in again, and Byram dropping into the offside Revis field. No run, no problem at the moment, of course. With the light, it's
tell you what, I was driving home last
grey
night.
overhead.
The last 10 miles, all of a sudden it went dark. I was just approaching home at 7:15. And had to put the lights on in the house as soon as I got in.
I thought you meant you remembered that you'd left the interior light in the car on and
No.
and switched it off. 30 for 2, 3 to come in the over. Code pressing for a second innings wicket, but not with that delivery, which is dropped into the leg side. No run.
Jeff Arnold was a fine Surrey and England bowler. You talk about workloads, Jonathan. And he was, I think he still does it, spotting for the ECB, any prospective fast bowlers. And I remember sitting with him one day up at Lord's, and he was saying, I would ring in the middle of a test match, Surrey, and say, championship match starts on Wednesday, test match finishes on Tuesday, make sure I'm playing for Surrey, I don't want to rest.
Interesting. Code in, and Byron punches to Masood at
Fred
mid-on.
was the same. He never used to want to miss a match anywhere. FS. Because there were bowlers, Brian Statham, great Lancashire bowler, didn't want to lose his rhythm, you know.
Yeah. Ben Code, 242 first-class wickets to his name now. He's just crept back above 20. So he'd like to take a few more with him here. 20.02 is his current in-play average as Byram opens the face and runs one out to Wharton. That point, no run. So difficult, isn't it, Ed, to take your wickets at that sort of average per wicket over the course of a career that Ben Code's been playing in terms of longevity. Made his first-class debut back in June of 2016.
7 years ago. Time does go quickly these days.
I wonder if he can remember who his first-class wicket was.
He would remember.
I certainly can. He effected a run out in the Durham second innings of that match, in his first innings wicket.
Has best starts in the over, balls to northeast, who drives very powerfully, but it's well fielded by the ball and no run.
In fact, his first class wicket was actually a Yorkshireman playing for Durham. It was Usman Arshad of Bradford.
Northeast looking to get off the mark, always feel a little bit better. He's waiting now for Best from the far end as he comes in and bows to him, and a little bit short, jabs it away and thinks, and Byram says immediately no. The last thing Glamorgan want is a few overs before tea. Best in, bowls down the pitch comes northeast, but a tumbling stop there at mid-on in the far distance.
His average against Glamorgan, 13.81 with the ball. Yeah.
That's so.
16 wickets. It's only his fourth match against Glamorgan in first-class cricket.
In comes the next ball. It's jabbed away backward at point. He's not going to get a run there. Let's have a look here. How did he do up at a bit of Headingley this season?
He
got 2 for 18 in the first egg, and then
that was it.
Yeah.
He's not had a 5 for yet. 4 for 94 in the first time he bowled against Glamorgan in 2021 is his best figures against the county so far.
First ball is chipped away up to deep mid. Not the first ball. The next ball is chipped away, and northeast is on his way. He gets a single, and the score just creeps out to 31 for 2 as we have 1 ball left of this over. Then we'll have just 3 overs before tea.
Otis Gibson, Ali Maiden. A bit of wander round.
Yes, you generally see the Glamorgan hierarchy wandering round there. Mrs. Maynard and Harrison. Very attacking field here as Byram waits and pushes. The last ball of Bess is over into the gully, End of the over.
The tea is being taken and there are 32 overs remaining. And once again, you're very welcome to drive.
Yes, we do know mistakenly 32 overs left. That has been the case for the last 100 years. And again, you're reminded not to take your food out to the outfield.
Well, I hope you're not going to do that with your tray of whatever you bring
Take my waiter with me.
today. So Ben Cody's going to continue, as I say, record against Glamorgan. Well, so far, 16 wickets at 13.81 with that best of 4 for 94.
It's helped today when he took 2 and 2. He'd been
Don Best by comparison against Glamorgan. His 4th match against the county as well. All 4 of them have been for Yorkshire. Codes in and punched through the covers by Sam Northeast for 4 runs. Nicely played.
shot of the innings so far. Hasn't been a very long innings, but he stood up there and really punched it away.
But Dom kind of suffers by comparison, if indeed comparisons are relevant, but his record nonetheless for Yorkshire against Glamorgan, 2 wickets at 129.5. Wonder if he's played against them for Somerset.
You know, you're straight off the Martin Emerson school of statistics now.
It's just interesting to see individual records sometimes against a certain county, because we all, you know, when you've played sport, there are some teams you do well against for whatever reason, and others you struggle against, don't you? Here's Code. Ooh, now a big appeal here.
No,
Northeast, outside the line, says Ed.
I thought
definitely a thud into the pad. Did it come off the inside edge onto his pad? Those of us who can see the replay, well, you'll get that in a moment. For those who can't, go deliver it from relatively wide. It holds its line. That's not a bad shout at all, I don't think. Was there an inside tickle on it?
Just a little bit, yeah, okay. Not out, says umpire Newell, who's given a few in this match.
And we continue, and in comes Code once again. Northeast pushing firmly out into the covers this time, where Jordan Thompson is into field. Barely a breath of wind out there. The flag's away to our left, limp on those 3 flagpoles. Not a lot of movement in the trees, apart from doubtless a few birds. And if anything, if they turn into the bowling club car park that we park in, just next to the ground, more or less here, is anything to go by, probably a few squirrels as well. A few scurrying around this morning in the park. And Conker's already on the floor, on the ground, as Code is in. That's dropped into the offside by Northeast. Thompson again fielding.
We'll be here tomorrow. 30 overs left.
Code on his way back to his mark with 2 remaining in the over. You can email him, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Twitter is, or X is at Jonathan Dodge, or at Nick Webb 2017. Got it right at last. We're on day 3 as Code is in. Northeast plays this and then does an impression of a flamingo. Goes on one leg as it makes its way out to Ben Cliff. Good afternoon to you, Howard Ray, who says, hi, Dodgy. Great job, you guys, as usual. Would love to know the skipper's thought pattern at the latter stages of Glamorgan's first innings. Surely Code should remain in situ with attacking in-your-face fields. Yorkshire virtually gifted them a more than handy last wicket partnership. Baffling, not much help for spin on this track. Leaves Best basically spelling at one end, and the medium paces, it might as well be Moriarty with his left arm stuff. Will give us a little more next season. Cody's in. That's dropped into the offside by Byram. And there is no run. I'll be a little surprised, he says, if we play 2 spinners very often. Incidentally, first time I've heard you lost for words. Yeah, well,
2 spinners at Headingley.
It's extraordinary sort of few overs, that, wasn't it? James Parker Asks about Will Frayne, says hello Jonathan and your Welsh colleagues. Fond memories of Wales in childhood, Amroth Castle.
Pembrokeshire.
Now a Yorkshireman in Madrid. Variation on a Sting song. Yeah, Englishman in New York. Thanks for the work. What are the prospects for Will Frayne? I know the season's coming to an end. Will he have a chance in the first team this season or next?
Yeah, it's best to start another over. You know, turns him a little bit round there as Byram lurched forward, and it ended up at short mid-on, 35 for 2.
I would say it looks highly unlikely, James.
Here's the next delivery. This is the, what is it? The last over before tea. I can't see Byram jumping down the track and hitting him over the top in this over. As Byram goes off the back foot. An animated bowler puts his hands on his head as Jonathan Dodge and myself are in the trap, ready to run to the kitchen area for some cakes. Can't see any runs coming in this over. That's left outside the off
I'm
stump.
playing dirty here. Yeah.
You're going to block me.
Head tackle, I think.
Yeah, you've got to be quick with those garnets in the press box. 2 balls to go before tea then. I'm closing my book because I don't envisage any runs. The 5th ball is blocked.
My first visit down here, Nick brought us some Welsh cakes in on, I think, just about every morning, but I've obviously offended him because none have been forthcoming this time.
Here we go then, last ball before the tea interval, which is pushed forward back to the bowler. The position here is the Glamorgan trail by 192 runs. They're 35 for 2. North East is 5. Byram is 14. Them and us will continue in around 20 minutes.
Some latest scores from the other games taking place in the LV Insurance County Championship. And here at Sophia Gardens, all these games are also in their 3rd day. There's been a little bit of play this afternoon at Edgbaston, the game between Northampton and Warwickshire, where Warwickshire at tea are 142 for 4 in their first innings, still trailing Northamptonshire by 108 runs. It's tea time at Hove, where Leicestershire in their second innings are 113 for 3. They still require a further 386 runs to beat Sussex. Sussex earlier declared on 344 for 9 in their second innings. After raining bad night at Bristol, they've reached tea with Derbyshire on 388 for 8. So Derbyshire leading Gloucestershire by 11 runs. Players got underway at Old Trafford after a delayed start, with Lancashire currently 243 for 4, leading Middlesex by 49 runs. And it's tea time at the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, where Nottinghamshire in their second innings at 87 for 5. So Notts are still trailing Kent by 94 runs. If you're seeking a score sheet for today's game, they are free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also Obtain a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan yearbook. You can also buy one and much more from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. The shop will be open until just the turn of 5 o'clock. It's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. A reminder about refreshments, that food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. There's food and drink also available for purchase from the mobile unit beneath the caster house stand. And snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school.
Yeah, I think someone pointed out that was a bit ridiculous. You would put your money on Yorkshire, but this is cricket. That thing's doing it.
This morning.
We still haven't declared for 6 seconds. 621. There's 2 days left.
Actually let them stay.
No, Ben Cruz up there. You got 117 then. Yeah, I'll try, we've got 3 wickets. Really cold. He was Callum Taylor when he seconded.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Almost happy was the first one.
And then he did it on day, that was it.
Into a few years ago, also.
You know I don't like the Brooklyn cricket. Well, I really wanted or something, wouldn't surprise me. Fought like today. When we played in Derbyshire. the thing though in ranches, you put unforeseen circumstances beyond our control, and members fall with big council.
Yeah. If we haven't had people bloody tendering their resignations before then.
Well, most, I think most of them know 3 years ago. Why is he on all this hassle?
He's already announced he's going to be starting.
What wants to quit the age left? Straight away, hasn't he? If I take Robertson back as a chief executive, it's making him more than knows how he's done it. Not have the authority to do it. I think we just spent the money wisely, no one will be complaining. I can't say anything else.
Yeah, very, it was very economical. Yeah, he's having his best match of the season, which is good for me because that sets up next week's match. Can't win because they know they couldn't get out. So they'll have everything in the next week.
Are you still planning to come back for the last game here?
Yeah, that's still the plan.
So I didn't know whether to put nothing on it, whether you might end up getting.
Yeah, it's not impossible. Something could crop up, but I'd give you a ring as soon as I sort of
No, not a problem. I just wondered if you know, because obviously one step would be get, promotion.
Oh yeah, obviously,
Yeah, that would be a lot more interesting.
No, it's still easiest to come here, which is a good thing in its favour. I don't think if there's something desperate in the Midlands that will decide promotion, relegation, or the title, then I might go with it. So it's still possible, depending on next week's results. But at the moment, I'm planning to come here. Most likely a couple of weeks ago, I thought Essex could hang on really tight, so it might be worth going to see them at Northlands. Don't think so. Yeah, I'm not going there if there's 20 points difference and there's only a few
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for this third and final session on day 3 of the County Championship match between Glamorgan and Yorkshire, with the visitors on the road to victory, it seems. Glamorgan 35 for 2 in their second innings, still 192 runs in arrears, 32 overs left of the day's play. Jonathan Deutsch, it seems more a question of when rather than if at the moment.
Probably, but I did say before that second wicket was taken, it just feels like it's going to be even more of a grind. Yesterday there was that sort of enthusiasm that Yorkshire would naturally have had when the opponents were 100 for 6, and even if it takes that bit longer to take those last 4 wickets, you know, you'd felt you'd got the game by the scruff of the neck at that point. Clearly still have it by the scruff of the neck, but it is very, very placid out there. It doesn't appear to be breaking up to any massive degree, does it? There's been the odd one during the game that's kept low, and there's been 1 or 2 that have bounced a little bit, but nothing significant where you're just waiting for the next one. So if you bat sensibly, you can bat time out there, as we've seen today. And I think Yorkshire have just got to keep attacking the stumps, and Glamorgan obviously got to be very, very disciplined with their batting and not take on shots that they shouldn't be playing, which 1 or 2 of them did in the first innings.
Indeed, the not-out batters at Byram 14, Sam North East. 5 the men back in the hutch. Zain ul Hassan having a difficult couple of weeks. Cord Hill bowled Code at slip. Colin Ingram likewise caught at slip by Adam Lyth off the bowling of Dom Bess. So who will be in the attack first up for the visitors? Is it Bencliffe?
It is. He's just been getting loose with Yorkshire's bowling coach Kabir Ali away to our left in front of the changing rooms, so that for the first time in this second innings, the 18th over, he's going to have a go. We just got the PA announcer again. Just lovely how he announced that. Ben Cliff coming on. He's brought a drawing in for us today, let's have isn't it?
Happy birthday to Dr. Hignell, by the way. It's his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Dr. Hignell.
As
you'd think somebody would get on the microphone and announce that for him.
Indeed. 35 for 2 then, as Ben Cliff, striving for his maiden first-class wicket, is bowling to Sam North East, who drives into the offside, and there is no run. So where are we? 32 overs, finishing somewhere around 10 past, 6:15. You would have thought, light permitting, or indeed Yorkshire winning the game before then permitting, as Cliff is in to North East, and he defends that one on the leg side, and there is no run. Glamorgan's resistance in the first innings went in fits and starts, didn't it? There was a partnership of 73 between Carlson and Douthwaite. Douthwaite then hung around for a little bit longer to reach 37, and then 2 wickets in 2 balls before the last wicket stand of 56, but it all came too late. As Cliff bowls, good Yorker length delivery up in the block hole, and North East playing respectfully back to the bowler.
Yeah, and for all I was incredulous for that 8-9 over period after those 8th and 9th wickets were taken in the first innings about what was going on, credit where it's due. I think they've used Ben Cliff, you know, pretty well in terms of how they've managed bringing him on in both these innings.
Yes, it's been fortunate that they have had positions where they've been able to bring him on without pressure, as North East tries to put some pressure back on the bowler by driving through the covers, and that will beat the dash of Shan Masood towards the indoor nets as it races away for 4 runs.
Nicely played, James. He started off pretty well, hasn't he, Nick? The first 3 deliveries were okay, but he's just thrown up a wideish half volley. Got the treatment.
Well, if you can't bowl 20-year-olds in September when your side's well in charge, then when can you, frankly? He's not in a pressure situation by any means, and he'll be hoping to take advantage of that. That's a better delivery, and North East drives it up to Masood, and there's no run. 39 for 2. Little bit of blue sky overhead. Clouds not too threatening at the moment. We started half an hour late this morning, and we therefore couldn't make up overs on previously in the match, as that's on leg stump, and well, it was probably a leg by in there, but keeper Tattersall did well to retrieve the ball and dissuade them from trying it. Just the one boundary shot in that over then. 39 for 2 Glamorgan, 31 overs left of the day's play.
Yeah, Ben Cliff just again needs to try his level best to settle into a rhythm, and a line and a length. Remember those expressions in cricket.
Good areas, surely, Jonathan.
Yeah, bowl it straight, top of off stump. If it's good enough for Ben Code, with 240 odd first class wickets to his name, and it's good enough for anybody of not dissimilar pace. Ben Cliff maybe slightly a few mph quicker than Ben Code's average delivery, but not totally dissimilar in how they bowl it. Right arm seam, but Don Best then is going to continue at the River Taff end. He's going to have this end of the ground named after him. He's bowled there so often during this match, and he's bowling here to Eddie Byram, who's pushing that first one back up the pitch to the bowler. No run.
Speaking of the virtues of line and length, Michael Hogan, formerly of this parish, 3 for 13 in 10 overs for Kent against Notts today.
Bass coming round the wicket here. Byram pushing forward past the outstretched hand of silly mid-off there, James Wharton. 2 slips in place as well. Lyth at first, Hill at second. Finley Bean looks like he's practicing a golf shot. He's at backward point. Mickey Edwards is doing something similar at cover, so he's out there again. That's dropped into the offside for Wharton to field. No run. Jordan Thompson is at mid-off. So if I was right and it was him off before tea, then fear not, Yorkshire supporters who would be hoping he might take a wicket or two, because he's out there right now. And it looks as though it's Ben Code who is missing, as Revis jogs around from mid-wicket to field this latest delivery, which was turned in that direction by Byram. Ben Cliff is at backward square leg. Yeah, can't see Ben Code anywhere. Pass to Byram, who gets it wide of George Hill at second slip. Finley Bean is round to prevent a run. Pass found taking wickets tough on this surface. 1 in the first, but 1 already in the second. 1 for 5. There's the final ball of his 7th over, and it's cut by Byram, but he can't get it past the fielding Finley. Bean once again. So 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 5 for Don Bess. He's certainly holding an end up, and they'll want him to hopefully take some toll in the wickets column second time around. Glamorgan 39 for 2, trailing by 188.
Asia Cup, India 213 all out in the 50th over. Sri Lanka, though, in some early trouble in reply. They're 44 for 3 after 12. In Potchefstroom, South Africa totaled 338 for 6 against Australia. Cliff in to bowl to North East, who drive straight down the ground, 4 runs. Just coming back more or less where it came from, just to the right of the stumps as we look at it from the Cathedral Road end. And it was heading back towards us. North East to 13, 43 for 2. That South African innings included 102 not out from Aidan Markram, 82 from Quinton de Kock. Marnus Labuschagne playing for Australia against the land of his birth there.
George Hill's just been dropped out straight after that shot by Ben Cliff himself.
Cliff bowls and North East defends. Where did the extra fielder go, sorry?
He was moved from square leg on the 1 to deep backward square.
Is he going to bounce him?
So as the ball was still just about crossing the boundary rope with the 4 that Sam North East struck, Ben Cliff gesticulated with his arm to send somebody out. And it was George Hill.
As Cliff bowls, North East drives to Masood at mid-off, and there's no run. I wouldn't have thought the North East is among your prime candidates for being caught at deep square, to be honest.
No, I thought it was an interesting move. That was the more like the sort of delivery you'd probably want from Ben Cliff, the one who's just bowled. Maybe a little bit straighter, but it was getting North East into the drive position. He's got a slip, he's got a gully. He's got Jordan Thompson and Shan Masood to catch in the offside if one comes their way.
Cliff bowls. There is the short ball, and North East does take it on, and he's got it away to a fairly fine leg. Didn't get a whole lot on it, as you can tell from where the ball ended up. Might even have been glove, but it was safe enough. As North East moves up to 17 and Glamorgan to 47 for 2.
Yeah, he's just replayed it, Sam North East, as if he wanted to get more over the top of it. But it was he couldn't really get over the top of that, could he? Because the height he took it at.
Off for Ballard Light, I think it is, in Bristol. Derbyshire 394 for 8, 17 ahead of Gloucestershire on first innings still there. As that is turned off his legs by North East. It is along the ground to that deep square leg fielder. And it's a single, North East to 18, 48 for 2. In Hove, Leicestershire need a further 380 to beat Sussex. 499 is their target there, 119 for 3. Patel has just gone for 40. Ackerman is 60 not out for the Foxes, but looks a tall order for them to remain in the promotion chase. Glamorgan's hopes have disappeared in the space of the last couple of days. As the left-handed Byram comes on to strike, and Cliff now wants fielder on the ropes at deep backward point. Cliff is in to bowl full length, and that's just been nurdled away by Eddie Byram. Just dropped the angled bat on it and played it ever so gently. 52 for 2. The Glamorgan half century is up as he just stunned that one and sent it gently sliding between slip and gully for 4. Byram has 18, so does North East. 52 for 2, 175 runs behind still.
Yeah, and in terms of what he was trying to achieve there, Ben Cliff, he's got the sweeper out wide. I could kind of see that he'd done that just to block that up. He was obviously trying to throw it full and wide, I think, for the nick-off possibly, or a mistimed drive into the offside with the field that he had set, but it was a bit of a halfway house delivery in the end, and I thought it was played well by Byram. Deserved the 4 for it. So 2 overs for 17. Ben Cliff's second time around. It's proven expensive again, but I think they've got to keep trying with him here as Don Bess is in, and that's dropped into the offside by North East. Revis will feel they've got loads of runs to play with still. They can bat for a second time again, and of course if they need to at some point tomorrow. Still 175 to rub off. Bess to North East, who uses his feet and will drill it down to long on, where Jordan Thompson fields. They get 1 run. So if there's a clear plan with Ben Cliff before he sets off on his run up, that's obviously going to help his cause with a clear mind. I'm sure there probably is, and then it's about how well he executes that plan. and that's clearly what's not quite coming off for him just at this stage, as Byram just flicks one into the leg side for Masood to field. But as we often see in cricket, it might just take one delivery, Nick, one ball, bit of confidence with that first wicket, and that might change the outlook for Ben. We'll see. Best round the wicket. Byram sweeps, and here's Ben Cliff round the corner doing the fielding. Fires it back in venomously to the gloves of Johnny Tattersall. 2 to come in the over. And Bess from wide on the crease again. Byram propping forward, pushing it to Walton. That's silly, made it off. Another dot. Bess starts off in again. Byram solidly forward, back to the bowler to complete another Bess over. That's 8 of them he's now bowled in this Glamorgan second innings. 5 maidens, 1 for 6. Glamorgan 53 for 2, 174 behind in their second innings following on.
Emir Evans on Twitter, /X, says this kind of feels inevitable, having not strengthened for the last month of the season. A million miles away, he says, of Glamorgan's progress. Our season has fallen off a cliff, despite us trying our best. It's an uphill task early. Will it finish early? Getting as many Yorkshire puns in as he can. Thank you, Amir. Nice to see you with an eye on the opposition as well. Steve West, our conversation of Abbotsleary early, said he was brought up there and played cricket on that beautiful ground. Yeah, I hope I get a chance to at some point, but their second team is 2 divisions below our second team at the moment.
Ben Code back on, by the way, for Mickey Edwards.
As Ben Cliff bowls and hits northeast on the pad as he looks to work on the leg side. So at Jonathan Doidge, at Nick Webb 2017 for your X messages. Not XXX messages, please. Let's keep it clean.
Get a few of them as the season goes on as well, don't we?
Yes, you get a few dodgy alleged followers, don't you? As Cliff is in to bowl, and northeast just plays down on that one and pushes it to point. And there's no run. So northeast, the experienced man, looking to try and dig in if he possibly can for the long term. But you can't really look at 123 overs and think I've got to bat through that. Everyone talks about just dividing it up, chopping it into half hours maybe. Cliff bowls on leg stump, worked away by northeast for the single. He moves to 20, and it's 54 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. Also available via the 2 counties websites.
Do they all tend to play as slow as this down here, Nick?
There were some pacey pitches early on in the T20, which were good to see. But there have been a fair few slower pitches as well. As Cliff is round the wicket, the left-handed Byram, who's opening the face, guiding it down to backward point for a single. And you don't like to criticise ground staff with the eccentric weather that we've had this summer, really, when it rained for the whole of April and then not at all for 8 weeks after that, and had a glorious May and June, and then July was pretty poxy, frankly. Cliff in to bowl northeast. Oh, takes on the hook shot. I take back what I said about him being less likely to be succumbing in that area, because he didn't play that one very well either. Bounced about halfway to fine leg for a single.
I think Robbo and the team back up at Headingley, if they're tuned in, they'll be delighted you've given a bit of concession to the ground staff. Well, I can't remember what they look like now. It's been so long since we've had a game at Headingley, barring the test match.
Well, I was talking to Eddie Byram last night after we'd finished recording, as the umpires are going to change the ball, I think. I believe that's the cause of the waving. I was talking to Eddie Byram, and he was trying to explain to a non-professional cricketer how apparently the heavy roller can sometimes bring moisture up nearer the surface and actually make it more lively. Well, that was what he believed. Glamorgan having claimed the heavy roller between the Yorkshire and innings and their own, and he thought the wicket was livelier. I mean, there was the element of Yorkshire's bowlers on average being faster, but it was, I just presumed that the heavy roller would just automatically just squash the life out of everything and flatten the wicket and make it deader to bowl on.
Well, with no apparent moisture underneath it, you'd have thought that would be the outcome, wouldn't you? It's not like you're bringing anything to the surface, is it?
Well,
really, because there's not been any significant rain.
Well, had bits and pieces in the last.
I've just got to pop off and do an update with BBC Radio Leeds.
Okay, I'll soldier on. Edward will be back with us in due course as well. He's just got one bulletin piece to do in the course. Lily says, I thought Yorkshire would enforce the follow-on. I hope the man who makes things happen, Jordan Thompson, gets some more wickets. This is Yorkshire's to lose. Well, I think there's virtually no possibility that they'll lose. It's just a question of whether they win or not, as we're having a rather lengthy hold-up for the change in the ball. So to run round a few scores elsewhere. Anything else I haven't given you recently? First innings update from the First Division. Day 3 update from the First Division. Nottinghamshire 93 for 5, following on against Kent. They are still 88 runs behind, and Kent, of course, fighting to avoid relegation. Probably a showdown between themselves and Middlesex are certainly not going to beat Lancashire, because Lancashire 248 for 4 at Old Trafford, already 54 runs ahead. Northants, the bottom side, look doomed already. They made 250 at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 142 for 4. In reply, that game has been delayed for some time. They're off now because of bad light at Old Trafford. They're off because of bad light at Bristol. Gloucestershire Derbyshire is heading for a draw at Hove. Leicestershire 139 for 3, chasing 499 to defeat Sussex. So play continues to be held up. Georgina Ewer, the Glamorgan physio, is out on the field. Has there been a blow on the head somewhere that we didn't pick up? Looks as though Northeast, I think, is changing his helmet. So I thought there was a ball change in place, because the umpire seemed to be waving the ball around, but maybe he's just waving the physio on. So it's a long hold up. In Potchefstroom, Australia, 28 without loss in the 4th over, chasing 339 to beat South Africa. And a reminder of the team's remaining engagements. Glamorgan sit out the next round of games and then face Derbyshire, starting here on Tuesday the 26th of September. Tuesday till Friday and the dog days of September. And Yorkshire with 2 remaining fixtures. They next travel to Leicester and then they finish off at home to Worcester. Still nothing continues to happen out in the middle. Shan Masood in conversation with the umpire. Sam Northeast is still fiddling with his helmet. See if we can get a shot on the stream of what particular is going on. It's stopped whatever it was, and Northeast is happy with proceedings. So is Georgina Ewer, and so is Eddie Byram. I think there must have been a head check. Didn't particularly notice Northeast being struck, but maybe one of those hook shots did just glance off the helmet, so he had to have an obligatory test. And we are back underway. Looked as though the helmet was changed. Didn't pick up at the time that it was a strike on the head. It's Byram who's on strike anyway. We are going to continue. And Cliff is in to bowl to Byram, who rather lobs that one towards square leg, but quite safely because square leg is deep. And it didn't even carry to the umpire. They take a single, 57 for 2. Northeast has 20, Byram has 20. Glamorgan have lost. Ul Hassan caught Hill, bowled Code, no score, and Ingram caught Lythe, bowled Bess for 16. Both of those caught at slip right after Glamorgan were bowled out for 273 in their first innings. So, helmet having been checked and head having been checked, Northeast is fit to continue, but it's Byram on strike and cutting into the offside. The first ball of the Bess is over and there's no run. 57 for 2. The deficit is 170. There are 26.5 overs remaining this evening, so extremely unlikely that the deficit will be wiped out, even if Glamorgan do have wickets in hand, as Byram steps back and smashes that one through the covers. It's being pursued enthusiastically by Jordan Thompson, even though the batters didn't run, and in fact the ball ran about 10 metres over the boundary rope, just a bit short from Bess, and sat up invitingly for Byram to swat away through cover. 61 for 2. Three close fielders for Dom Bess to bowl the left-handed Eddie Byram, and Byram goes on the sweep and hits 4 more, sending a couple of gulls scattering at deep backward square. Fine leg as the only fielder who might have been interested for a miss-hit there, so it was a relatively risk-free or low-risk shot for Eddie Byram anyway, even though he was hitting against the spin. 65 for 2. Byram moves to 28 not out. He had 40 in the first innings, having garnered just 1 run in the 2 innings at Worcester, so getting himself back in the red ball groove as Byram stretches forward. He missed the middle block of the championship season, did Eddie Byram, through injury, and there was a point when Glamorgan were without both first choice openers at that point, with David Lloyd also out injured, as that is driven by Byram. Back to Bess and there's no run. So Bess's figures still pretty respectable, 1 for 14, as he prepares to bowl the last ball of his 9th over, and Byram is caught at slip. Is he? Well, there was a bit of deviation, I thought, but although Yorkshire claimed the catch, Byram was completely unconcerned. The umpire likewise, so it must have just gone straight to slip, that one, I think, was the bounce and turn. Lythe threw the ball up, or threw his hand up, went round celebrating, but keeper and bowler did not appeal, so that must have been a bit of a turn out of the footmarks for Dom Bess. Yeah, that one, well, not sideways, but at a considerable angle. Cliff is in to bowl, and North East is defending that one. They've knocked it on the head for the day at Edgbaston, so they must have had a fair bit of rain in Birmingham. That game drifting towards a draw in Division 1. Much to Northamptonshire's chagrin, no doubt. They could have their relegation confirmed sooner rather than later at this rate. As that's clipped away down to fine leg by North East. He takes a single. Moves to 21. 66 for 2. Jonathan Deutsch will be back with us shortly. As, apologies for not initially picking up the North East blow to the helmet. It looked from the umpire's gestures as if it was a ball change, but it was a helmet change that was required.
I'd not picked that up myself, and actually I've just been informed of that by our presenter back in the studio. He was reporting to me.
I'm glad they're following closely back in the studio. 86 for 2. Cliff running away from us at the Cathedral Road end and bowling to Byram, a shortish delivery that doesn't really get up outside off stump. It must have been one of those hook shots that he didn't play hugely well. Must have had a glancing blow to the helmet, but
I just did one of those reach for the bucket radio things, was saying they need 8 more wickets to win this match, Richard, but anything but the unlike the Richard Stead afternoon show, I think this is going to be a grind.
Oh dear.
Sorry, I'll get me coat.
Cliff round the wickets on leg stump. Byram defends it to mid-on. Masood fields. It's a pop-tastic afternoon.
Not off.
Fill in which station you're talking to at the time. BBC Radio Leeds, stroke Humberside, stroke York.
Radio York were most disappointed at 12:45 that they couldn't do Doidge's dinners because we'd not had lunch at that point. It's 2 days in a row they've been thwarted on that front.
As Cliff is in and bowls, and that's defended out in the offside by Byram. Remember driving across Ireland on a Saturday morning, because I had a Friday night match in Belfast, then a Saturday early evening game or even afternoon game in Limerick, and I was doing a two-way with a presenter immediately after, not a sports presenter, immediately after driving 4 hours and just about getting into the stadium. What have you had for lunch? Nothing. I haven't had a in time. As that is played out on the offside by Byram to complete Cliff's over. 0 for 21 off 4 Glamorgan. 66 for 2, trailing by 161, and there are 25 overs due to be played today.
And the sight of a Bevan appearing from the back of the box, this must mean he's come empty-handed here, Nick, so that the cakes must all have gone. Oh, he's looking for his specs. They're over here.
That is with Bevan, as so often in search of his specs. I'll have to buy him for Christmas one of those little chains you keep around your neck.
Yeah.
So he can get tangled up with his headphones.
We're going to change of bowling here. Looks like Dom Bess
Good heavens.
will be coming off.
Has he lost his contract to bowl all day at the
no.
Rivet?
No, he hasn't, has he? George Hill looked like he might be taking the ball, but actually he's going to occupy that position just off the cut strip.
Get off,
Very
George.
straight.
Get off. I'm still bowling.
And Bess, who'd had a word with Ben Cliff there, has now taken his cap off and taken the ball. Bright sunshine at the moment, best part of the day. Won't do any harm for the batting conditions, which are already pretty good. As Northeast props forward and flicks one into the leg side. George Hill doing the fielding. They've got long on that George Hill straight catching position. Ben Cliff is in catching position as well at mid-wicket. Also got James Wharton under the helmet at short leg. This one bypassing him to the right as it's flicked backward of square by Sam Northeast, who's going to get back for 2. Ben Code gave chase. He's backward of point. Finley Bean has been dispatched to the boundary a few yards in front of square leg. Matthew Revis out in the covers. Lyth at slip and Masood a few strides deeper than mid-off. As Bess is in, and that is pushed back by Northeast, and there's no run. Otis Gibson's joined the rest of the coaching and backroom staff for a lap of the field.
Go and get your steps in.
Bess wide on the crease. Northeast flicking this one from off stump by the looks of things to Ben Cliff, who's round at mid-wicket to field, but they get 1.
Simon Brackey on Twitter suggesting the video stream of this match should carry an XXX rating, as it would frighten young children. As Welsh followers of youthful and easily frightened variety might be unnerved by the scorecard, certainly.
Bess to Byram here. Collection of 3 around the bat to the offside now. And he drives this one quite firmly back along the deck, and Bess fields. Byram steps back and cuts, and Finley Bean fires that one in from backward point. No run to complete a 10th Bess over in this second innings. 5 maidens, 1 for 17. And Glamorgan now 69 for 2. They've got 24 further overs today to weather, and then the 96 or whatever it takes tomorrow to see the end of the game.
Yep. Just in terms of maths, whether they can maybe get in front at some point tomorrow, and then you have to factor in what Yorkshire might have to score in the final innings, but we're a long way from that, as Cliff is in to bowl, and that's driven nicely by Northeast, but fielded nicely, or half fielded anyway, by Wharton. Despite his pads at short mid-wicket, parried it up to Code at mid-on. So Cliff, tall, young, fair hair, not the longest of runs, as he sets off away from us and bowls, and Northeast is forward, defending to mid-on.
There's a bit of purpose about his run-up, isn't there? If you know what I'm saying. He's not slow. You get Matthew Revis, who kind of jogs in a few strides and gradually builds up to his delivery stride. Ben Cliff's, you wouldn't say he's hurried, but he's just got a little bit more pace about him.
Next delivery on its way from young Ben Cliff to Sam Northeast. It is a short delivery banged in, and Northeast ducks underneath it and allows it to go through to Tattersall. So Northeast, having not played a couple of hook shots terribly convincingly, might have put that away, as Douthwaite did earlier after a couple of rather aerial shots. He decided to grit in and try and go the distance. as North East drives through the covers. Nice shot. Will pick up a couple of runs. Shan Masood is off in pursuit. Well, he makes contact with the ball, but unfortunately makes contact with the rope as well, and sees the ball sliding away from his grasp in front of the members area and the indoor cricket school, which takes North East to 28.
That's a great shot, Nick, to be fair. He's to find the gap, because there wasn't a huge amount of room between Shan Masood and Jordan Thompson. Placement was spot on.
73 for 2, 154 behind. As that one is down leg side, helped away by North East, but straight to fine leg, and it's just a single. 74 for 2. That's indoor cricket school that for the month of December often becomes a party venue for works, Christmas parties and the like. You wouldn't think a cricket school could be well dressed up, but I went to an event there, and it was very elegantly laid out. It's amazing what you can do with black drapes and so on and so forth.
Got a pretty big Christmas tree in there then, no doubt.
Good. 74 for 2. As Byram is on the defensive end of the over. There's also, for fans of ABBA in the Welsh capital, there's some sort of tribute evening on here on Friday.
What, are they called something like ABBA Gaveni or something?
Oh, very good. Very good. That was...
Get me other coat now.
That was remarkable for not having been set up. I mean, dear listener, Jonathan had no idea I was going to witter on about ABBA and came up with a pun straight away.
Yeah, I like a bit of ABBA, I've got to say. Back in the day. 74 for 2, 153 is the current deficit. It's been steady progress, 2.84 and over the run rate now, so it has improved. It was under 2 and over for quite a while, as Ed, I think, alluded to when he was on with me at one stage. So Bess bowling over the wicket to North East, who's going to pick up a couple here because he just nudged one wide of Adam Lyth at slip, and the old boy is making his way down to field that one, third man. Couple of runs.
It is not ABBA Gaveni, the well-known Gwent Abbott tribute act. Stars from London's West End, I'm told.
That's, I think they should change the name when performing in Wales.
Absolutely.
Best to North East, who steps away and punches out to extra cover. First time he's done that, tried to get leg side of the ball, presumably on account of the length of that. It drew a yelp from Dom Bess, who's back in and bowling this one at him. North East now using his feet and flicking it back with a square leg. So, well, nothing has really happened. It's sort of, Dom Bess would like Sam North East, I think, to think something's happening out there. North East on 31. Bess in again, and North East this time, I think, makes contact, or the ball does, with James Wharton at short leg under the helmet, on its way round again to Ben Code. 2 to come in the over. He's firing through this one, as he has done quite a lot in the last couple of days, Dom Bess. And again, North East wants to step away outside leg stump to open up square on the offside, and successfully does so to the tune of 1 run. Revis fielding. North East 32, Glamorgan 77 for 2. Precisely 150 runs behind. Byram on strike then, which means a crowd of fielders, 2 slips, silly mid off, Ringfield barring those. Best round the wicket. Byram steps into that and then shoulders arms to complete the 27th over of the Glamorgan second innings. Then 22 remain in the day. The rate we're going at, we're talking 6:15, something like that, you'd think. 6:20.
Well, it depends how many of them best bowls, I guess,
Yeah.
but they've had trouble getting the ball off him at that River Taff end, while Revis, one of the first innings heroes, because Ben Code certainly played his part as well, to try and make second innings inroads. 150 is the deficit for Glamorgan now, as the light dips a little bit. 22 overs remaining. So at this rate, Glamorgan would be maybe somewhere around 70-80 runs behind overnight. How many wickets standing is the vital question as to whether they stand any chance of salvaging a draw from this match and frustrating the visitors. As Revis will try and rev up. Similar sort of starting place to Ben Cliff, just behind the sawdust. And halfway back to the boundary as he's into ball to northeast, who's on the drive. Masood fields at mid-off, no run. 77 for 2, Glamorgan having been dismissed for 273 in their first innings. Glamorgan will take 3 bonus points from the game, and Yorkshire 8. They will be still big favourites to make it 24. The over 8 is +6, so that's something they don't have to concern themselves with, as Revis in, nicely straight driven by northeast, but again he's found the fielder as Code runs round from mid-on and stops it. 77 for 2. It remains. Interested to see that the women's regional team, Western Storm, have introduced a membership package for the first time for next season, as Revis in, northeast tries to pull that one and sends the ball to short mid-wicket. Sort of pulled out of the shot, I suppose, or changed his aggressive intentions halfway through. So obviously there are going to be some double headers around, but this Western Storm membership includes entry to all their home standalone games, which will be here, Bristol and Taunton, mainly the other side of the 7. As that's jabbed away into the offside by northeast. Tumbling stop at point. And there is no run. Ben Cliff, the fielder. Be interesting to see how many double headers there are between the Western Storm T20 games and Glamorgan, Somerset and Gloucestershire T20 games. There was the one double header here this season. Enjoyed that. As northeast drives into the offside, no run, albeit the timing was not ideal because it was on a Wednesday, I think just before the schools had broken up, so it wasn't ideal timing to have a women's game on the Wednesday afternoon. And there was also a big concert in the Principality Stadium, which made traffic rather difficult as well. Revis in bowls, and northeast is forward. It's just got into a little bit, allowed to be get into a bit of a defensive groove there, northeast, and maybe, just maybe, Yorkshire need to vary their lengths a little bit more. Is that fair?
Yeah, possibly. Matthew Revis banged that one in short, didn't he, earlier in the over, which was, if anything, a little bit too high. There wasn't a lot in it. Sam Northeast did shape to have a go at it, and it could have been top edge territory had he properly taken it on. But yeah, maybe Matthew Revis obviously uses that short pitch bowler in the first innings, picked up 5 for, not all with short pitch deliveries, I hasten to add. In fact, I think 3 of them were not short pitch deliveries. Here's Dom Bess. Byram steps back, left-handed of course, and cuts this in front of square, well in front of square, through extra cover in fact, for a single. But yeah, maybe a bit of variety in terms of lines and length, just try and throw something a little bit different up there, but you don't want to, probably also don't want to do that too often. Bess is in, Northeast steps back and opens up square on the offside again. It's not the sort of run that you'd want to be milked by, I don't think, as an off spinner, and that's a few times Northeast has done that to Bess now.
Yeah, if he manages to spin one just a little bit more, it might
have him in a little bit of trouble. Yeah,
get him cramped up.
Byram back on strike. Has a flash at one, and just outside off stump, he just drops his bat into, or points at the footmarks. Yeah, there was a big puff of dust there. So Bess does have something to aim at the left-handers, of which Byram is one, and pushes this latest delivery fuller of length back up the pitch to the Yorkshire off-spinner. 79 for 2. 2 to come in this 29th over. And at Bess wide of Byram's off stump, and he's able to cover that and leave. Byram been out there since the start of the innings, and dropping this one into the offside at the feet of James Wharton, who fields. So the end of over number 29. 20 remain on day 3 at the moment. A bit of a stalemate out there, not a huge amount happening. Partnership is worth 49 unbroken for this 3rd wicket, with Northeast on 33 and Byram on 29.
Well, Glamorgan will be quite happy to have another hour and a quarter of nothing much happening out in the middle. It's getting a little bit darker at the moment, albeit still blue sky overhead, but not directly overhead. Clouds are passing over. 79 for 2. Ravis in to Northeast, who is pushing forward, playing it back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Just seems to be getting a little bit of swing, Matthew Ravis, which can't really remember him getting much in the first innings when he took his wickets. Just in towards the right-hander.
What are we, 30th over of the innings?
Yeah. Sadly, he has gone for the tash. James Wharton's been attempting to grow one for several months now.
As that's defended out on the offside, and there's no run. Is the tash a relatively recent addition then?
Yeah, it seems to be being repopularised by young people who I'm not yet sure are able to, fully grow them. I saw an absolute belter this morning driving in, one of the old Chocks Away chaps type tashes, from gentlemen walking at the side of the road. And James Wharton and Matthew Ravis trying to grow, and did go through the mind.
As that short pulled away, but under control from Northeast, and he'll just get the single out to deep mid-wicket. 80 for 2. The applause for the 50 partnership. Good job the crowd are awake and reminding me of that particular milestone.
Last week at Scarborough, he had kind of more facial-headed Matthew Ravis, but it looks like he's scraped off most of it and just left the tash. Could be wrong, but that's what the bins seem to be suggesting.
Yeah, well, he was doing interviews last night, wasn't he? So,
well, he didn't qualify for a Doige interview, I'm afraid, last night.
All right.
No, there's certain grounds of qualification, Nick.
Okay. As Ravis around the wicket, good ball, well defended by Byram.
Namely, that the interview will actually go up online when I've done it.
Right, okay.
It didn't the night before. My Shan Masood piece never saw the light of day, and last night I don't think there was room to get it in on the show. So
there we are. I can assure you that there were words from Mr. Revis on the BBC Sports website report.
I mean, the story is today, isn't it? Those first 5 for.
It is. So you got a chance to do him again, or get him out again, as that is allowed to go through by Byram, playing no shot to Tattersall.
No ball.
Morgan will take them however they come.
I'll have words. Maybe I should just refuse to do interviews with him until he's got rid of the tash.
In comes Revis. Bowls. Nice ball, short of a length, forcing Byram up on his toes, defending it well on the offside, no run.
Yeah, I mean, that's a proper short ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well aimed, good angle in towards the batter, so he struggled to get out of the way of that, and he felt the need to get his blade out, played it in front of his chest. It was aerial for a moment. It was safe, I hasten to add, for those who couldn't see it, but one of those on another day might go to hand somewhere. And they are going to change the field now. And Finlay Bean is putting on a helmet and coming out of gully. He was.
He was putting on a helmet. He doesn't like that helmet. Perhaps it doesn't fit him. Another one is being proffered.
Maybe Finlay's head's too big. I'll have to ask him about that as well. He's popping one on now anyway, and he's going to come in at silly mid-off. George Hill has taken up the position where Finlay was at gully. Heads back. He appears to have forgotten the ice creams though.
Revis, right arm round into Byram, who gets on top of that and plays it down to point. No run, 30 overs on the clock, 82 runs on the board, 2 wickets down, 19 remain this evening, 96 tomorrow. Yorkshire have 115 overs to find a way to knock over these remaining Glamorgan 8.
Yeah, you wouldn't put it beyond the realms at all for Yorkshire to need to bat again, I don't think, Nick. It is so placid out there. The ball is now 30 overs old, second time around. That's a long time before a second new ball can be used. If they need to get that far, and 145 runs behind. So when are we talking about for a second new ball? 19 remaining today. That'll be 49, so 30 overs into tomorrow, pretty much at the start of the afternoon session, really. We've got to go the entire morning without one, and I know they're not going on at much of a lick, these 2 batters, but if they have to keep grinding away at some point, they'll end up in front, unless Yorkshire can finish them off northeast, pushing, prodding that first best delivery into the offside. Best back at his mark, and in he comes again. He's bowling over the wicket here to the right-hander, who again just pokes it out into the offside. Matthew Revis fielding at cover. 145 with 8 wickets left on a wearing pitch would still seem like a very healthy advantage, but here that does actually turn fairly sharply. Don Bress's delivery, and followed northeast, who was stepping away to leg again to try and get it away. There is a yawning gap from Matthew Revis, backward of square on the offside. Only Adam Lyth, who's coming to play on this delivery with a ball that came off the pad, I think, and he couldn't reel it in anyway, it slipped, but he's the only man backward of square on the offside. Byram and northeast looking to use those acres of space. So Besser's got to get his line spot on here. There he goes, off stumpish and driven up to Masood at mid-off. No run. Last delivery of the over. Here's Bess again. Northeast this time uses his feet and flicks it back out of square to Ben Code. So end of a Bess over. That's 13 now complete. 6 maidens, 1 for 22. 31 overs gone in this Glamorgan second innings, in which they're following on, and they're 145 behind at 82 for 2, with 18 overs left in the day.
Right, coming towards the time where we have to juggle radio commitments. I suspect I'll be left flying solo for a while, between 5:30 and 6 at some point, but never mind, we have to try and get to as many people as possible. As Jonathan will be staying on, and I'll do one more over, and then perhaps Edward can accompany Jonathan for 20 minutes or so. As Revis is into Byram, short ball. It's a good short ball. Where's it ended up? On the boundary for 4 runs now.
It's gone over the top of what would have been a leg slip. No control of the shot at all.
Well, it was a non-shot. Was it given us runs?
Yeah, it came off the back of the bat, so he's trying to leave. He's trying to pull the bat back behind himself, and he ended up getting it off the back of the arch on the bat, and it's gone down through fine leg for 4.
I'm glad someone saw the path of the ball there, as I lost it somewhat, as indeed did Byram from the look of it. 86 for 2. Revis causing problems here, and that one has flicked off something else and again gone for 4 runs, and Byram has got 8 runs in 2 balls and is in all sorts of trouble with it.
Yeah, he's not known much about either of them. It still says 37 runs against his name on the board. Just having a look at this one again, and that was basically straight at his head, and he's not moved to duck. He's not had the reaction to duck. He's got the bat up in front of his face, and it's gone straight over the top of Johnny Tatt, hasn't it, for 4 runs.
Yeah, so Byram in trouble defending his face there, and just scooping it over the top. Looked as though it might lob up for a moment or two.
Had it come off the gloves full on, then that would have been a dolly catch to somebody, wouldn't it? There's 5 fielders all within a few strides of it, but it didn't.
Bit too much pace for that, as Revis is in, and Byram cuts and finds gully.
That was a shot of a man who didn't want a 3rd short ball, wasn't it? He stepped away to leg there, almost as if he was trying to get out of a 3rd, facing a 3rd short delivery, which was interesting from an opening batter. Might have read that wrong, but that's what it felt like. 90 for 2.
Wanted to give himself room for the uppercut, obviously.
Oh, maybe so, yeah. And there you go. With that in mind, Adam Lyth is leaving slip behind and heading off down to a fine 3rd man.
Oh, yeah, I don't see that one very often. How far is he? Oh, he's going a fair distance. 3/4 of the way back, still walking backwards, as Revis is in to Byram, looking dangerous. Short on the leg side, turn past short leg for a single. Revis is having Byram in trouble in the course of this over, as short leg couldn't get a hand to it. Not sure if it would have carried, but maybe Sam Northeast needs to take a bit of the bowling at that end. The light, although we've got blue sky above us, I'm finding it quite difficult to pick up the course of the ball, which may be my advanced age. But we're just getting a couple of reflections in the commentary box as well. Anyhow, 91 for 2. Northeast on 34, Byram 38, and there's going to be a 3rd man as well, a no slip. Right, we've got a short leg, a gully, no slip. 3rd man, 3/4 of the way back. What's going off out there? Revis bowled a short ball that Northeast pulls in controlled fashion down to backward square, with Wharton having to take evasive action, played that shot well.
Yeah, I mean, on the no-slip front, obviously unusual when you need 8 wickets to win a match and you've got oodles of time left. But at the same time, barely anything has really gone through there in the match, has it? To any great extent. It's not
all the sun was caught at slip.
It's just so placid, yeah, but barely anything, and that was with the new ball early doors.
Who else caught?
Adam Lyth caught one up, but off Dom Bess. I'm talking about off the seamers.
Yeah.
How many have been caught at slip during the match?
Byram was caught at Gully, I think, in the first innings. Root erroneously given out, caught behind. Yorkshire innings.
Finlay Bean was caught by Colin Ingram, but that was off Kieran Carlson, so not a seamer.
Indeed. No, it's a fair point.
Johnny Tattersall caught with a leg side strangle, wasn't he? Off Gorvin.
Yep. Right, what is occurring? 92 for 2. Are they having a look at the light? Don't think it's quite that stage yet. Umpire Hartley is having a word with Ed Byram. Maybe Byram has protested. Said, isn't it worth getting your light meters out?
Or it could be that he said if you keep Revis on.
Umpire Hartley is wandering across to speak with umpire Newell at this near end. They meet halfway. Are they discussing whether it is dangerous at the moment, with Revis banging it in at a high velocity? There's a lot of staring towards the dressing rooms. I mean, they've been well-placed short pitch balls from Revis, definitely. Is it another helmet needed? Shapes of get on with it from underneath us.
See up the changing room area with the bins.
Quite understandable. Surely you just bowl this ball, they wait for the next ball over with a helmet. This is a pointless delay, frankly. 10 runs off the over. The crowd is revolting.
So there's some movement on the Yorkshire balcony. In fact, Ali Maiden is clapping along with the slow hand clappers.
It's an extra helmet. Coach. That took a long time to arrive, and frankly, you'd think you'd just bowl the last ball of the over and wait to arrive to the next one. There we are. Revis has got an extra fielder in. Where is he going? Backward short leg?
Could be a masterstroke, this, Nick, if it gets turned around the corner and George Hill heads it on to James Wharton to catch, something like that.
So there's 2 short on the leg side and a silly point. As Revis bowls, it is short. Byram ducks out of the way. Ironic cheers from the assembled populace as the over is finally completed after some considerable delay. Jonathan Deutsch will be joined by Edward Bevan for the next quarter of an hour now, since Jonathan will have to shuffle off at past.
Yep, so we're going to see Bess continuing at the River Taff end. Yorkshire just grinding away here, as are Glamorgan, who were 30 for 2 after 12 overs and 2 deliveries. They've managed to play out 20 more overs with the exception of 2 deliveries.
Right.
Northeast 35, Byram on 38, Bess 1 for 22 from 13. To bowl this one then to Northeast from over the wicket, and as the former Hampshire man just pushing forward back to the bowler, no run.
The Yorkshire supporters in front of it, they don't want giving it to their own men, do they? Get on with it, get your helmet out.
Stop messing about, lads, get on with it. Yeah. Bess is in. Oh, North East steps back and he's exploited that area backward of point again. It kept a little bit low on him, but he's pushed it away for one. So 93 for two. North East on to 36. Partnership now worth 63. Invaluable as far as Glamorgan's cause is concerned. Still a long time to go in this match, though. Potentially still over 110 overs. Bess in, and that is pushed into the offside by Byram. No run.
16 and a half to go tonight. And will Revis be allowed to bowl if it gets a little bit darker? I think that might be a question.
Bess drift on this one as it comes in towards Byram. Drills it towards the jumping James Wharton, despite the fact that he's got shin pads on. He didn't fancy getting in the way of that. Bess in again. Byram once more towards Wharton, who's looking increasingly nervous in there as the bat is drawn up. No run. Bess just sends Code to deeper at backward square leg, and Ben Cliff deeper at mid off, and then bowls this final delivery over to Byram, who steps across, covers his stumps and leaves. Another one ticked off. 16 remain on the day, the third day. Glamorgan 93 for 2, trailing by 134, following on.
What do you think of the way that Mashoud is keeping, as he did in the first innings, keeping Bess on after on, and these batsmen have faced him and know basically where he's going to land, what he's going to do. Surely you'll be better ploy because you've got George Hill to bowl, you've got Code to bowl, perhaps to alternate from that friend with pace. And as soon as you roll Code on, you know, he gets a wicket in his first over and 2 and 2 in the first innings. But it's the same of the sameness, isn't he, with Bess, basically?
Yeah.
Workload. I got him.
Well, it's saving the other bowler's legs, I suppose, but ultimately you've just got to take 8 wickets.
Revis is revving up and ready to go. Here he comes and bowls to the right-handed North East, who just guides it away on the onside to one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders on the onside. He's employing this short ball strategy now. He's got no slips, and it's an odd feel.
Lily, by the way, Lily says that she'd bring back on the man who makes things happen, Jordan Thompson, soon.
But it's her. Revis bowls and is pulled away. Thinking of Travis Head. Revis gets a single down to a fine leg to North East. He was on to 37. Byram's on 38. 94 for 2. At least Glamorgan are showing some more resolve in their second innings and getting stuck in. Where they were 96, I think it was 5 was it in the first innings. And yes, 100 for 6 before the middle and late order started to pull things together, which enabled Glamorgan to reach some respectability at 273. They'll be 227 behind. Here's the next ball, which is played off the back foot by the left-handed Eddie Byram, and he has faced 93 balls for his 38. North East 68 balls for his 37. And the run rate is 2.81, helped by 10 runs in that last over from Revis.
I thought you might have been more likely to confuse Matthew Revis with, his almost namesake, Don Revis, the great Leeds United manager.
Yes, not quite. That's a nice looking shot. That might just run away for 4. Square a wicket off the offside, and yeah, 4 runs. He tumbled over the fielder, made a valiant effort, and another Byram boundary. He moves on to 42. He got 40 in the first innings. Nice square drive. He did get out like that in the first innings. A good low catch in the gully, but he guided that one. 42 to him, and Glamorgan are up to 100 for 2. Fighting their way back to try and save this game. There's a long way to go. But if these two could stay together till the close, it's a long time, 15 overs and 3 balls, then they would have half a chance. This is short, pulled away on the onside this time, and that is going to be another boundary. Things not working out. He 10 in the last over, now he's gone for 8 and 2 balls. And I'm beginning to think, knowing this pitch as I do, I mean, watched it for so many years, that he's gone more docile, as I predicted, perhaps, and Nick did yesterday, that it just goes down. You had 6 minutes of rolling in the first innings, 3 minutes of rolling in the second innings. Might well be proved wrong, but they seem to be playing with a bit more confidence. As Byron moves on to 46, and he charges again round the wicket, short, guided away to the man in front on the offside, no run. Run rate is now up to 3. It at one stage is 1.82.
Yeah, it's looking very docile, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I was just sort of saying not so long ago. You could, certainly envisage a situation where Yorkshire might have to bat again. 123 behind now with 8 wickets remaining. Never looked like it's going to be easy to take this second lot of wickets. It felt to me like it's going to be a grind.
Trying everything, in fairness. It does look quite dark out there, doesn't it? This is in come drivers to complete the over. That jumps at him, but he plays it well. It always looks, because Nick Webb never... I've asked him to clean the windows, but he won't get up in front here to clean, and it always looks darker from here. And I asked him in the first week in April, they haven't cleaned the windows. Is there any chance of you as cricket correspondent doing it? No. What do you think of that attitude?
I think it's terrible, to be honest with you.
There we are.
When we were at New Road, going back a couple of months, I had to do that myself. Go get some window line off somebody and clean the front window on the com box there.
It is a bit lower to the ground, but
to be fair to the steward, he did hold the chair while I stood on it. Health and safety.
Well, I don't think these have ever been cleaned, really, because we're going to come up and risk their life up here and clean them. All right, what's going on in the middle there? I can't quite see. I better look at the screen.
What is going on? What is going off out there?
Bess is going to bowl.
Yep. Adam Lyth just had a word and is now strolling down to first slip. This is why it takes so long to get through overs, doesn't it? I've just timed that last over. Not that I'm particularly picking out anybody in particular, but that was just a routine over without any stoppages in it, and it took 4 minutes and 40 seconds to get through it.
Never mind, Dom will make up for it.
Here he is then, pulling to northeast, 2 steps away, and misses a cut shot. And don't forget, he wasn't.
Yes.
He was out playing something similar in the first innings. Here's Bess again, northeast this time, more securely pushing out into the offside. And no run. Got a couple of gulls down to our left for a company out there on the field, fielding at short fine leg. One of them's flown off as Adam Lyth does the same from slip down to third man, short third man to field.
Is it my eyes, or it does look a little bit darker, doesn't it, outside?
Yeah, it's been similar light, hasn't it, now for the last 4 or 5 overs. Bass in again. Northeast flicks this one off his legs through mid wicket for 1.
Don't know if they've got their meters with them. I haven't seen them having a look. When are you off to do your salvo of reports for the whole of Yorkshire?
Very soon. Give it another 3-4 minutes and I shall disappear. Best switching to round the wicket to bowl to Byram. There is a bit of turn there, but
slow turn, isn't it?
Yeah, slow turn. It's from wide of off stump as well, so he's not drawn into having a push at it. 75 this third wicket partnership now worth, having been 20 for 2 at one stage, sorry, 30 for 2 at one stage. Byram steps back now that he's got this one in the air, got underneath it slightly. Thompson is out there in the covers, and heads in the sky from him having fielded it, because I think he obviously thought for a moment it might be a catching chance. It's the end of the 35th over, 105 for 2.
Referees are going to have a look. Like the two refs looking up into the skies and looking at light meters. They take the light meters to the stumps, don't they?
Yep, that's the general way of things. Revis has left his cap on the stumps.
Might be, well, take Revis off, you can carry on if you keep him on. Is that like taking his cap off, do you say?
Yep. Revis is going off.
I think they've had the
nod on that front.
The nod, yeah. We won't mind that, will we? Overs will rush through. All 14 of them at 25 past 5, because later every night.
Well, you won't mind it in the other sense that there could be a few nice easy pushes around here for singles to just keep rubbing away at that deficit. Clearly very much in Glamorgan's interest to try and make Yorkshire bat again. You never know. Take it as deep as you can, you've got to do.
It's difficult. I think I just look at the excellent screen here that the boys give us and work on that.
So, Blythe got a ball from this Cathedral Road end. Tony Tudor says, your mention of jumping James Wharton reminded me of the most delightful friend I used to play with, jumping Jim Heaton, on account of the one he used to bowl from about 24 yards, which involved a rather distinctive change to his action.
Yeah, there's a gentle first delivery from Adam Lythe, which is pushed past short leg, but there's no run. North East is on 38. Byram is on 46. 2 batsmen out earlier on. Al Hussain out in first over without scoring. Colin Ingram was out for 16, but it's Adam Lythe bowling his off spin, tosses this one up very wide of the off stump, tempting North East, and bounces a little bit. He's not to be tempted. Adam Lythe, very much one of the senior players, but very, very fine player still for Yorkshire. Bowls, that's played from outside off stump towards square leg. Kept down, they amble through for a single. North East goes up to 39. I've seen Lythe take a few wickets in his time because he gives it plenty of air, tempts the batsman into indiscretion, but is used sparingly, I was the thought, in 4-day cricket.
Yep, I'll give you a closer appreciation for his figures.
Here he is, he's going round the wicket to the left-handed Byron, who covers up outside off stump and pushes it away. And he comes again. Byron waits and clips this away on the onside out towards to mid-wicket. There'll be a couple here because there's a chase. And please don't ask me to identify that man as he misfields. We can just pick him out in his whites, let alone his number and face. He will tell me who it is.
Ben Cliff.
Ben Cliff, right. 108 for 2. Last ball of the over. In he comes, Lythe, and bowls. And he's should have had a wicket, perhaps. We'll look through at that. There'll be 2 runs out to the left-handed Byron. Well, he got the turn into the rough. Now, did it evade slip as the crowd applaud? A battling 50 from the Glamorgan opening batsman. This is going to be interesting, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
So he's wide on the crease, angled in towards Byram. Yep, definite edge. Oh, it's off Johnny Tattersall. It's, yeah, Johnny Tattersall left hand, and then it hits George Hill on the arm. He's coming across
Either of them could have caught
the
it.
original angle.
Well,
yeah, it could have been. It could have probably been either of them who caught it, but neither of them caught it in the end.
It spun because it hit a nice piece of rough, or might have just turned off the straight. We won't know, but the boys
Lythe,
next door helping us out again.
Adam Lythe, by the way, 477 overs, averaging 47, 35 wickets, averaging 47 in first-class cricket.
Yeah, it's a beautiful off-break, wasn't it? And it should have been taken behind. Anyway, during that time, it's 50, as Jonathan goes off to do his marathon stint now for all the stations of that wonderful County Yorkshire. As in comes Bess. We're peering out of these windows, but far easier to look at the screen. Nick, I can tell you, coming alongside, because they synchronise perfectly. 110 for 2, Glamorgan are. And we're watching Bess bowl short and pushed away through the offside, off the back foot for a leisurely single.
So does that count as Byron being dropped twice off the same ball?
Well, one, if a sharp fellow had slipped, should have taken it, and the keeper should have taken it, let's be honest. In all seriousness, Nick, that was a keeper's catch, wasn't it? Just had a move. Follow the line of the ball. He snatched at it.
Not used to keeping our fly this season, obviously. Did Jonathan say how much he's bowled this season?
I was just commentating on what happened, and he did say, but I didn't. I don't think it was this season, because I don't think he's bowled 477 overs.
Yeah, I think that's his career stats.
Bess continues his 16th over. Halfway through it, he's coming in and bowls. That's well left. Byron, 50 not out. Northeast, 40 not out. Trail by 116, beg your pardon. This is tossed up and blocked out onto the offside. Will we get through another 11 overs?
With the light, you mean? Dubious.
Last ball will be over. One run off it. Oh, and that's an edge again. Caught the edge of the bat, and the two off spinners beginning to get some grip and some turn here, and they'll have to be. I think it's more danger to the left-hander, obviously, Byron, because the ball going away from the bat.
Oh, is that also a chance?
No.
Did Lyth get a hand underneath that?
I'm quite sure.
Yet another replay to
down at him.
Help us.
Down on him.
No, it's pitched short. That one's not a drop chance.
But this gives a little bit of hope, I think, to the Yorkshireman.
Absolutely. Lyth this season 2 for 100. So an occasional bowler, as he will rise to this occasion or attempt to do so, and he'll be bowling to Sam Northeast, who turns that one past short leg, and will take no runs as it's intercepted, but short mid wicket. With this blue sky around, I'm not quite sure why the light is so bad. It's just the cloud is
covering
pretty much direct. Thank you, Edward. As Northeast steps back and plays it into the offside, takes a single out to deep point.
I was about to ask you, do you think James Harris is just stretching for his pads and 10 overs? He's be the night watchman.
Little bit early, but yeah, possibly in the next quarter of an hour. Lyth bowls, back on his stumps goes Byram and turns it
because there's no
too short leg.
Tim van der Gooten, who rather enjoys that dubious honour.
We had a query the other day, and I'm not sure I got round to giving the answer on air. How many players have opened the batting for Glamorgan this season? In all cricket.
All cricket?
All cricket, all first team cricket. As Byram defends that back to Lyth, and there is Nora. He's one of them. Yeah, he's won the 12.
James Harris.
Yep. As Lyth bowls and forward comes Byram.
Andrew Salter.
Correct.
These two.
Indeed.
Sam Northeast.
As that one is defended.
I'll tell you what, that's a good over.
Yep.
Why isn't he used more?
So in Championship, you've got Lloyd and Byram, who started the season. And you've got the two fill-ins, Salter and Ul Hassan, who's now taken over that role. And you've got two night watchmen who've opened the batting.
Harris and
Van der Hoogten. Indeed. North East you've already mentioned for one-day cricket.
We've got Lloyd in there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Carlson.
Carlson, indeed.
Last game of the season.
And not sure if I can remember them all myself.
Well, you weren't here that day,
head.
was it? Middlesex he opened.
Yeah, Carlson's opened a few times in the back end of the T20. Let you concentrate on Bass while I try and remember them myself.
Here is Bass then. Comes in to the right-handed North East, who's forward, and plays it square on the onside.
Yes, I finally remembered all 12.
Bass again. Doesn't take long, and he said to both. No, that's a good delivery. Just floated up to off stump, and he waited for it and pushed it away. They have to concentrate, and they have concentrated well. There's been a few anxious moments, but it's not easy on the pitch. It's beginning to turn a bit more now. John Bass in and bowls, and down the pitch comes the right-handed North East and drives it without any sort of conviction. It just dribbles along the ground to the captain, Masood, who is fielding at mid-off. 112 for 2. Deficit 115 as Bass is in again and bowls. Forward comes North East. You may, I'm afraid, Nick, if I have to go.
Yeah,
after 22.
I realise there'll be
20 minutes of knowing Radio Company might come at 1:45. They might come at a minute to 6.
No, they've been told 10 to earliest.
Oh, latest, you hope. Or
earliest.
Earliest.
So
oh,
they
right.
won't be on before 10 to.
Oh, that's all right. Then I got a nice 7.
They'll be on somewhere between 10 to and the top of the hour.
Best bowls. Bowled. And it's pushed to mid-wicket. End of the over. 17 overs, 1 for 25. Dominic Bess. First innings he bowled.
So the
12.
The 6 extra players. You've had the 6 championship openers. You've had North East, Carlson and Sisodio opened in one-day cricket. Down at Southampton, I don't think you were there. When Glamorgan had a 5-over thrash, so they elevated to open their innings. The usual number 3, Colin Ingram, opened in Southampton.
Remember that, he smashed everything and his partner couldn't get a run.
And
Carlson,
two of the younger Welsh generation as well opened at various stages in limited overs. As Lythe is in to bowl and Byram stepping away, cutting Beanfields at point no run. One of them being your grandson, of course.
My grandson? Oh, yes, Tom.
Not really, but
no, please tell Yorkshire listeners. I have got 3 grandsons, but none of them. One is the Welsh name, Thomas.
Yeah.
So it wasn't Thomas.
Byram on 50, defending furiously in the evening gloom against the dual spin attack, with Yorkshire unable to use pace in this closing stage of the game.
You had me a little worried there when you said my grandson. And I thought, what is he talking about?
No, you've got one more young Welshman who opened the bowling in limited overs. Batting. Yeah. Lythe bowls, and forward comes Byram.
That is Will Smale.
Correct. So there are 12 players, and if you have Smale as wicketkeeper, which he has done in second 11, you could actually make a decent match day 12 out of those 12 players who've opened this season. Lythe bowls, that's slapped away by Byram backward of square on the offside.
And I'm sure that the readers of the Wonderful Wisdom next March and April will see Mr. Nick Webb's report, and that'll be mentioned.
It's
And the things that they could never furnish an opening pair, as I've been writing for the last 10 years. And I handed over to Nick, and I was saying he'll follow that that route, I'm sure. Which is an interesting fact, 12.
115 for 2. As Lythe is into bowl, turned away into the leg side by North East. No run, but it's, you know, you've got...
It's happened before a lot, not 12 perhaps.
No.
Robert Croft used to open, you know, an overseas, and he'd go back and someone that overseas would come over and open.
But the interesting thing about the collection is that you could have a genuine balanced side out of it as well, with Harrison van der Hoogten to open the bowling and Lloyd and Ul Hassan to bowl back up seam. Salter and Sisodia to spin it, as North East turns one out to mid wicket for a single, long single. 116 for 2 at a gloomy Sophia Gardens. Gloomy literally as well as metaphorically, but from the home point of view, no doubt joyous from the visitors' point of view. But will we get these overs in? There's actually a bit more blue sky around.
9 left.
So Yorkshire just might get the chance to go back to seam for the last couple if it brightens up a bit, but they're plugging away.
Inevitably, it was Dom Best to start another over, which is a nice looking shot, driven, but just the single.
Perhaps we can ask apologies to Yorkshire listeners for that little diversion. Perhaps we can see if Jonathan can work out how many have opened for Yorkshire this season. And
these two being
pretty likely it's fewer than 12.
Now then, he wants to bowl at the left-hander because he had a few little minor chances. Not as he comes down on that, you can see that bit of rough just a bit further up than the perfect length, and he's stretching forward to try and stop the spin, if you like, or to nullify any spin, as does Byram, as this time he comes and gets it. Oh, that was a swinging sort of full toss, and he thought I'd whip this through mid-wicket, and it very nearly bowled him.
Oh, there's a howl for LBW as well.
No, that was outside leg stump, was it?
Yeah.
But you have to be careful here. Best is a canny bowler. And just replaying that again. No, the next ball he pushes forward. Well, great to see two spinners operating and causing a few problems. When did we see this last? 10 years ago? Oh, he's rushing through this over. In he comes. Bowls again. And this is played away on the other side. The arm ball drifting down the leg side.
Yeah, Barry Edwards, thank you for your suggestions as we look to complete that 12. It wasn't Callaway. He hasn't had a go yet.
No.
It's one of the few who haven't.
Last ball. In he comes. Down he comes in that. Another over rushes by. And I'd better go. I think Nick's getting up to 1/4 because knowing Bangor, I might not get through.
There we are. Edward will be off to speak to BBC Radio Cymru. Jonathan should be on to the good folk of the York area by now, before addressing the Leeds area later on. It's a good job he's got a crib sheet so we know he knows where he is and we know where he is. Lythe to bowl his 4th over, 0 for 10. Just had a couple of overs in the first innings, but Yorkshire forced to bowl him now, as North East is able to go back and steer that one away on the offside towards point. Single taken. Yorkshire probing away. Can Glamorgan get through unscathed? 7.5 overs left. as that's nurdled on the leg side by Byram. He takes a single. Harwell Roberts asks, who's batting at 11 in your 11 of openers? Probably Prem Sisodia, who was elevated during a bit of an injury problem, having scored 190 odd in a club game the previous week. North East works that one away on the leg side, and there's no run. $119 for 2. As mid-wicket moves. Oh, mid-wicket's moving all over the place. One goes in, one goes out. Right, Finlay Bean is in a catching position on the drive. There's also a single saving mid-wicket and a mid-on. As Lyth bowls, and North East drives up to the deepish mid-on, Tom Bess. They go through for a single. We have seen so many field changes for Yorkshire today, which is really to be applauded because it means the captain's thinking, but some of them have taken a fair degree of time, and many of them have been during overs. Lyth is now bowling with a slip and a leg slip for Eddie Byram, who's forward defending. It really is a battle of wits out there for these closing stages of the evening, as Glamorgan look to survive the last session unscathed. Still a fair way to go as Byram pushes forward. Another over ticked off. 7 remain in the day's play. North East has 45, Byram has 52, Glamorgan 120 for 2, and they trail by 107 runs. Now, if these two can get through unscathed tonight, as Shan Masood again in conversation with the umpires, aren't they all that time? Maybe asking, hasn't it got a bit brighter? Can I go back to seam? But Bass had settled in for the duration anyway. Launching into another lengthy spell. He's probably bowled more than half the overs today at that end of the ground, the River Taff end. Looking to pitch the ball in the rough outside Eddie Byram's off stump as North East pushes forward. The ball squirts down into the gully. Lyth runs backward from slip and prevents a single being taken. So if you're joining us towards the end of the day, then Glamorgan dismissed in their first innings for 273 and they're 120 for 2 in their second innings, having been instructed to follow on. Kieran Carlson made 64, Dan Douthwaite 37. As North East on the drive, straight to short mid-on, no run. Andy Gorvin a career best 47, Jamie McIlroy a career best 50, Matt Revis a career best 5 for 50. And welcome to 5 Sport Extra listeners with the news that Glamorgan are 120 for 2 following on, still 107 behind, and Yorkshire having 6.5 overs today and 96 tomorrow to wrap up this, when Glamorgan haven't yet lost a wicket in this evening session after being 2 down early doors. Zainul Hassan caught it slip off Ben Code without scoring. Colin Ingram caught it slip off Dom Bess for 16, that was 30 for 2. And that was in all sorts of trouble. But these two have added 90 as North East drives to short mid-wicket, not without their problems. Eddie Byram had a couple of short pitch balls round the wicket from Matt Revis that he really had difficulty in dealing with. Both flew over the keeper and slips for 4. As North East drives into the offside but hits the cover fielder and there's no run. End of Bess is over. He's bowled 19 overs, 1 for 26. And Yorkshire, in case you are among those just joining us, are having to bowl exclusively spin at the moment because of some rather dark cloud that was overhead. That proviso still applies. Umpires Mark Newell and Peter Hartley sensibly offering Shan Masood the option to stay on if he would bowl double spin, and he has. This one of 2 county games continuing at the moment. At Canterbury, Nottinghamshire 13 runs behind Kent, but with only 5 second innings wickets standing, having followed on as Lyth bowls and Byram shuffles across and defends on the offside, and there's no run. Michael Hogan, the former Glamorgan bowler, has got 3 for 23 for Kent in the second innings, the other 2 falling to Joey Everson. But they've found a bit of resistance, have Notts, with Joe Clark 57 not out, Lyndon James 35 not out. Lyth bowls and Byram stretches forward. No run. No result in the England women's match. Sri Lanka stumbled to 106 for 9 before the rain washed out affairs at Northampton. 2 wickets apiece for Filer, Dean and Davidson Richards. Lyth tosses it up. Byram is forward watchfully. It's a real masterpiece of concentration at the moment from these 2 batters. Byram has had his moments. North East 1 or 2 dodgy moments against Dom Bess. Lyth bowls. Byram cuts straight to backward point. No run. In the Asia Cup, an interesting finish in store in Colombo, where Sri Lanka are 154 for 6, chasing 214 to beat India. Lyth bowls, cut by Byram, well fielded by Revis at backward point, and there is no run. In Potchefstroom, Australia, 166 for 4 in the 22nd over, but they're needing formidable 339 to beat South Africa. Marnus Labuschagne of Glamorgan was out stumped for 15 there. David Warner run out for 78. Lyth bowls. Byram pushes forward, defends on the offside, and there is no run. End of the Lyth over. 5 overs remaining of the day's play. We're rattling along because of the double spin. It's a day of 91 overs. We started half an hour late. We've had a couple of breaks for rain, and now it seems we're going to get a break for bad light, because they are going off with Glamorgan on 120 for 2. Sam Northeast is 45 not out. Eddie Byram is 52 not out. 5 overs theoretically remain of the day, but that could well be it, as we lose more time in this match. And Glamorgan, thanks to the efforts of Northeast and Byram, have given themselves a small chance of saving it. Yorkshire will be still favourites to enforce victory tomorrow. It's been a fine day for Matt Revis, who took 5 for 50, a career best, and for Ben Code with 3 for 17 to dismiss Glamorgan for 273 in their first innings. But having been 6 down overnight, 150 for 6 at the start of the day, that meant they've only lost 6 wickets during the course of today, and if they can repeat that tomorrow, then they might just get away with a draw. Elsewhere, the scoreboard then at Old Trafford, Lancashire 330 for 5 in reply to Middlesex's 194 all out, so Lancashire will do well to enforce victory there after more delays. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire made 142 for 4 in reply to Northance's 250 all out. In Division 2 at Bristol, Derbyshire 398 for 9, 21 runs ahead of Gloucestershire on first innings, but since these games are the close of the third day, It looks unlikely there'll be a positive result there. And Leicestershire making a bit of a fist of it, chasing a mammoth 499 to beat Sussex at Hove. Colin Ackerman is 103 not out, and Umar Amin is 61 not out overnight. And Leicestershire are 221 for 3, chasing 499. Umpires remain out in the middle. No sign of the hover cover coming on as yet. But we are off for bad light here at Sophia Gardens. That is likely to be the end of proceedings for the day. Yorkshire 500 and all out. Glamorgan 273 all out, and following on 120 for 2. So with the players ensconced back in the dressing room, the umpires look likely to knock proceedings on the head fairly shortly. We'll be back on BBC Sport Online if there is any resumption. It does look unlikely here at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan 120 for 2. Yorkshire will need 8 wickets to enforce victory in this match. From Sophia Gardens, for the time being, thanks very much for listening and good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the light having deteriorated, that is the end of play for today. Thank you very much, everyone, for your company as you shortly prepare to leave Sophia Gardens. Please remember to take all of your belongings with you and to make an unhurried and safe departure. The game will be resuming at 10:30 tomorrow morning. We look forward to seeing you then. If you can't join us for the 4th and final day, well, we hope you have a safe onward journey. Once again, Jochen Glamorgan, thank you for your support. Good evening. Nos oiga.